Good morning, everybody. Sana. Sana, friends. So let's start from the discourse today. So we continue yesterday's discourse. We were talking about thoughts, concerns, how they feel, their power, and make us feel like they really exist. Not feeling as a simple mere labor thing, but instead feel as an object, a thing that existed, that is solid. The life the same with this loss of power. The power, this illusion, so strong. It doesn't have to happen even right now. Let's say a person may remember something from years ago, and immediately they feel the same emotion, whether it's happiness, whether it's sadness, whether it's hatred. But why? It that have even happened again right now. Because that person doesn't contact, doesn't experience has activated that old motive for the thought that it triggered that thought to appear, that event, that moment, that situation to appear, which is a thought. Just a simple contact, a sense of contact triggered that situation to get created in our. The original event is not happening again, yet the pattern associated with it becomes active, and the things for us those are no longer simple concepts, passing events. We no longer feel thought as a thought. Like we said, we put a label, but now that label is no longer a label anymore. It feels like a living thing, an object, three-dimensional, with the weight, with the heaviness, with the depth. It has come to life, not a mere label anymore. That's how we feel. So, any thought, including this thought, that past event is no longer feel as thought appearing as that past event. Instead, it feels like we are really experiencing that event. That's why we get sad, we get angry, we get happiness, followed by that thought. It's not that we are deliberately doing, but that's how our mind is used to treat thoughts. Any thought appear, we treat it as the reality. It naturally, automatically happens instantly. Nobody does it. That's why this event feels real. Not that it's real actually happening, but it's the way my these thoughts are reality. Now I can say, now we cry, now we feel happy, now we sad, now we feel angry. The body responds, the mind recognizes, and suddenly all world feels okay. It feels present, like nothing is happening. Just a sense of contact that triggered that event to get created in our mind as the physical thought. But since the thought is powerful, that world even feels like happening right now, like a real experience, like a time travel. Yet it's just only so. The feels like we are in experience, but it's just a thought that also didn't come from someone. A thought that could create a right at this moment. In that way, the past can be reconstructed in seconds. One smell, one sound, one picture, one word, one place, and suddenly an entire period of life can appear. Where did it go? A small present content activated at night, that time, that thought, that story. This is why thoughts are powerful. It doesn't need the whole past to return to this moment. A tiny trigger, a sense of control, thought itself is enough to activate that that, that huge network of thoughts. And the mind itself embarrassed. No, nothing. We are just sitting, but we're experiencing the whole story, event, situation, and also what created right at this moment in our life. Not that the past even came itself to this moment. A thought that is similar to that event, not exactly, but similar to that event, but created right at this moment. And that thought, it doesn't feel like a similar event. It feels like solid dream, and this is the exact thing that past 10 years. That's how we feel it. That's how the perception. So that's how we see it. That's how our perception has changed the way we view things. And it's the wrong perception that creates this illusion. So this is how nothing happens, but the thought creates a whole illusion of reality. And then we believe something will happen. Also, that we experience in that same moment. When we believe that we are experiencing the same moment, it creates an illusion of a real. It feels like what happened and what's happening right now is same thing. It feels like this is not real. There is something happening. Something happened. That's why we feel sad and happiness. Is everything felt real and everything felt real. We suffered. We have emotions. The thing is, there's nothing wrong with saying that something happened. But notice how our thought mind works. We experience a reconstruction now, not the same thing occurring, but a reconstruction, which means something similar. That event gets created right at this moment. A reconstruction. But it never feels like a reconstruction. It always feels like this is that event that what we experienced. We experience in the same moment. Try to notice this with yourself. Try to remember past event and try to see when the past event that thought appears, how you feel it. You feel it like this is the same exact event that happened long time ago. It's not feels as a reconstruction, but it feels like you're really experiencing that exact moment. And when you feel it like that, when you feel it like you're really experiencing it with that, You will start to feel sad or happiness or anger. Try to say it yourself. Any thought about past, it feels sad, happy, angry, or worthy. Yet right at this moment, nothing is happening. Nothing is present. That thought also, try to observe it. It's not the exact thing that happened. It's that feels like this is the exact thing, but if you try to go in detail, you can't find exact things that happen, what people said, how they were, nothing. That's why these thoughts are basically an illusion that feels this is the same thing, but it's not. It's something similar to that reconstruction. But we can't see the truth, so we blindly believe this is the same because we never questioned it. Truth is, this is what happened, and we believe it. We believe in that we're really experiencing that event right now. Like the event itself is happening again. To that point, the thought of the powerful and feels real. Further reconstruction, it may be useful, but you know, it's not really a great way. What's really happening is a sense of control, the authority that even isn't physically traveling into this moment. Just a present thought that is similar to that event is arising, getting created right at this moment. And that thought also isn't staying. It appears and disappears. It's not going to stay. That does appear and disappear. So this distinction becomes important when we begin to see how much suffering can be generated by these repeated reconstruction. And the thing is, we doesn't see them as reconstruction. We feel it as we are really experienced that actual event. That's why it leads to suffering because we don't know as feeling, not as simple as in thought, a concept of a reconstruction, but as we are really experiencing the reality, that actual. This is the reason for suffering. We took thought as reality. This is how we live. We used to know any thought appear. We treated them as reality. Not that we deliberately doing it, it happens automatically in this particular system. There's no one who's doing it. So including the same moment, any thought, no expression, any thought that feels real is real. They're mere constructions in our own mind right at this moment. And that also appear and disappear. It gets reconstructed and then it disappears. We cannot store it. It cannot never appear. The same thought cannot appear, but something similar to that can get reconstructed again. And if we mistake it as the real event, then suffering follows. Suffering follows when we take the thought as real things. When we take the thought as the reality. So that is the beginning of the suffering. So if we see the true nature of these thoughts, it leads to the end of the suffering. And also, each and every moment in those thoughts, every event, every situation, there is this self or toxin is also present, which leads to increase the power of that thought, the self. Event becomes a story, it becomes explanation, and there is a self who is behind it, experiencing, making it as the real. When something becomes real, the other side automatically, there is this self who feels that thing is real. It happens automatically. So this also is the event into every moment. Self is not present, more powerful. That's why everything is interconnected. Everything, whatever we feel real, it's the self that feels. When we feel sad, if we took it real, and if we took it as reality, and if we suffer for it, it's the self that is suffering. It's always the story that creates runs this illusion. There is something else, there is this source who is experiencing or affected by those things. And also, with that thought, when we discuss this past event, with this event, it creates another illusion. The illusion of time. When you feel the past event as something that really happened in the past, when you believe it really happened in the past, like it's gone, but it happened somewhere in the past, we create an illusion of time, unknowing, because now there is a past, and that past also is something, and also right at this moment is present. And we assume and we have a thought that believes, blindly believe, there will be a future, illusion of time. And also that also, when we keep using it again and again, now it has come to the point where we feel it's real. There's really time existing. There's really past, present, future existing. But if we go right back to that previous moment, what really happened? We really experience the past event. If that past event really came to this moment, something similar to that event got reconstructed, right? But if we take that reconstruction not as a reconstruction, but as the past event itself, we don't stop there. We believe the past event, which creates the illusion of real existing past. Now there is the past. And the same way we create illusion of future. We now travel the future, yet the thought got created right at this moment, and we assign it future. And we have future. Now we have forward timeline. But in reality, what happened? Did we really travel the past or future? No, they are all thoughts that got created, constructed right at this moment. Thought that got reconstructed right at this moment. Yet we assign it to a mental timeline, an illusion of time, past, and future. It happened right now. It occurred right now. It sparked right now. It appeared and disappeared right now. Yet, yet we assign it to past or future. The past and the future that we believe real are really thoughts that appears right now. The same way we assign things, objects to outside, the same way we assign those thoughts to a timeline, past and future. But what really happens is just a simple passing of that appearing right now. It appears and it vanished. That's what happens. But we assign it to a thought right now, and we believe it as reality. It really didn't happen. It's just appeared and disappeared. The same way we put thoughts to outside. Clearly, the thought chair. It doesn't feel like a thought. It feels like an object. That those are existing out there. We always assign our thoughts to different places. But it's not happening really. It's not happening physically. Everything happening mentally. In our mind. From our mind we assign the objects to outside. From our mind we assign the self to this body inside me. From our mind we assign the events, the past or future. Can we see the illusion here? But what's really happening? Just a thought arose in our mind and it ceased. That's what really happened. Nothing else. The whole story, basement, everything is the wrong perception, wrong belief. We took as reality. We strongly believe as the truth. In reality, none of that happens. The only thing that happens is a thought getting created right now. A thought appear and disappear right now. Since it happens in the mind, mind can assign it anywhere to an illusion of time or outside or inside. Can we see how what an illusion that we are living in? The time we never feel it as not something. We feel it's strong as something really existing. We can't see it, we can't touch it, we can't point to it, yet we strongly feel time is real. Isn't it enough? Something that is not existing, but we created it in our mind and we strongly believe it exists. We can't even see it, we can't even feel it, we can't even touch it, yet we believe it's really existing. Can we feel of the mind, of the thought? The thought that the pit right now look for the pit right now is in the whole mental landscape, the whole mental world with outside, with inside. its timeline, a whole thought might create the world, but in reality, just a simple passing thought, a thought that appears and disappears, belongs to nowhere. Some conditions are met, aligned for that thought to appear, and it appears, and it disappears. That's it. But for us, we don't feel it as a simple passing thought. This is the exam. This is the exam part. This is the me. This is the exam of the real solid things that exist on their own. No, the mind creates the illusion. It's the power of that thought that creates its own illusion and makes it feel like the reality. And when the power only starts to reduce itself, to start to notice the true nature of the thought, a passing it, a thought that appears in the right now, not the whole reality of the before feelings in the past. Now, at something that appears right now, simple, light, no trigger, no anger, no study, no suffering. You can treat yourself, you can experience yourself. I say so now. Imagine walking through a forest while thinking about yesterday. You're physically in the forest, but your mind elsewhere. If we took the thought yesterday, we could think yourself. But if you see it as a passing thought, the thought that appear and disappear in the mind, not as valid, not as powerful as how it feels when you are physically in the forest. You're really present in the forest. You're still getting the thoughts, but not carried away by them, because you see the true nature of thoughts. You see them as a passing thought, not as their experience in the reality now. It happens when the power of this mechanism starts to loosen. We can't force it, we can do it ourselves. It happens automatically. To happen it automatically, we have to see the time. Okay, when we understand, it's that deep understanding of the truth, the power starts to reduce itself. And when that happens, you start to live in the moment because now you no longer driven by thoughts. Because now you know the truth of the thoughts with a deep understanding. So you no longer driven by thoughts. But you cannot stop thoughts. Thoughts are still appearing, yet there's no power enough to carry them in mind. So you're physically in the forest, and the thought of yesterday or anything appears. And you see, you say, you saw a thought of love, and you're living in the moment, in that real experience. But if you're driven by the thought, you're physically in the forest, but you will start to worry about you. So you will send all happiness, more and good about anyone if it's past or future. And you don't live in this moment. Instead, you are living in that physical, mentally created world, mind created world, that illusion. And in that illusion, past history, future history, time history, everything is there. So now you are trapped in that world. Very clear, not in this moment. When attention moves towards the present remains unfolded, and the construct that time becomes more interesting. So we in is my childhood seems but but to speak. To be real of life, we are thinking, we are blind to believe in people. But do we really experience a present thought, expectation, story, and the goals we still and also we experience the sense of feeling that way. And the mind creates the timeline by these thoughts, linking experience. Where the timeline is used to have some idea about what to do. But we should know it is not there, it's not there. It should be something that we used to have an idea. Something things that we can use it for the person. But taking is not to make it real. Let's say, what is really timeline? If you look for example, that's the time. The same way we cannot find the boundary of the outside and inside. The same way we cannot find the boundary of the person and of the person. Because they are just within themselves. They're not exact. They are basically some ideas that used to use the mind to communicate. You know, they are not the same with some concept you will have to listen people. They will we should know what is doing sensitive appear and disappear. Thoughts appear and everything is appearing and disappearing. Everything is changed. The way we living the experience, right, right, accept, right, this moment as the only thing that's really important. It's the old thoughts that appear in the moment. Everything in the experience of yourself, right of this is what's unfolding, but whether it's future, it's not, any story, even the moment, everything is in the mind, in the moment, but it's good possible. in concept and the company and also being human means to create thought is moving please to prepare for it. So what means right to be good change nothing remains and everything is there. So when you see this stuff, you slowly start to come to the real point, to the real moment. You start to make to the moment, to this kind of thing. Not living in your mind, be living in the past, the journey of future. Instead, you living in the real moment, which is right. Being in the moment from this understanding.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Tiravasamaya Aryan Mahansa, our noble friend, who is guiding us throughout this time over the last uh, 6 years and correcting us whenever it is necessary. May all our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. This is a continuation of our regular Buddothpado PeoTV English sermon series, which is starting at 6 o'clock in the morning and going on until 10 o'clock in the night. And as a group of summer friends, we try to convey this message in English medium. Whatever we have learned from our Aryan Mahanse, from our noble friend, initially as a knowledge, and then of course we have been experiencing what we learned, what we understood in our day-to-day practices. So we have found out that this is the true Dhamma pathway. So we are trying to give this message in our capacity to the English speaking community, and hopefully this will help you to rouse your curiosity to find more about this Dhamma, true Dhamma, and that will help you to find your pathway, find the path and the address as Avaryan Mahansa is explaining, and you will be able to find more information from our websites. Uh, so, in addition, we have a discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day uh, by several uh, friends who are joining there. So, uh, I hope you will be able to uh, grasp something from what I am trying to convey within my capacity. If I give a small reminder about our websites, for the people who can understand Sinhalese language also, the two main websites. One is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. The other one is www.buddothpado.lk www.buddothpado.lk. Then for the friends who are speaking only English language, the website is www.wisdomofasia.com www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia is written as single word. So from these websites, you will be able to get more information. And certainly, if you have any queries about these sermons, you can join us between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time to discuss your doubts and try to listen to these sermons whenever you are free. From the websites also, you will be able to get more information about this Buddha teachings. This is not a different teaching. This is not a deviation from the main track, but of course, just finding the real gem, the real true Dhamma that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. So it has come to the surface again. It was covered into some extent over the time because Lord Buddha said that this Buddhist philosophy will be there for total of 5,000 years. Now already 2,500 years gone, and we are nearing the 2,600th year. So this is a rejuvenating of the Dhamma facts again, particularly because our noble friend is using the modern examples, modern metaphors to explain this Dhamma, and the fact that the knowledge on Pali actually is being very poor is not at all an issue here. You don't need a detailed Pali knowledge. If you are a monk or a nun, yes, that will be useful. But for a lay person like you and me, deep understanding on Pali is actually not essential. So, what we have to find out is what is the truth. So, finding out the truth means it is something common to every person, uh, whatever your original religion is, whether you are a person with no religion at all, or whether you are educated or not, whatever your social status is, this truth is common to everybody, which we do not recognize, which we did not know unless this is explained by a person who has this wisdom, who has penetrated deep into this mechanism, these thoughts, the mind, can explain his or her own experience. But if you do not have that superpower, super wisdom, well, I think super wisdom is a better word. Power may be giving a meaning even about the physical power. So it is nothing to do with the physical power. So uh, truth means common to everything. And we know the famous scientist Arthur C. Clarke, who lived in Sri Lanka for a long time. He predicted that at one point, after several hundred years, there won't be any other religion in the world, only the Buddhist philosophy will be there. That is because it's not yet another belief or a faith. It is something that is happening as a true mechanism. So, something which is happening as a true mechanism, there's nothing to believe or have faith on. You can experience it yourself. And with that experiencing, you feel that the power that was there in the mind, the current, the strength to do the things with the burning, that is what is going to fade off little by little. So uh, there are many common things that is frequently mentioned in these Dhamma sermons. The fact that we are watching a magician's creation. Who is the magician? Magician is your own mind consciousness. So your own eye consciousness, your own uh, ear consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and body consciousness. So they are collectively, they are magicians. There are five magicians, which we label as five senses. They are creating something. Well, if I use the word they, again, you might give the uh, impression that there is a person or a thing. No, it is something created, a function of creating. So that will be a better explanation. So the five consciousness or the senses create something. So there are five uh, magicians creating something for the system. And that is a magic observed by the little child, the child with the radiant mind, who still not have reached the level of forming thoughts. So the little child, the baby, is watching these five magicians. So that system or that baby is thrilled to enjoy that magic, but the baby has no idea what it is. So he's seeing, he's hearing the sounds, he's feeling the smell, he's feeling the taste, he's feeling the body touch, uh, experiencing them, and he likes them. He indicates the likes and dislikes to those magic. Maybe for some magic, he is crying and he's trying to be away. For certain magic, he loves, he wants to have more. So that level also, we are being betrayed by these magicians, the five magicians. So that is why the baby, when the baby has a wet nappy, that magic he doesn't like. And he's refusing that, he's crying. When the baby feels hungry, that means the magic of the body sensor. Again, he shows the displeasure. Again, he shows the unhappiness and he's crying. On the other hand, when there's a beautiful merry-go-round hanging over his cot, he sees the magician, the eye consciousness, creating something. So he likes it, isn't it? He likes and he indicates his happiness by uh, smiling or giggling. Uh, he hear the sounds. That is sound consciousness. the magician who create the sound. The baby likes that sound, mother's call, or maybe a very smooth music, very soothing music. So he indicates his liking towards that. So that is a magician, that is a sound magician. So the baby enjoys those that magician doesn't know that it is a magic because still the thoughts have not formed. So he has no idea still that this is a magic. And what happens? Does the magic stop at that level? No, magic will further improve. The magician will start uh, a different type of a magic this time, which is more advanced, more things to be taken away. He's showing more complex magic. We call them thoughts. So when the thoughts are formed, the magic is more attractive, and there's a, a changing pattern of magic, which makes the liking or disliking, craving. You use some different terms for this magic, and you feel this magic is more real than the previous ones that you experienced, isn't it? So see how we are uh, being fooled by the magician, and we believe what we saw, what we heard, and what we felt are also true. Now, at this level where the thoughts are formed, the system feels that this thought is real. That means the magic created at this stage, which is a combination of the five magics which were shown earlier. And this magic is more complex, more advanced, and it looks really, really true and really alive. So now you think that this magic is the most true thing that you have ever observed. So that is called thoughts. And when the thought occurs repeatedly, another form of uh, something more than a magic occurs, it's now felt as real. And the real means the itta sanyava. Itta sanyava, and next is the atma sanyava or the self. So this is a process of the magic at the end. If you, what will happen if you know that this is a magic? If you know how it is being created, how the thoughts are created, how uh, uh, the seeing, hearing, uh, and feeling of touch, smell, and the body sensation, how they were created, how that magic was created. If you know that technique, that surprise that you experienced with each and every magic item will not be there. On the other hand, you are not having that exclamatory remarks and wows and shoes will not be there when the magic show is going on. You can still enjoy the magic show, but of course, that real excitement that you were experiencing. Oh, how did this magician do it? How did this magician create a coconut tree for me? How did this magician create a sun for me? How did this magician create the sound of a bus horn for me? So, like that, you try to investigate yourself, and that means knowing about the darshana. Knowing about the darshana means simply how this mind is working, how this mind is processing. That is all you have to learn. So it is something really beautiful when you listen to these Dhamma sermons more and more, you will be able to understand this process. And the worst magic is that the magician gives the feeling that there is a person here. So that is the worst magic that we are fooled with. And we feel that there is a person here. And the person is related to every activity, every thought, every uh, word that is being talked. But uh, when you do not understand that, only you realize that uh, how much we are being fooled by this magician. So Lord Buddha gave this example actually. Vijnana is a magician, or the consciousness is a magician. So as I said, it brings up from the lower level of magic to a very advanced level of magic when it comes to the level of formation of thoughts. So thoughts means whatever the name you are giving, it is a thought. Uh, the trees around you, your house, all kinds of house decorations, the people in the house, your transport modalities, what you are growing in the garden, uh, the temple monks, and not only that, even these Dhamma preachings that you are listening, they are all thoughts. So thought starts its beginning from the radiant mind level. We know that radiant mind, child with the radiant mind, experiences those things, and child feels that they are true. Whatever the experiences are felt true. But because there is no thought formation, uh, you can't label it as the level of the self there. But true, there is a self vibration underneath, but you can't talk about the uh, self weave here because there are no thought formation. For a child with radiant mind, there is nothing called death, there is nothing called birth also, because they are also the thoughts which are formed with the five sensor functions. No different from how the world, rest of the worldly items were created. The birth and death are also same in the similar way creations. You're not talking about the death. A child, until the child is fairly older, the child has no idea about the death, isn't it? I'm sure you may have had this experience. They may have asked, what is the meaning of death? What happens? Why is he or she sleeping inside that box? When is she going to wake up? And these are the things that questions that are coming from the children related to the death, because the data called death is not there in the child with radiant mind. Even if the child is a little older, sometimes even maybe 3 4 years, they have no concept called death. The very common example that noble friend Avaran Mahansi is giving, I'm sure some of you may have experienced this also in your lives. The mother or the father's body is there in the funeral house, and the child is playing with the other kids of the same age. Sometimes they are even running around the coffin. Sometimes they are happy because lots of visitors are coming, and the house is sometimes full of flowers, the flower wreaths or flower decorations done for the funeral, and lots of activities going on, noise, people are talking, and relatives and friends are coming. They may be even talking to the child also. The child has more excitement than the usual days. So the child is happy. So that is why he's playing around and sometimes even not interested in going to sleep. He might say, I'm not sleepy, because he has many friends and relatives who have come to their house. Occasionally, they might even ask the family, why are you crying? Because he has no concept of death. How did the concept of death comes? It may be the very first stage where that seedling was planted in their mind by an adult. They might say, your mom is not coming back. Mom is not going to be there for you hereafter. And we have to bury her in a little while. So thereafter, there is no mom in this house. Now, this simple message sometimes strikes that little mind. And when he's told that mom is not coming back, and also when he see the picture that the coffin being closed and being taken out, he knew that the mom is inside that. And then they are putting her under some soil. So that sometimes shakes the child's mind. Why are you doing like that? Why are you burying her under the soil? How can she come out then? Now, these are some of the questions that these little children come ask. So, very clearly, the concept of death is something that is built up with the five senses. The child sees it as a vibration of the eye. Child gets a sound as vibrations of the ears. Sometimes he is allowed to touch the mother's body. He feels cold, not the usual warmth of the mother's hand, but he feels that it is hard and cold, unlike that soft and warm feeling of the mother's hand. So that is another input, another data. So collectively now he's given more ideas, more thoughts. She's not coming back. Uh, there will not be mom to help you to the school in the morning. So that sort of thoughts are also coming and empowering this idea. Now that the seedling called death is being planted. So very obviously it was created with the five senses. Well, here you can explain three senses. And what happens if the sensors weren't functioning? Just take an imaginary situation. If the sensors were not functioning, child will not be able to have that concept or that thought called death, isn't it? If the child could not see, if the child could not hear, and also if the child could not feel uh, that firm and cold nature of the mother's hand. So if those three senses were not functioning, whatever happens, we don't know what is happening actually. Those experiences collectively will not happen. And then the final result or the thought also will not form if the three senses were not functioning. We know that it is the three senses which combine to form the thought. So, this is how the concept called death, or the thought called death, is occurring. And what happens thereafter? Now, the initial thought has been formed, and with time, this thought will be more and more reinforced with different types of data which is added to this topic called death. The elders might take the child to another funeral house, so that will be another seeing function, another hearing function. So that is added to that basic thought. Now when he see it, that thought, previously formed thought, will be telepathized here. How he experienced his mother's death will be telepathized to this moment when he goes to another funeral house. And that might even create something like a body sensor function with tearing or even crying, because that even that sad feeling that he got as as a thought will telepathize in this thought, whatever the feeling that he had, and also whatever the experiences that he had thereafter without the mom at home, all will be telepathizing to this moment in this present thought. So that is a mechanism that is happening. That is the system that is functioning. It's not him who did it. No one else was doing it. It is just a part of that system, isn't it? So the same child will see details about the deaths in the newspapers, see about the deaths of the different people in the TV, and then some other people might tell that my so and so died, my grandmother died, my elder sister died when she was small, all kinds of other things, other thoughts will make this concept called death stronger and stronger. Now, for you and me, the death is a strongly real concept. We do not remember anything about the way that it formed, isn't it? Now we know it as a knowledge because we have heard it from these noble friends' teachings, which has been made very simplified. So now we know that it is a creation of the five senses, even though Lord Buddha said that in a very important Pali phrase, Salayatana Loko Loko. He said that the world is a creation of the five senses. But we didn't think deep into that sentence, isn't it? Simply speaking, we didn't understand what it is. So therefore, we just heard it, that's all. And now we know that we were taught how to explore those sentences, how to explore those phrases, and we know how much of a deep meaning is there in that sentence. So, uh, what is the uh, mechanism? Now, here it's an automatic thing, isn't it? A combination of the senses occur with no one's guidance. No one can predict about it, and it is just a function, a mechanism where the senses combine, prepare, make something different from the initial level of information. So, a seeing, hearing, and the body sensor created a completely different concept. That is where the cause and effect phenomenon occurs. When the appropriate causes meet, the effect called death, the thought called death was created. And hereafter, what happens when that thought is stronger and stronger? Just the word of death, that means simply it is a sound. It is simply a vibration of the ear, will open up the whole film about the death of your mother, isn't it? Now, if I say the word death, it is simply a sound to all of you. But what happens? The sound means it is simply the vibration of the ear because you have a functioning ear. But see the thought that it created. Uh, the ear had no idea what that thought is. Ear had no idea what is the meaning of that sound is. Just a sound only. But instantly, the mind sensor completed the set of complete picture. So it is a complete mental picture, or it is a complete thought now. Thought has all the sensors, sensor components in that. The pictures of your mother's death and the uh, sounds that was explaining about the death. You might say sometimes, my aunt said like that. My aunt is the one very firstly told me that this is called death. So that is where I learned it first. You might sometimes remember like statements or sentences the way that you were told about the death. Uh, or you might even feel the smell of some flowers which were there around her, the smell of roses, a bunch of roses brought by somebody. You still have that lingering smell of roses related to this word called death. They are all part and parcel of that mental picture that you are experiencing now. Not only that, the the other associated feels sadness, feeling low after that. You didn't feel like playing thereafter with your friends, isn't it? When you were told about what it is really, you wanted to be to a side and just think more in your small capacity, in your small world at that age. So now you have an established thought, a real thought called death. Now you are worried about your own death, isn't it? So you might wonder, what will happen to me? How long will I live? Will I be able to finish all my commitments before the death? How can I be prepared for death? Must listen to some Dhamma before the death. Try to change myself with Dhamma. Now, these are the other side thoughts that are coming up now with the word called death. So, what Lord Buddha said was, for an arhat who has no fear of death, who knows very clearly that death is something that was created by the five senses, something not different from the rest of the created world, another product of this uh, magician called mind consciousness. So they know that very clearly. So they are not fear of death. There's no fear of death. Wherever there is a fear of death, that is yourself. That means you are there. Person who is not having any fear of death, there is no person in that setup. But of course, this we have to get it cleared. Now there are people in the mundane world also who are supposed to be very brave and who are not bothered about their life. So that is something different. They have nothing to do with about Dhamma, but they feel that uh, they are not scared to die. They will go forward. They cannot be stopped by any person, even in very dangerous situations. So that category is a different category. They don't have anything to do with Dhamma. That is the personality of such a person. They say that they are brave. We are brave. So yeah, people are being rewarded for bravery, for trying to do things which an ordinary person would not think of doing. Uh, so that has to be differentiated. But a person who has understood this Dhamma path, person, the extreme, the end of it is the Arhat's mind. So the Arhat has no fear of death because there's no self here to be scared of death. He knows that there is no self here. This is just a mechanism. So the death is something just like the breath which was taken in, sending out. Uh, that is called Kalayatra Kirima in Sinhalese, and also Pali also same term. Kalayatra Kirima means uh, the breath which is taken in is sent out. That's only the function of a body sensor. So that is and it will not be taken in again. The breath which was exhaled will not be inhaled again. So that is simply another function of the system for the arhat. So there's no concern, no worry about the death because simply there is no person there to die. So for you and me, for any system where the self view or the self perception is there, uh, the concern to save the self or the wantedness to save the self is there. So myself means uh, the death is also right behind you. The self and the death means they are going hand in hand. So that is the briefing about the death. Uh, Same thing about the birth. Uh, we are not talking about the death in the physical world, and also similarly, we are not talking about the birth in the physical world. So that is the deepest aspect of Lord Buddha's teachings. There's nothing called uh, birth and death, which is explained in Buddhism. Actually, there is no physical birth or death which is explained in Buddhism, but what is explained is something quite important and quite deep Dhamma fact. So, like the birth, like the death, the birth is also something experienced at the sense level. Now, in the mundane world, what we talk about the birth is the baby coming out of the womb and being physically born to this world. And the physical birth means invariably there is a physical death also after so many years, depending on how long that person is going to live. So, physical birth and death is something obvious, isn't it? So, physical birth and death, again, inevitably, one is followed by the other one. Birth is followed by the death, and it will happen at some stage. Now, what is explained in uh, Buddhism? Initially, this was explained in the very first Dhamma sermon done by Lord Buddha, uh, and he explained in that uh, light was born and the sound was born, aloko the padi, like that. So and the wisdom was born. So there's a nice, beautiful explanation, beautiful summary of the whole Dhamma that he understood in this very first sutra that he preached. So, what is the birth then? Now we talk in detail about the death. So, death was something introduced as a part of the data to the system, and now it is established, and the death is a real thing to the system. Whatever is becoming real, that is where the birth of the death of the person is also uh, the birth of the person is also there. In other words, that is uh, the self we. So, talking about the birth or the jati, Lord Buddha said that the birth or the jati means the birth of the self. So, again, now I have to clear that the birth of the self doesn't mean that the birth of this physical body. Uh, Birth of the self means in the mind that the person is born. So, in other words, it is simply because you do not see this as a part of the mechanism. You feel that what is happening, what is experienced is real. So the jati is very beautifully explained in the dependent origination. Uh, so it is explained even in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra, that is the very first preaching of Lord Buddha, which was done in Varanasi, India. So Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra gives an essence of this birth and death story. So the word birth is explained in the dependent origination of Paticca. At what level is a birth coming? But actually, the uh, dependent origination, even if you have 12 steps in that, and the jati is mentioned somewhere halfway, doesn't mean that there is a time gap between one event and the other. It all 12 steps occur at the same time instantly. So if you feel that the thought is real, if a thought is felt as real, that is where the Paticca mechanism or the Paticca sequel uh, moves forward. That means a thought is formed, thought is felt real. So when the thought is felt real, that is where you are born. The felt real means always there is a craving towards that. Tanha and upadana are there. Attachment, craving is there for that thought. And that means wherever the thought is felt as real, the other side of the coin is the self. So there is a self who has a craving or who has an aversion to that thought. So this can be very fine sometimes. Now we are talking about the very grossly obvious things at the beginning. Things like uh, uh, things like anger, hatred, jealousy, craving, desires. All these names can be given. So those can be the very crude level, very obvious level. And with that, we say that I was born. I could feel my anger. I could feel my sadness at that time. I could feel the craving which occurred at that time. So that is how we word it, isn't it? But uh, with the time, a person who is listening to this Dhamma will have a different concept. The concept of uh, having this uh, heavily felt burn will go down definitely. But there are so many other instances, so many other situations where you can explain the self perception hiding in those. So, those are the situations where R.N. Vahanse or the Noble Friends' help is needed to find out where you are stuck in this pathway. So, the dependent origination, in very simple way, it is how the cause lead to an effect, and that effect becomes a cause to another effect, and that effect becomes a cause to another effect. So always the cause and effect go together. When the cause is there, the effect is there. When the cause is not there, the effect is not there. When the cause arises at this moment, the effect arises. When the causes ceases to be there, the effect also ceases to be there. So it's like the tree and the bark, or the two sides of the coin, where one will always follow the other one. So if this process is understood uh, with this Dhamma message, and also with some supervision and uh, advice from the noble friend, we tend to realize that these are all thought formation. These are all thoughts, And what happens is that the thought is felt real at one point. So, this is a mechanism, in other words, no one is responsible for this mechanism. So, when you know these facts in a simple way, you tend to realize that we are just uh, simply bombarded with a stream of thoughts all the time. Each thought is felt true because we are still caught up in the magician's tricks. We are still caught up in the, we are still being fooled uh, by the magician. So we tend to think about it now. When you uh, know a little bit of Dhamma, you try to be inquisitive. You try to be uh, curious. What is happening in this mind? How are these thoughts formed? And you try to penetrate deeper and deeper. This is called penetrative meditation or insight meditation. And this is something uh, that you must do yourself, because no one else can do the penetrative meditation for you. So when you understand this mechanism, the flow gets little by little reversed, and you feel that you are trying to swim upwards in the stream. So what happens is that the little by little you tend to understand, when you feel a burn, when you feel some fire, uh, you tend to realize that you are uh, getting some form of path or an avenue opened up. And you know that uh, when the path is opening up, you tend to realize more and more fire which is created in the system. These may be instances where you come across various incidents in your day to day life, maybe at home or workplace, with the neighbors, among your friends. You might come across various situations, and the fire which was created as a thought will be recognized more and more. You feel it as a burn, isn't it? And we always tend to think that burns means only something uncomfortable, only things like sadness, uh, unhappiness, displeasures, uh, resentful type of behavior, aversion. We think they are the only currents. No, any kind of happiness, burning happiness, cravings, they are all current, they are all burns. Now, at the beginning, when you understand this cause and effect phenomenon, you start realizing that how this fire is created in the mind. Now, sometimes you enter a shop, when you are going in the bus, you see some beautiful dresses on display. Now, from that time onwards, you have a craving towards that. So, it is just a seeing only, it is a vibration of the eye only. And what happens? The craving or that burn came up instantly because of the past thoughts or past data that you had. A thought, previous thought about a frock, something with the similar colors or similar designs might spark right at this moment. One of your friends wearing something similar might spark as a thought to this moment. So you might feel that it is the most favorable color that uh, you choose. So that might be another thought which synchronizes right now. So all these will synchronize immediately. It was just a seeing only, but see the amount of data which is synchronized right now as a thought. A beautiful frock. There might be something that really suits me. Must go and buy the next day. Now you have a plan. Now this is a craving. You're burning with that, isn't it? Always that thought about that look that you experienced will be coming as a picture. That is, the mental picture is being repeated because that thought has a strong power. You really feel that it is something really existing. You didn't realize how the mechanism, what was the mechanism which went on. You didn't remember at all about it, was simply a seeing only, and the rest was completely a creation in the mind. And now that thought about that frock and the shop is really feeling because, in other words, you have that current or that craving. That is your defilement. That is yourself. The defilement or the current or the power means yourself. Now you have a craving, you are planning now. That very next day, when I go to the town, I will get down from that shop, go and select something, and maybe I can get the next bus in 1 hour's time. Uh, Maybe I will have to wait until my salary day, or maybe I have to ask for some money from my parents because I really love it. And I have a wedding next month, so I can wear that frock. And these are all thoughts coming in generations. The uh, the different thoughts are coming attached to that basic thought of the frock, which was there in uh, the show area of that shop. This is a craving. Now, sometimes you may not feel it as a burn because you enjoy. You enjoy having that thought again and again. Whereas an unpleasant thought, you have no pleasure at all. You feel really sick of having that thought again and again. But now, this particular thought, watching that film again and again, watching that film of Frock again and again, is something very pleasurable. But each time that thought is coming, each time that you are grabbing it harder and harder, the level of the current or the power created in relation to that thought becomes more and more. So you might feel even that wantedness, that desire is becoming stronger. Sometimes you don't feel like waiting until the next day that you go to the town. The craving is so hard, craving is so difficult to resist. You will feel like going separately for that, making a separate trip. I can't wait until the next week. Maybe by that time, all the designs that I would like will be gone. They may not have enough choices. So I must go tomorrow. I must get permission from my parents. Go tomorrow and then select one. Now, see, the craving has driven you to some physical activity. How strong that thought is. The thought is driving you physically to take some action, to go there and then buy that purchase. Now, change, this is where you are born. So, we started with the word jati. So, the frog, this thought is real to you, the frog is real to you, the shop is real to you, that craving is the one, in other words, self. That bird, in other words, is a self. That is where the jati is. So, whatever the thoughts which are born, which are felt real, is named, called jati. Wherever there is a jati, there is inevitably marana or the death there. So this part is actually theory knowledge. Every thought is born instantly and dies instantly. But there is a row of thoughts, a collection of thoughts which come. Now, when you are talking about the frog, even though you take it as a thought of seeing the frog or thought of hearing the sound called frog, it's not some one simple thought. It is a collection of thoughts, and each thought is born and dead within a fraction of a second. But there's a series of thoughts which are coming. Each thought is felt real. So each thought means there's a flicker of myself born there. And what happens is when there's a series of thoughts, the myself is also coming up as a series. And collectively, you feel that I am thinking about the frog. I am seeing that frog when I was coming back in the bus. So, single thought doesn't mean that it is just one single vibration. It is a collection of vibrations. Uh, so, this birth and death is, of course, not experienced by a lay person. It is something experienced by only the Arhat. This is coming as a knowledge now to us. But we know that the thoughts, anyway, as a whole, thought about the frog is not going to be permanent in your mind. The moment the focus changes to something else, the thought called frog is gone. And uh, now the thought about uh, your lunch is coming. The thought about your brother is coming. The thought about uh, siren of an ambulance is coming. So the thoughts are changing. Each and every place, the sensors will produce something different. So the Jati and Marana has a deep explanation, uh, and it is not something experienced by a person in the mundane world. It is simply a knowledge to us. But of course, how the death is formed with the five senses is something coming up, uh, is something experienced by most of us. Even the birth, if you take it from the mundane world level, we talk about the birth as a baby coming out of the womb. So that again is built up as a concept because the smallest baby has no idea what is meant by birth. The baby will see another living being, another life, uh, just moving its eyes and legs and hands sometimes, making some odd sounds, making some crying facial changes time to time. So he has no idea what it is. And again, the adults might give the idea uh, baby was born from mommy's tummy. The doctors have taken it out by cutting the tummy. Now, these are the explanations that is given to the small child about the birth. So the the concept called birth is becoming stronger and stronger, and the child will little by little learn what is the physical nature of this thing called birth. And uh, the child also will have some idea when they are growing up that always something like birth is associated with something like death. So these are actually confined to the mundane world. And we talked about the jati and the marana in um, the Buddha's way, Buddha teaching. So jati is completely about the thought, and marana or the death is also completely about the thought. but it can be applied to the mundane world examples and show, but must know that it is not something that Lord Buddha was trying to explain, because that death and birth and death can be understood by any person, and that is something explained even in uh, other religions. So this fine level of death and birth is not something that has been explained in any other religion. So that is a uniqueness of Lord Buddha's teachings. And uh, Lord Buddha always tried to explain these matters in very simple manner. Uh, and these complicated things actually is not essential for a person to go on this Dhamma path. That is why our noble friend R.N. Mahansi is also trying to do now, is explaining these terms in very simple manner, using simple metaphors, which makes us easier to understand. So invariably, the when you understand that this is a mechanism, what happens, what changes occur in the system. I'm using the word system to represent the person, because in the mundane world, we assume as if there is a person, as if myself is there. So I'm using the term system to uh, represent the self here. So when you understand that this is simply a cause and effect phenomenon, and when you understand that uh, there's nothing called uh, death, there's nothing called birth. These two are also basically thoughts, and these two are also just part and parcel of these worldly experiences. Then the system will sort of feel that there is a difference in the way that the excitement which is coming up with the stimuli, with the thoughts. The excitement or the uddipana is the term in Pali and Sinhalese, the or the craving or the tanha, which is the Pali and the Sinhalese term. So this excitation is the one which is going down gradually with whatever the thought which is coming up, which is uh, obvious to almost all the people who have been listening to this Dhamma for several years. You experience the things in the same way, but the excitement that you had is much less. But you can fulfill the same function. There's no difference in that. But that excitation is the one which is uh, not felt. For example, if you take the same example about that frock that you see in a showroom when you are traveling, when you are passing by, uh, you have seen the frock, yes. You get the idea that it looks beautiful, and also, yes, it got the same color theme that I like. The craving that you had, the burning that you had, must buy it, next day. Why doesn't this next day come up soon? So these are the that restless behavior is the uh, feature of the self. So there's a self who is strongly craving for that frock. So that desire to go as soon as possible is the one which is dissolving. That current is the one which is dissolving. So you might still go to that shop to buy it. Supposing if that the one that you show on the glass, through the glass, isn't there anymore, They had two pieces from that, and both pieces gone now. Now, what will be the effect? Those are different ways that you can test yourself. Now, for a person who is in the mundane world, who has no clue at all about this Dhamma, person or that system will be devastated, isn't it? I should have come on the next day itself. And it was my mom who blocked it. She said, "What is a hurry? To go next week when you are going to the town anyway. It will not be sold. I am sure there will be enough frocks." So now it is being reflected to the mother's words also. If she didn't tell me like that, I would have gone on the next day. And if I could go on the next day, I could have bought the same color and the same design that I really liked very much. Now the plans to wear it and go for that wedding is also completely disrupted. And you are burning again. Now earlier you were burning because you wanted to go and buy it. Now you are burning because you lost that opportunity. See the way that how this burning is taking up your life, your uh, even the performances, the things that you uh, go through really takes its share from yourself, isn't it? So the both ways, now you are burning again because you lost it. Now, for a person who is in this Dhamma path, this can happen in varying degrees, varying levels. Even if you didn't have, you might still go to the shop and try to find it, even though that design isn't there and the uh, color that you wanted is also not there. The two pieces that they had been sold quickly within the next couple of days. So by the time you went, it's all gone, and they are not sure whether they are going to get another stock also. Now see how the fuel is being added to the fire which is there uh, in this system. Can you stop it? Can you have any control about that fire which is created? No. Actually, there is no self in this here. The current is formed, but the current is not yours. Whether it is in the form of craving to go and buy the frog or the disappointment that you had when you found out because of your delay, it's all gone. Both are kind of burning currents which are created in the system. It's not you who brought them up. There's no self in here. It's a current which occurred as a part of the system. But because of the misidentification or the incorrect knowledge, you take that craving or that disappointment, that current that was felt as myself. It happened to me. I am the one who lost it. So those are the words that you might use in such a situation. So for a person who is in the Dhamma path, even if the frog is gone, there's no burn. Okay, it's not there. Sometimes you feel a bit disturbed. You might feel a bit sad for losing it, but that's it. It is simply an incident. Okay, maybe next time I might come across something better. So, no burn or very minimal burn, and it is simply an incident. And there's no blaming to your mom for delaying your going out, and your current is not projected to any person, and simply there is no current to project to any person there. And finally, what you uh, feel is that a very quietness, some sort of stillness and comfort, in spite of losing that chance of getting that beautiful frock. So, isn't that a better way to experience in your life? rather than burning all the time on different issues. If you feel it calm down situation, then isn't it so comfortable? Isn't it a much better way of living? Yes, certainly. So these are the things that uh, how this uh, uh, how these Dhamma facts are being applied to the day-to-day life. So the person who is in the Dhamma, who knows, who realizes how these thoughts are born, and when the thoughts are repeatedly occurring, how really he felt that thought is true. And this is knowing this mechanism, you realize that whatever the stimulus which comes is handled in a different way. Handling means there's no person here actually to handle it, but it is being handled without an owner. The comfortable sort of solutions which are coming, comfortable way of letting go will be experienced by the system. So that is what Lord Buddha said, that this is a Sandittika Dhamma. He said that something experienced by the self. There's no person who is responsible for that comfort either. So that is the next thing that you have to understand. There's no self who is experiencing that comfort, that calmness, because you know Dhamma now. So that is the next pitfall that a person who is going in the Dhamma path comes across, where always the Aryan Mahansi or the noble friend's help is needed. So you realize that the experiencing comfort and the fire is no more there or very minimal. The current is very minimal, and you tend to realize that the uh, the comfort which is there is not experienced or enjoyed by yourself. Enjoyment or the willingness to enjoy that comfort, being more attracted to that comfort, is again the self which is coming in a different face, in a different wearing a different mask, a different disguise that you will not be able to understand unless you are explained about that by the noble friend. So, uh, as I said, uh, this depends, wholly depends on the noble friend's support. As Lord Buddha very clearly said to Ananda Thero, this Dhamma 100% depends on the noble friend's support. So that is what Aryan Mahanse is doing right now. He's guiding us as a noble friend, like the way that Lord Buddha did long ago, guiding the people who are stuck at different levels in this Dhamma path. So the burning or the current that was experienced, uh, whether you could see the frog, whether you missed that opportunity of buying the frog, is indifferent. You feel that there is a beautiful frog. It's not the way that you are experiencing. You will say the same frog. You see that it is beautiful. The color is also beautiful and looks as if it is going to match you very well. Those things are not experienced in a different way. And also, you will feel as a mind sensor function, you would like to have it. So, similarly, the next day or after some days, when you go to buy that frog, you realize that it is being sold. So, even that time, the fire which is expected to come up for being late and for being uh, uh, unable to go there and uh, buy it early, that is also not there. So whether you have it or not is not going to make a big difference. But that, of course, when you don't have the frock anymore, you might feel a bit of sadness because that is a part of the uh, system. But what happens in a person in the mundane world, you will really reflect that unhappiness or that anger towards somebody. Because of you, I got late to go there and I missed that opportunity to buy it because of you. And I don't know when they will get some beautiful frocks like that again. I may have lost that opportunity to the opportunity forever. I may not get that chance again. So that process, that thought process is the one which is not going to happen. So see the difference. That same thing can happen, same sequence can happen, but that current which was running underneath is not there. So uh, this is what the beauty of the Buddhism is. When you are alive, you can experience that. When you are in this life itself, you experience how comfortable the living is. And this is not something that we have to wait until the death of this physical body to experience. So that again proves the truth of this Dhamma teaching, where in the other beliefs and the religions often what they say is that you will go to the God when you die. So it's not something that is happening in that way. It is something that happens when you are alive. You experience that comfort, you experience that relaxation or the calmness in this life itself. So we request you, we make a cordial invitation to you. Come and experience this Dhamma. Even if you are a Buddhist, I'm sure you may have had lots of uh, misconceptions about Buddhist teaching. I mean, the common ones we know that we felt that nirvana is not something that can be experienced easily. It is something far, far away, not certainly in this life because the Lord Buddha is no more living. So we felt that it is something essential to listen to Dhamma from Lord Buddha, or maybe sorry. So many myths that we had. One of them is sorry. So one of the myths we had was that the nirvana is something far away. And nirvana is something that we can experience only after death. So there's no uniqueness in this Dhamma in that case, isn't it? Lord Buddha said that uh, nirvana is just where you are sitting. You are standing on it and you are trying to find where it is. So that part is not generally mentioned in most of the Dhamma discussions in the present day. Lord Buddha did not explain the things in the past and the present to be true. The past and the present events all are coming up as thoughts in this moment. So the past event is coming as a fresh thought at this moment. It is not being stored somewhere and coming up. It is something coming up as a fresh thought. The same thing about the future. The plans you are making about the future uh, is again a thought that is coming up at this moment. So that is why Buddhism is something called a timeless phenomenon. Nirvana is something that you can experience at this moment. In each and every thought, you can experience the nirvana. Nirvana, in other words, is putting off the fire or switching off the fire. So, can you switch off that fire like you switching off a, a light? No, you can't do it. Unfortunately, you can't do it. Uh, if you have a quick, instant way of doing it, uh, there will be many arhants even today. So it is not something that can be switched off because the current has been switched on for an unimaginable number of time, years in the past throughout our samsara journey. We have had that current on throughout. So switching off is something that you have to make an effort and do. So how can you switch it off? That is how Lord Buddha was trying to explain. Lord Buddha explained that that and said that only you have to find out how this current is formed. When you know that the method that the current is formed, then only it will start being switched off. Sorry about the disturbance. So, uh, Nirvana is something that you can experience then and there in each and every thought. If you do not have a fire in that particular thought, there's no self. In other words, there's no current in that. There are so many instances where we experience Nirvana in the day to day life. This fact actually we didn't understand until our noble friend R.N. Hanse explains that. Now we know that we are actually sitting on the nirvana and we are trying to find out where the nirvana is. And we felt that it is something like on the top of a hill, a mountain, where climbing is extremely difficult. Those are actually one of the great misconceptions, great illusions that we had. And also, we felt that there should be the birth of another Lord Buddha to tell the truth to the world. But we are still in the era of Gautama Buddha teaching. So we still have this true Buddha teaching with us. There's no need to wait for another Lord Buddha. And also, we don't know where we will be in this samsara journey because it is so unpredictable. You have got the chance. You have got this golden opportunity because you have no idea about what is going to happen. So, depending on the current in your last mind, the Chutisita, as explained by Lord Buddha, depending on the current, that current will be synchronized to a suitable place. A similar current. It will be synchronized to a similar current. So then can you predict anything about your future? You can't. So make use of the time that you have got. The Chutisita, if the Chutisita has a particular current, level of current, depending on that level, the restructuring of this current will occur somewhere. It may be even at a lower realm, it may be at a higher realm. And even if it is at a higher realm, there's no guarantee that it will continue to be in the higher realm thereafter also. We are, as living beings, going up and down in these 31 realms, which are all levels of different levels of currents in the mind. And you have no guarantee. Whatever the good things that you are doing throughout your life will come up in that last thought of the Chutisita. There's no guarantee at all. Because the behavior of this mind is so unpredictable. Something completely contrast, something really unexpected might come up as a thought at that time and create an unexpectedly high current. It may be a craving to see your children or your grandchildren. It may be a pain that you are experiencing with the physical illness. It may be something that you are really annoyed with your own physical body. It may be something that happened some time back about which that you regretted. Maybe somebody whom you don't like to see coming to see you in your deathbed. So these are the instances, these are the things that can happen to any living being where an unexpected power or current is created in this last thought, the last mind. You might remember the things that you couldn't do. You might remember about the time that you spent with your family with all kinds of love and affection. So that is a craving there. And even a simple thing where a nurse is trying to take some blood for some testing that causes some hurting, real pain. And there you get the dvesha or the anger coming up. So unless the current level is permanently decreased in a person who is in this Dhamma path, the, the rest of the people, there is no guarantee what is going to come up as an instant thought. So if you cannot guarantee like that, is there any point of relying on the good karmas, punyabhi sankara that you have been doing all your lifetime? You might say that I will try to remember the good things that I did. That again is another form of craving. That is why it is called punyabhi sankara. Punya means the merit, and sankara means something constructed. So punyabhi sankara is, in another way, prolongs your samsara journey. So that means doing the good things, doing meritorious things, doesn't mean that you have a guarantee. Doesn't mean that you have a guarantee about being born in a higher realm. So on the other hand, apunyabhi sankara means the bad things that has been done. Those are definitely going to extend your birth cycle, isn't it? Ananjabi sankara means simply you have no particular craving or attachment and no particular aversion, but you still feel that they are true. In other words, you feel that the world is true. So in other words, that is myself is also here. So all three constructs, so all the three types of sankhara extends your life cycle. So therefore, they are not going to definitely they are not going to uh, change your mm, change your possibility of being only be born in a higher realm. Even doing the punya sankhara, it might help, it may not help. So Lord Buddha did not encourage doing all only these things, that I have to say, not doing only these things. He didn't discourage, he didn't say no, but he said while doing that, you have to do the pratipada. That is your uh, practical aspect. You have to understand how these thoughts are formed. So, analyzing and trying to transcend these things is the most important thing, where you will be able to permanently lower your level of current. So, the level of current, if it is already low and there's no possibility of turning back to a higher level, that level is quite safe then. Then you know that even in the Chutisita or the last thought, the fluctuations are unlikely. With some unexpected events happening, the ups and downs of the current will not occur in a person whose mind has come to that uh, stream mental level. In other words, a person who is in the Sohan status will not be born in a lower realm again. So that assurance has been given by Lord Buddha. And Lord Buddha gave another beautiful metaphor. The defilements that you have to get rid, or the defilements that you have to clear, uh, is as small as a little pebble on your palm compared to a huge rock. He gave the word the Mahameru Parvatya, uh, which is supposed to be one of the huge rocks. So, for the present time, I suppose you can take even something like Himalaya mountain as the comparison, uh, and compare that with the tiny pebble on your palm. So, the amount of defilements that you are left with is equal to that little pebble in a person who has reached the Sohan status, or we call it stream enterer, where the thought of feeling the world as real is completely slashed off. So that means the thought called myself, the thought called rest of the world, the whole bunch of thoughts, the misconceptions are gone. But still, that person can get angry on certain things. Still, that person will have some uh, craving to certain things, but they will start dissolving only beyond this point. Until that time, you have no safety, there is no guarantee about your escape from this samsaric journey. So, it's the matter is only here understanding how this process is working, understanding that it is just a machine which is working, just a robot which is functioning, where some data is being added time to time. From the small age, data is being added. So, depending on the data, the outcome is changing, outcome is varying. So, you can't change that output, isn't it? The output cannot be changed depending on the data that has been given. So, that is no one's job, depending on the type of the data, the outcome will come. So that is the cause and effect phenomenon. Cause and effect phenomenon is a unique thing that Lord Buddha explained to the world, where the whole world was going behind the action and effect theory. Uh, in other words, the karma pala vade. That was the whole truth that the rest of the world knew until this cause and effect uh, system was explained by Lord Buddha. That is why he very clearly told the five disciples to whom that he disclosed this Dhamma for the first time. He said, listen to me. This is not something that we knew earlier. This is not something that we were practicing earlier. This is something unique, something different to what we knew. So that is why he explained it in this way, because it is something unique, something different from what you heard all this time, which is quite true. Because if it is only the karma pala or the action and effect uh, theories happening, we have so many examples in the past. One beautiful example is the Angulimala Thero. So he will never be able to escape without going through all kinds of karmic punishments in his life. So, still, in most of our Buddhist preachings, the main weight is given to this karmic effect or the action and effect phenomenon, uh, which is quite wrong actually. This is not the essence of Lord Buddha's teaching. This is a side way. This is what people knew for a long time. And it is not only, this is not the only mechanism that is happening. So, what we have to understand is that there are two paths. For a person in the mundane world who has no idea about these true Dhamma teachings, they will invariably go along that action and effect pathway. They believe about the karma. They put everything to the karmic effects. They count everything as a karmic effect. And they accept uh, whatever is happening as a part of the karma. So, in the same way, very unfortunately, most of the Buddha teachings, Buddha sermons that we hear today, relating this action and effect as the only path in the Buddhism. So then we are no different from the other religions. So this gem has been again found by Avaran Vahanse, the gem which was under the soil for a long time has been found out, and we know that we have a safer way. We have something which is predictable, uh, a definite pathway, rather than having that uncertainty with the action and effect pathway. Because the action and effect, we know that there is no guarantee about it. Uh, we know number of stories from the history where people who did so much of very high level meritorious work still had to be born in lower realms. So that time there were the Lord Buddha, or there were some arhants who had this power of seeing the birth, a previous birth, and the next birth of a person. We do not have such predictors now. So, but we have to learn a lesson from those things which are mentioned in the Buddhist history. We know that there is no guarantee with whatever the heaviness, whatever the seriousness of the meritorious work you did. All depends on the the power of the last thought. And the power of the last thought means even if you are born in a higher realm, there's no guarantee that you are going to have the permanent uh, experience there. You are going to finish that term and come back next time, maybe in a very low realm. So always it is ups and downs, ups and downs. You have to each birth, you have to work very hard to have a better result in the next birth. But still, there's no guarantee like that. So this is not what Lord Buddha was trying to emphasize. What Lord Buddha said was it is a cause and effect, provided that you understand the truth. If you haven't understood the truth of not having a permanent world, that the world is created in the mind as a thought, if you do not understand that, then you are being dragged along the action and effect pathway. But understanding this Dhamma and the fact that it is just created in the mind always. And in the mind also, there is no permanently lasting thoughts, and it is just a series of sensors which are functioning, taking turns. The eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin senses are functioning one after the other, and there is no self finally. So, these are the beautiful lessons that we can take from the Buddhist history. And also, now that we have got the opportunity of listening to the true Dhamma teachings and in the form of translations from the Sutra Deshana Sutras, which are original teachings of Lord Buddha, we can understand these facts more and more. The facts are becoming clearer to us. And more you hear, more you discuss the facts, it becomes more and more clearer. Like you're cleaning a dirty glass. Each layer of dirt that you are removing, the ability to see through becomes better. So the completely cleaned glass means you can see through the whole thing. You are seeing every event that is happening in your thought. Uh, it's like watching a film. You can see the ups and downs. You can feel, actually, not see. You can feel the ups and downs and the levels of the current. Right at the beginning, it may be just the uh, very crude ones, crude level angers, sadness, and cravings. The crude level of fires are recognized at the beginning, but later on, this power becomes less and less. Even the minor currents are recognized. In other words, the minor levels of self is also being recognized gradually, and that is where you experience more and more calmness in yourself, within yourself, the more and more stillness within yourself. Whatever is happening, surprisingly, there's no uproaring of the fire in the system. So you have this beautiful experience when you are alive. So the rest of the the life will be something like a tree, because Aran Mahasi gives this example, and Lord Buddha also has mentioned this in one of the sutras. Be like a tree. Tree will not have any reaction whether you uh, cut it, whether you damage the branches, whether you pluck all the fruits and take away, and whether you don't put any water or any fertilizer to the tree to grow. It has no reaction. the very next moment when there is a rainfall, the tree will grow again, give some fruits again to you. It will provide the shade to you. So, what Taranvahasi says is that be like a tree. The Arahant's nature is like being a tree. The whatever the services that has to be provided, whatever the help that can be provided will be provided, but nothing expected in return. And even if some form of uh, treatment or some support is given in return, that also doesn't cause any overwhelming happiness. Oh, this man helped me like that. So it's like also another example given in one of the sutras is that be like the water. We know that water is colorless, tasteless. It quenches the thirst. It flows from higher level to the lower level. That means the humbleness. It cools down the mind, the soul, the cooling down, the Dhamma cools down the mind. And it takes the shape of whatever the vessel that it is put in. So that means the self can get adjusted to any setup. Uh, and it cleans away, it can wash away. So it helps to clean up the thoughts and the minds. So these are the qualities of the Dhamma which can be applied to any setup. So Dhamma and uh, life are not two different things. They are the same uh, because for each and every moment you can apply the Dhamma facts. Actually, what is happening in day to day life are incidents only. Incidents means just the senses are functioning and giving some result. So they are incidents. But for that incident, if there is a current which is rising up, that is where the Dhamma can be applied. That is where you can see it from the Dhamma perspective. So, uh, as I said earlier, it's being explained in very simple manner. If you have a chance of listening to the Zoom discussions, which is of course done in Sinhalese medium, please do join because you can speak to our noble friend Aryan Mahasi directly if you have any doubts. If you are an English speaking person, friend, please join the discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Uh, so we can discuss the what matter there. Mm, it's not only the theory knowledge. What matters is how you feel. It's a feel that guides you in this Dhamma path. The thoughts are a bit complicated. Thoughts are the ones which create the current or the power, and that moves you away from the Dhamma path. So always Aranhase reminds about that. Go for the feel, identify your feel, and then try to follow the feel, which we didn't actually understand at the beginning. Now we know that the feel means something that you felt in your mind because we can't experience the feel of the other five senses now. Only feel that we can experience now is the mind self, the feel of the mind self, and the fields are always covered with some thought. Where the myself is there. So I felt angry, maybe one of the sentences that will be expressed. I felt sad and I wanted to have it. I really like that. Now, these are the ways that we are expressing that to any colleagues. But uh, what you are trying to explain is that the feel that you are having in the system as a mind sensor and how it is covered with the thoughts. So always you have to clear up the thoughts and then find the deeper feel. And Dhamma path means always directed by the feel of the system. And the very first step, as I mentioned earlier, is that getting rid of this incorrect uh, thought about the Dhamma. So there are many misconceptions that have to be cleared up, uh, for which there are many nuns throughout the country, and there are monks who are helping with these Dhamma sermons now. There are lay people who are doing the discussions, who have been uh, nurtured by our RNHC, noble friend, and he's correcting all of us whenever it is relevant, whenever it is needed. So whether the person who is discussing uh, is in robe or not is really material, because Lord Buddha also said that take the Dhamma message. The person who is seeing Dhamma will see me. That was a statement that Lord Buddha said. So even for the present time, of course, you have to be very careful when you are selecting a Dhamma teacher, because lots and lots of people who are doing the preachings are mushrooming now. So it's a bit difficult to find out who is correct, who is wrong. Uh, as people who have been listening to Dhamma for a long time from different people, we have some idea of a person who is doing the preaching, whether it is going along the true pathway or not. So all may not be able to do it because of the time duration that they have been listening to Dhamma. So more you listen to more people, you will be able to select the more correct one. So finding the correct one may not be easy, as you said. So in that case, better to get the opinion uh, from a friend, noble friend, Kalyana Mitra, who will be able to guide you. Because some of the sermons really look very attractive. But if they are taking you along the same pathway of the mundane world, there's no point of listening to that, isn't it? You can't see miracles in these Dhamma sermons. You can't see uh, rapid changes within a short period either. It will take some time, maybe longer time for one person and a shorter time for another person. It can vary from person to person. Anyway, there's no point of trying to rush, no point of trying to be in a hurry to achieve nirvana soon. A person might say that I may not last very long, I might die soon. Uh, I have to find the truth very soon. Remember that each and every fraction of second nirvana is experienced depending on the person's ability to understand. So that ability is something that you gradually acquire with time when you are listening to these Dhamma sermons over time. And also by asking RN Mahanse whenever you have a doubt. I have come to the end of my session. So I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship R.N. Mahase for his great uh, guidance. Tiruvasana R.N. Mahase. May all our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Tiruvasana.
May Triple Gym bless you all. We'll start the English Zoom discussion today. We all invite you to come and join the Zoom discussion as we normally do, just to bring out this nothingness or this truth in. We bring out that in singular language all the time, throughout the day, every day, and we're just trying our best to bring in that in a foreign language, just so that everyone else can benefit from this. So it's we talk about this truth which Lord Buddha has given to us, which we couldn't understand for a long time, but now we're actually kind of understanding. At least we may not understand the full thing, but at least part of it, where this is all about, and about the nothingness. So these days, Sri Lanka is having a very bad time with natural disaster, and this natural disaster has brought the whole country together as well. So beautiful to see how everyone is trying to help each other and trying to bring out the best out of the humanity. And we understand that it can be just a kind, like some kind of kindness, to give some food, to give some shelter, like give a shelter, give clothes, and if nothing, give a kind word, give a smile, give a hug, give you some reassurance that they all feel you. And you know that the Buddothpado is trying his hard to help everyone, and but the real value, he has tried to do this for the last 5 years to help the whole humanity, to everyone in the world who has the ability to hear this Dhamma, to change, to understand what Lord Buddha's message is, and to change, and to become the non-vibration. So that's the most precious thing that Lord Buddha said that we can do. He went on saying about, giving various kinds of classes, like animals. Then, he went on to say, and also he went on to say what is the best way to get people out of suffering. So temporarily also we can get out people out of suffering, but we can also help them to see suffering forever and not have this vibration, so that there will be no birth at all. Not in a can be told in different ways, but anyway, I invite you, all of you, to join us and start the discussion. I can see Suranka has joined in. Suranka, could you actually start the discussion by we can build up on this discussion. You can also, I mean, you can we can have a discussion. Is there anything you can add, Suramika? Yes.
Thirwan Sanai, Dr. Kokina, we pay a homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Thirwan Sanai, Dhamma friends. I think yes, just echoing what you said earlier about the crisis in Sri Lanka, but it is a crisis that brings people together. I mean, Sri Lankans are generally known for their great hospitality as well as kindness and compassion generally as a nation. But whenever trouble hits us or there is a crisis of this proportion, people go over and beyond. And I think, as R.M. Mahansa mentioned in the morning Zoom, it is in our innate, I think it's in our DNA that we have this, urge to just reach out and do as much as we can to people in need. And that is what we are seeing today and in the last few days, the various initiatives led by R.N. Mahansa that are currently in progress, including the humanitarian effort, the relief efforts that are being made right through the country, but being initiated from down south, taking all those relief supplies and various things to the people in need, particularly in the central province and various other affected areas. And that just goes to show how through this true Dhamma itself, even, people generally as a nation, we are united in helping people in time of need, but particularly through the true Dhamma as well. Just the fact that, everybody else's needs are the paramount need, because why the whole non-self aspect comes to the fore. When one understands the Dhamma, there is never the I or the self that becomes important, because one understands fundamentally that there is no such self, no such ego, and no such concept of a self or an I in the first place. So naturally, the need of the others, the want of the others, comes first and it is paramount in all sense of the word. So just turning back to the Dhamma, Dr. Kokila, something that did occur to me that maybe we can perhaps have a conversation. I hope Dr. Sakuntala also joins. Might be a good discussion. Just on the defilements, I thought I heard, I couldn't finish listening to your morning Zoom or the midnight Zoom, but I thought I heard, maybe it was today or yesterday, a mother asking you a question about the defilements. Isn't this path, when one has got a fair understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, what is actually the path, and how does one know one is on the path? Or I don't know whether it was that, but the defilements, because I think you talked about a catch-22 situation about how you can't think. I think I might have asked you the same question some time ago as well. How, there is these different stages of thoughts. One is the active thinking, and one is the almost auto-reflection kind of thinking when there is only something that you are feeling, a burning sensation, and feel as if you have got attached through either craving or aversion to a sense object. And then you can reflect at that point and feel the sense of that whole binding effect, the power and the vibration of self-perception dissipating. But then gradually, even that auto-reflection is also not required. And there is the sense of the defilements of aversion, ill will, etc., gradually dissipating. So in that stage of gradual dissipation, now we talk about the jnana meaning wisdom. I'm not sure that's a direct translation, but that's the only word we've got, I think, the wisdom. So the fading of the defilements is something that is sensed rather than that is sensed. What I mean is felt or sensed without actually being thought. So that I think I've heard Aaron once saying jnaneta jnaneta asu venawa, sorry. So meaning that it is sensed through the wisdom of the defilements fading. And that if that is the jnana, then that is not the thought, isn't it? So the catch-22, could you explain that in the light of the fading of the defilements being sensed by wisdom?
Yeah, the beginning of the catch-22 is the initial stages, of course, where we try to keep thinking about Dhamma, and it actually helps a lot because each time we get a burning, we think, oh wow, this is where I'm actually having issues, then and you keep thinking about that, what has happened here, why it is becoming a real thing to me. Is that actually happening because it has been the fashion like that for a long time, and there's so much, we can go on thinking like that, and because we kind of we feel and we think. I think the best way to put that is that we feel this. In there, what we feel is actually the burning. So we feel the burning, and then we think about the burning, and then anyway, because of this, burning goes down, but still burning can happen here and there. And as soon as it happens, you might still, you still kind of go back to that and see, well, what happened there, and it will just automatically come. You don't have to sit down and think about it later. Like, you remember, we used to think like, 2-3 days later, what happened? Oh my God, what happened there? Why did I act like that? What was the reason for that? And that would be like 2-3 days later, but now it will automatically, the reflection will happen, but the reflection again is kind of a thought. We then come to the stage of one moment. We talk about for this one moment because initially, if someone has never heard Dhamma and has not felt the no-self Dhamma or the non-self perception, they will momentarily feel it, if in one stimulus, that if it is not a thing, the feel of self is not there. In that, there's no thinking. In that particular moment, there's no thinking. So then comes the next stage where now that system is fully aware that yes, there's no self. The continuity of self that we felt is actually not there when things are, not real. In a sense, when things are not felt as real, I would say. At the same time, you still feel them as real, but underneath, there's a massive change because the view that we have, that there is self, like that strong view, that there is self is broken. That is the most important thing that happens. But the defilements are still the same. Nothing has happened, but there's no way. Whatever the defilements you had until such time is similar, like still there, same way. But because the self view has broken or the right view has come, the defilements are not going to go worse hereafter. Not going to get worse. There's a lot to cease, kind of reduce, or the cessation. There's a lot to change still, because there is vibration here. We know that it is not going to get worse because the right view is there. There is no way that fuel is going to fuel that self view was the main power that gave so much additional power to keep thinking, this happened to me, I should kill him because he did something to me, I should destroy the whole thing because they are not listening to me, or something like that. There's no way that the person or a system would go into that direction, because they have felt definitely with Dhamma though, with after listening to Dhamma only this would happen, and you feel Dhamma in that particular moment, you definitely, it is going to affect you for the whole. It's an example how one experience can affect the whole system. So now the defilements, whatever we had, or what it means is whatever the vibration you have up to now, even as a human, because as a human also we have so much vibration, what we were born with, we end up being worse than that because of the self-view. But actually, because now self-view is broken, that doesn't happen. But still we have a kind of vibration to slowly cease and should go back to zero. You have felt it once, doesn't matter, but it has to slowly, gradually go to zero again. Because it just happened once doesn't mean that it has gone to zero. It just momentarily went to zero. So this is the area that we get into this situation where we keep, we feel that it is. So we kind of have like a meditative state because the self-view is broken. So any thought, power is not there, but like massive power that was there is not there, but still it is, even though that level is not there, still some kind of power is there. Once you start this kind of this stage, I mean, there's no stage, but this like a continuous process, but we can say stage, it's just an imagination again. When we talk about like this, we are turning into thought to say this. So when we talk about that stage, there is dwindling of the reduction of defilements. That's actually the beginning of a reduction where you can understand the whole thing about that these things that we have taken for granted, the lands, money, gold, family, the how much value we give, that value starts to slowly go down because we keep on understanding that it's just a thought. But then we also keep understanding something else, that thoughts, this dream, the dream is also ongoing. Still, the dream has the power because the dream is ongoing. But we keep understanding that dream actually is not true. The main problem there is because of that, we feel gradual reduction of your power. We feel it, but the catch is there. We try to think about it because that's what we all know. That is where the catch is, I think, because we are humans. Our main ability is to think. That's the most powerful tool we have. It's okay, and still it is, even for a person who has no, like, zero power of this self vibration, still has the ability to think, and it is the biggest tool or the biggest change from other species. So this thinking, we have the habit of thinking everything, and the reduction of this power, we try to think about it initially. We try to put that into a measuring cup and say, try to measure it, because that happens because we are so eager to understand how much is gone, how much is there. We try to think about it. That's kind of catch we get into. Still, it goes on until a noble friend will actually try to tell you, well, you know that there is no self, then why are you know that the thoughts are not true, then why are you actually thinking in this way? Why are you trying to think and get rid of your defilements? Or otherwise, in another way, why are you thinking about the reduction of the defilements? So there is the catch, I think, there are so many catches, I think, but this is one of them, where we feel, we also think. Definitely we feel, everyone feels, it's just thoughts are covering that. And this is the struggle is initially, because we keep thinking about the change. We keep thinking about the feel. As soon as we feel that, someone says, yeah, I didn't feel anything. If someone says it had no effect even now, it is nothing, we usually, we won't even remember it, do we? If we pass about 1,000 cars while we are driving, we won't remember. So what happens is, even though we keep doing this mistake, you can't really even call it a mistake. That's our habit. We like to think about these things. What is happening to me? What is happening to, in the sense, even though we don't have the idea, we like to think about what we feel. Feel and then think. We'll feel, we think, we feel, we think, we feel, we think. That's how it is. But with time, we understand we come into several stages. We come into the stage where we keep understanding, feel these thoughts, this dream is not true. I think the noble friend is the main factor here. I think if you are keen enough, you will hear this message. If you are not keen, you will not hear this message. If you remember, I don't know whether this is a matching example. The person who helped Lord Buddha most, I mean, the rich person who made the Jetvanarama and all that, he felt this initially, and he went on telling, doing the stuff. But then there's nothing documented about that person changing. But then later he talked to Venerable Saryu, asking, why didn't you tell me these things before? And then unable to sit down, he asked, why didn't you tell me these things before? And the best answer I could think of is, he didn't hear it before. And no way you go to Jetavanaram every day and you just associate with them. You don't hear this beautiful Dhamma. You hear it, you don't actually hear it.
It's true.
Yeah, and Vishaka, same thing. She went. She was there all throughout, but she didn't hear that. And then Anapanasatma asked, why didn't you tell me this before? And then, but anyway, nothing happened. And nothing happens here because they are not ready at that particular moment. That's why they can't hear. Or either they don't hear because they are so preoccupied. So someone has to actually pay attention also, but that paying attention part will never happen just by forcefully. You can't really make a horse to drink water. You can show the water, you can try to push the body and touch the mouth to the water. Horse might decide, well, he might even kick you, can you leave me alone? Like that. And so horse may not drink water. Horse may drink or may not drink. So it's according to feel again, because whatever explained may not be felt. Someone, in the other hand, may feel it immediately. Just imagine Venerable Saryu, before becoming Venerable Saryu, he just heard one line and he just understood in a different way. That means he has been thinking about this for a long time. And imagine Bahir, who came a long way to ask Lord Buddha something. He didn't even ask a question. He said, tell me something. He didn't even know what to ask. And Lord Buddha, because he's Lord Buddha, of course, he said the exact thing that he would hear. And he heard the whole Dhamma in 4 sentences. And there you go. He felt it then and there. He's the most, like the fastest, the story we have, to understand this Dhamma and to feel it fully into the level of an Arahant immediately. So, see, this is quite difficult for us to understand, but in a way, it is very easy to understand how people feel differently and how people feel, how people would not feel in that sense. Because just if you know, like Aranhasi says this all the time, how Lord Buddha felt so many different stuff even before becoming Lord Buddha. He felt the life has so much more deeper meanings than having a baby, having a wife, and having a whole world at his feet. He didn't feel that, but he felt that there's something more, and to help the whole world, in the sense not only humans, whole world, to see suffering, because he saw some kind of suffering, and it is a field too. So this problem, not the problem actually, the fight between the feel and the thoughts is there all the time, because the feel is masked, or kind of masked, by the thoughts. Because as soon as you try to think about it, get thinking, actually you can think in different ways. You know, you feel something, you think something. So this is just like a rough example. You know, sometimes you feel that this is not the right thing. Just an example. This is nothing to do with Dhamma. I'm just telling. You feel that this is not the right thing to do, but still, then you think about it and then rationalize it in such a way that you do it, and later you understand, yes, it is not the thing to do. It is still not the thing to do. But then you still keep doing these things because mind says otherwise, because mind has so many reasoning, so many rationalization, so many plans, so many things, so many values, so many stuff that actual feel might be different. But this is just a different example, because there the intuition is actually described in a different way. It is not the Dhamma way, because only in Dhamma that we talk about this prajna or wisdom, and only in Dhamma we talk about super awareness of kind of being aware about no self. So it is a bit tricky to discuss these things with the words we have, because I don't know what to say about wisdom, because wisdom is already taken, so it's very difficult to tell anything. But anyway, whatever said and done, what you feel is that there's no self, in the sense, no, this power, dwindling of this power, after knowing that there's no, after feeling that there's no self, this keep happening, and you might feel it again, that there's no self, but then in that particular moment, the vibration you had before is much less. And so it is, I don't know, did I try bits, Ranika? I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Koke, I think that was a really good explanation. And you're right about so many things on so many counts. One is the fact that you said we feel, then we think, we feel, then we think, we feel, then we think, because that is so purely out of habit, isn't it? Because the default position is we think, right? From the point, apart from the infancy days, right? From the, if you think about nursery, is the key point of learning, the milestone, and think about a person who is 30, 40, 50 years of age. That means like 99% of that person's life, that person has been thinking, right? So that is why obviously it is the default position. And there is no room unless, as you say, the point of moment of that non-self moment has arisen at least once, to even have the realization, just like the fish doesn't have a realization that there is a world outside the water, to get the realization that there is something actually without being in the mind, isn't it? And one won't get that aha moment unless that experience, even in a fraction of a second, has actually happened. But even so, I mean, however rare that is, and it is so rare, even after that, there is still
Habit is the same, yeah.
it is it's just incredible, isn't it, how warped and contorted, and the ignorance is at such a massive, it has, almost taken over this whole psyche, the entire process. I mean, it is a process, but it is still dominated by this sense of, from that zygote and self vibration level, almost programmed to the point of being in the default mind status, isn't it? So
Yes, 100%. That's well said.
which is why you said that it is so important for the spiritual, the noble teacher's guidance right through along the way for that follower.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, that's well said. That is the thing. That is the thing. Because someone might think, what happened to Vishaka? What happened to Anepinusutuma? What happened to them? And Lord Buddha didn't actually give them as an example. He gave, I think, Nanda Matava and I can't remember. There was another person. But Lord Buddha actually, for people who actually was trying to understand while in not coming to the actual all this under him, like under Lord Buddha, everyone came to him, but even without coming to him, there were instances where people understood into the level of like the non-returner. So that's what he said. But even that, I mean, even that, he used to tell Venerable Saryut, when he was talking once, why did you stop there? Why did you stop there? You could have taken that person directly to the end. But this can happen anywhere, in the sense, that's where, I mean, this is again catches everywhere, like if someone keep understanding Dhamma and has no experience, again, that's another catch, because the Dhamma very well, you know it by heart sometimes, but still there's no room for you to feel it, even for that momentary thing. That's a catch too. I mean, there's such a thing, because in that way also you keep thinking in to the strong level that even one stimulus, you won't feel that vibration and the non-vibration, because you have to feel the vibration and the non-vibration both. And then it's a bit of a catch, because this is all the thickness of your mind, or in the sense thickness of your the thought, in the sense the power of your thought should be very low, even to for someone to momentarily pierce it. And even that doesn't happen if it is very strong. So that's where some people have the problem when the self view is very strong. Aranwansi says this in different formats. You never know. He says it in different ways, different tones, different angles, different people hear it from different ways. For someone he might shout, someone he might say very lovingly, he might say, Amma, you can understand this now, calm down, go and make some tea and just calm down, that's fine, you have understood this enough. He might say that. For someone else, he might shout. Like he might say, when are you going to do this? Something like that. And he might even shout to the level that that other person might be momentarily depressed, like kind of, oh my God. And none of these Dhamma facts are actually worthful for me because I can't even understand this. Even though I understand everything, still I don't understand this. So he or she might give up momentarily so that the thickness of that, Dhamma mind will be less. So it's so, can't even describe in one pattern, why. That's why there's 84,000 ways of Lord Buddha saying this,
Yeah.
because it's so different. Everyone is caught up somewhere, and after Lord Buddha feels that, oh yeah, they have become the non-vibration. He doesn't go to explain it further. And we know that, but actually Venerable Sariyut went on telling things to people who have already become non-vibration, because the feeling is not as strong as Lord Buddha. But these things can't be that much explained because the field has so much unlimited extensions. Non-vibration has unlimited extension, and the feel in that can be unlimited in Lord Buddha. Actually, it is said that it is unlimited. But all the other venerables had different levels of feelings. Even though they are all non-vibration state is same. So yeah, that's the thing. So we can't compare one state to another because the feel can be different too. So if we say what Aran Hanse feels is similar to the thing we feel, and it can be a joke actually. Sometimes it can be a joke because no way that someone can feel the same thing as another. No way. But the non-vibration, that is same. There's no difference in the non-vibration status, because non-vibration status is just Buddha status or just non-vibration. There's no one, like different non-vibrations to everyone. Non-vibration status is the same. So isn't this so beautiful? I don't know. The more you dive through it, it becomes so vast. And but the problem is, if you start thinking about it, you might actually drown. That's the other catch. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's the other catch, isn't it?
Actually that wisdom part, I remember Aran Mahansa was explaining recently, and I think I kind of get it, but then I didn't want to, as you quite rightly said, didn't want to overthink it, because it's not something that should be thought. It needs to be felt at a point that it can be felt, because it's not something, there is no doing here. So as I think he was explaining to Asanti, the prajna or the wisdom, as you also said, Dr. Kokila, the non-vibration is the same. There is no difference between one and the other, even the arahats. But the level of prajna, the wisdom, is the thing that Aran Mahansa was saying leads to the abhiññāñāna, the profound experiential knowledge, and that differs relative to the level of wisdom, isn't it?
It's not even level of wisdom, because wisdom was very or
Oh, Is,
prajna was
is
very
wisdom
high.
prajna? I don't know whether prajna is
Yeah,
wisdom, but I was referring to, sorry, prajna. Yeah.
yeah. The prajna was kind of highest in Venerable Sariyut, but the field was high
Oh,
in
yeah, the
Venerable
feel was
Moggallana.
different, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
so that's the thing. So
So
it's
it's not
really,
the prajna, it's the feel, isn't it, that makes it? Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So the feel can be different, but and even the wisdom can be different. So that's what I'm saying. So the extent you talk has that's not the main point. What Aranwansi is trying to say is the more you get to feel things, you will get more understanding about everything. But still, you have to remember, main factor here is not to feel everyone, not to feel everything, but to master the non-self vibration, in the sense to surface it, because it is there already. Self vibration is
Yeah.
the one we vibrate all the time, like we synchronize to that all the time, but at least to surface the non-vibration is the thing, because we don't talk about all the because recently Aranwansi was talking about Venerable was it Hardship? I can't remember.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Gokula. තෙරුවන් සරණයි all Dhamma friends.
Theruvan Saranai.
There is this whole Dhamma discussion going on. So I can show it opening
Yes,
the
please.
video.
Yes, please. Yes,
Is
please.
it okay?
Yes, please.
Or are you in a discussion already?
No. It's okay. You can. Are you going to start the program?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
You can start it.
Okay, okay.
එතකොට දැන් සක්කාය දිට්ඨිය බුදුදාසන හැබැයි සක්කාය දිට්ඨිය අරහත් ඒකට හේතුව අර සිතුවිල්ල තියෙන මායිම තමයි ඔය සක්කාය දිට්ඨිය මායිම. දෘෂ්ටියෙන් විඳලා සිතුවිල්ල ඇත්ත දකිනවා සම්මා දිට්ඨිය. පටිසෝතේ අනුසෝතේ යනවා කියන්නේ සම්මා දිට්ඨිය. ඒක දැනුම් ගන්නවා මේ ලෝකෙත් ඇත්ත නෙමෙයි මේ සිතුවිලි මෙතන එහෙම කෙනෙකුත් නැහැ. ඉන්නවනේ දැන් බලන්න. දැන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ තමයි ඔය කැත්ත. කෙනෙක් මේ තමයි. ඒකට දැනෙනවා. නොමින්නේ. දැන් පස්සේ තියෙන්නේ ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත කරගත්ත සත්‍යයෙන් කියනවා කියලා ගත්ත දෘෂ්ටිය සක්කාය දිට්ඨිය පයි. විචිකිච්ඡා නැහැ සැකන. ඒක තමයි තාම. එතකොට සිරපත පරාමාසන කියන්නේ යා පුච්චලේ මම මේකෙන් කරන්නේ නැහැ ඒක. ඒතර තමයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ. මම දවස ගානේ දිය වෙන එක බැරි එක. ඒක බුදුරජාණන්. ඒ කියන්නේ අර්ථ මාර්ගයේ කොයිතරම් බුද්ධ භාවයට පත් වෙනවා. බුද්ධ කියන්නේ බව අර්ථ වෙනවා. ඒක බව සංඥා. තියනවා කියන සංඥා. එහෙම එන්නේ. ඒක මේවට අර්ථ වෙන්නේ. හැබැයි ඔය ඉතින් නැතුව දිනට වැඩ කරනවා. මොකද ජීවිතයක් නෑ. ඕක තමයි එන්නේ. කින්න. එයාට දැනෙනවා එයාට මොනක්වත් කරන්න නැහැ. හැබැයි බලනකොට එයා හයියෙන් කතා කරනවා කියනවා. එයා වේගෙන් වැඩ කරනවා. කනගුණ වලට දැවිලක් දැනෙනවා. හැබැයි එයාට ඒනකොට එයා දන්නවා මම හිතුවේ නෑ. ඔක ටිකක් සියුම් තමයි. මම විඳිනවද නැද්ද කියලා. අපි දැවිල්ලක් මම විඳවද නැද්ද කියන එක වෙන කතාවක්. දැවිල්ල මම විඳවද කියන එක තමන්මයි දන්නේ. තමන්ටම ඒක සාධිතයි. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව වෙනස් කරනවා. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව දරුවන්ට මොනකම් බලනවා. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව දෙයක් කරනවා. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව මේ කටයුතු වෙනවා. ඒක තමයි ප්‍රතිපදාව අදින හතරක් තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට දැන් සිලපත පරාමර්ශ කියන්නේ මම කැමතිස්ස පරාමර්ශනය කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ පරාමර්ශනය කරනවා මාන්නය. අවර කියන මම යාට 500ක් දුන්නා. මම ගන්න දෙනවා. අන්න එයා යාට වැඩි ලොකු වෙන්නේ. අන්න එයාගේ අඳුම විචාරය වලම දිනවා. එයා නොදැනුම එයා වෙනවා මාන්නය. ඉස්සර. අවර කියනවා කවුද මම ඉතින් ඔය කෙනෙක්. එයා වගේද මට යකවා කියනවා. අර නොපෙනෙන සැඟවුණු මම ඉන්නවා. එතකොට එයා සිතුවිල්ලෙන් අර සෝතාපන්න තැනේදී මේක දක්නවා. අරහතටපත් වෙලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා එයා ඒක පරාමර්ශනේ එනකොට මෙයා ඒක කරන්නේ. ඒක කතා කරන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා සෝතාපන්නයි. එයා පරාමර්ශනේ කරන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි තාම වෙනවා රාත් වෙලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා එයාට පේනවා යාව වෙනවා. එහෙම වෙනකොට. ඒ පේනවා කියන තැන පේනවා පරාමර්ශය නොකරන. පේනකොට ඇති. මොකද අරහත් වේදින සම්පූර්ණ පරාමර්ශනේ සම්පූර්ණ ඊට පස්සේ ඒක දැනෙනවා. දැන් ඔය එකම දේ තමයි වෙන්නේ. සකදාගාමී කියන්නේ මේ අපි කියන්නේ ආස්වාක්ෂය ඥානය කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ සම්මාගේ භාවය ටික ටික අඩු වෙනවා. දැන් මේක තමයි බුද්ධ වන්දනා කියන්නේ. ඒක සෝවාන් කණේ ඉඳලා සම්මා දිට්ඨියේ ඉඳලා මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටි කාර මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටි කාර බුද්ධ වන්දනා නැහැ. මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටි කාර බුද්ධ වන්දනා නැහැ. ඒකයි සෝතාපන්න ආරයන්වන්සේ ඒක සුත්තවත් ආර්ශාකය තමයි බෞද්ධ කෙනෙක්. අසුතත් පුතඥ කෙනෙක් බෞද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක අපිට කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. තරක නැහැ. මේ බුදු බෞද්ධ නෙවෙයි. බව භවයක් විශ්කරන බෞද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එයා මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටිකයි කිසි. සුතවත් පුතඥයි සුතවත් ආර්ශාවක අතර වෙනස කරගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට දැන් සුතවත් ආර්ශාවක මේ එයාගේ මමියා දවස ගන්න ඒකට සුත්තත් බල තියෙනවානේ. තියෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයාට මේ අසචාර තියෙනවා. නැත්තම් සුත්තත් ආසන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේකේ විචිකිච්ඡා නැහැ කියන්නේ එයා දන්නවා හොඳටම මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැති බව. එහෙමනම් එයාගේ මම ඒකට යාට ඇතුලෙන් වැඩ කරන සිස්ටම් එකකින් අර ඉන්ද්‍රිය ධර්ම වැඩෙනවා. ඉන්ද්‍රිය ධර්ම වැඩෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මම නැතිව මිනිස් ටික ටික මම දිනන ඕක ආසක්ෂ ඥානෙ. ආශ්‍ර කෙලෙස් වෙනවා දැනෙන්නේ ඥානෙ ගන්න. ඒක නෝනටස් වෙන්නේ. ඒ නෝන ගැන කොට කතා කරලා තියෙනවා. කියනවා ඉන්නේ. ඒතර දෙයක් තියනවා නම් ඒකට තියෙන සීය. අය වෙන දෙයක් නැති බව නෝනට ආස වෙන්නේ. අන්නේ. නෝනින් දක්වනවා. ඥාන හොති ඥාන සමන්නාග. එතකොට එතකොටම දැන් තේරෙනවා සකදාගාමී වෙනවා කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා. එතකොට සකදාගාමී වෙනවා කියන්නේ අර මමයා ටික ටික දියගෙන තැන. අන්න සකදාගාමී. දැන් සකදාගාමී තමයි දුරගන්න. සකදාගාමී මාර්ගයේ මෙහිමයි සකදාගාමී වෙන්නේ කියලා එයා දැනගන්න. ඵලසිත එයාට දැනෙනවා. දැන් හරි වැඩේ කියලා. ඊගස් සකදාගාමී කියන පොණවත් විහෙර සම්පෝති පරයන්නේ සෝතාපන්න කෙනාට. තේරෙනවනේ සෝවාන් සකදාගාමී කියනකොට. ඒ වුණා ආයේ කතන්දර නැහැ. සැක නැහැ. විචිකිච්ඡා නැහැ. කොහොමද එයා ඔබතුමා දැනගන්න මම සකදාගාමී. එයා කාගේවත් අහන්නේ කරන්නේ. අහනවා කියන්නේම නැහැ කියන එකයි. ඒක සැකයි. ඒකම සෝවන්නත් නැහැ. ඒකත් සැකයි. විසිකිච්ඡාව තියාගෙන ඕන මොකක්වත් කරන්න බෑ කියලා තමයි එක වචනේ කිව්වා. කොහොම එතන ඉවරයි කතාව. එතකොට යාට ආයු සිද්ධ වෙනවා දර්ශනයම. ඇයි? යාට දැනගත්ත සුත්තමේ ඥානිකව යටවත් වෙනවා. එහෙම ඉතින් සැක තේරෙන්නේ විචිකිච්ඡා ඒ කියන්නේ කිව්වොත් දිට්ඨිංච අනුපග සම්මා දිට්ඨියට එනවා විචිකිච්ඡා සැක තේරෙන්න බෑ. දිට්ඨිංච අනුපගම්ම සීල ඒ අනුගිය අර සීලෙන් තමයි මෙතන එයාට කෙනෙක් නැති බව ඒක දැනෙනකොට අවුතුන්නේ රකින්න සීල නෙමෙයි තියෙන්නේ. රකින්න සීල. ඒද කොහේ යාක දෙයක් කරනකොට මට දැනෙනවා. ඉස්සරහට ඊට පස්සේ අතුලෙන් වැඩ කරන්නේ යුද්ධයක්. ඒක හැමතැනම වැඩ කරන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයාට පේනවා එයා. දැන් කලින් එක්කෙනා නෙමෙයි. දැන් හොඳටම එයාට බුද්ධ භාවයක් තියෙන හේතුව තමයි බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එකක් පිටිපස්සේ තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා ඒකට තමයි වන්දනා කරන්නේ. බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එකට. මොකද එයා දැන් මේ රයිට් ලියපු ටික මකා ගන්නකොට තමයි ඉන්නේ. ප්‍රාසරදිතේ කුංචි දරුවගේ නේ කියලා නෑ. හැබැයි ඊට පස්සේ ලියාගත්ත ටික නෙමෙයි මකා ගන්නවල දුක් විඳින්නේ. දැන් හැමතිස්සෙම බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක පිටිපස්සේ තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ රහතන් වහන්සේ. බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක රහතන් වහන්සේ. ඔව් ඒ ප්‍රාසරදිත දැන් අපිට නැති වෙලා තියෙනවා. මේක තිබුණා පුංචි දරුවා. මේක නැති වුණා. දැන් අපි අවබෝධය ඔක්කොම මේ දැනුම සේරම තියෙද්දි පුංචි දරුවට තිබුණේ නැහැ. කොහොමද? අපි ආයි බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක යන්නාද? එයා තියෙන ඔක්කොම ඩිලීට් කරන්නද? මේ පොඩ මකන්න අර ඇත්ත හොයන. ඇත්තෙන් විතරයි ඔක මකන්න පුළුවන්. යථා භූතම් පජාන. ඇත්තෙන් විතරයි ඇත්තටම මේක මකන්න බෑ කිසිම කරන්න. මේ දාන්නේ රහස තියෙන ට්‍රූත් එක. ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් කියනකොට මේක අපේ කවුද සුධර්මාන ට්‍රාන්ස්ලේට් කරනකොට බන්තිට වර්ධන තමයි මම දන්නවා. ඒක ඔයාලට කියන්නේ නැතුව හදන්න. බන්ති අහනවා who body is not me, mind is not me. නමුත් බන්ති ආව තිරණ තන් ටිකක් කියනවා. ඔය illusion මේවා ටික. The Buddha's word is everything here but no one is. Especially one is this. No any other. Uh, no any other. කිසිම ආගමක නැහැ. No any other religion. Religion is like this. Yes, that's why especially the Buddha's words, because Buddha's his Dhamma is not a religion. Because him, wow, who's telling this Dhamma? Buddha is telling other religions. Jatida, Nikanta, Brahmana is the Buddha's time. They are other religions. They are in outside this existent field. They are talking about everything is real. But Buddha is telling nothing in is real. Non-existence. Impermanent. That's it. Now, over the mind, then only අතරම බවතු බන්තය ආරණ සාර්ථක කරතයි බන්තට එක දැනෙනවා බන්තය අපි කවදාත් කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ මම වෙනයි බන්තේරයි කියලා කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ we are same together we are going one way we are spiritual we understand what is here it's okay that's different experience we have. Yeah, it's okay, no problem. But because we are in the position is same, nobody. So that's all. තමයි මොගේ අරකට අපිට තේරුණා ගන්න. එක එක්කෙනාගේ අත්දැකීම් අනුව වෙනස්. පැහැදිලි කරන විදිහ වෙනස්. ඒ වුණාට එකම දේ නම් මේකේ අදහස් කරා. එච්චරයි. ඒකට තරක කරන අවසරයක් අවසරය. දැන් මෙතනදී අර යථාභූතම් පජානාති කියන්නේ. ඒකයි සත්‍ය කාරණා. බුදුදහම සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නිවන් මාර්ගය දෙන්න. දිට්ඨිච අනුපගම සීලවා දස්සනෙන සම්පන්න. දස්සන සමන්නාගත වෙනවා. කවුරු හරි කෙනෙක් භාවනා කරනවා කිව්වත් මොනවද කරනවා කිව්වත් වැඩක් නැහැ. එකම තැනයි තියෙන්නේ. දස්සන සමන්නාගත. අපි කතා කරලා තියෙන එකට එහෙමනම් ඔත්වාදයට එනවාද? මේ ලෝකයක් නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ. එහෙනම් ඔබතුමාට එනවාද? මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැතිකම. එහෙනම් ඔබතුමා එක දැන් අත්දකිනවා. කොයිතරම් දුරට ඔබතුමාට දැක්ස වෙලා තියෙනවා. සාදු. නියතමානීව හරි කවුරු හරි කියනවා නම් ඔව් මට ඒක දැනෙනවා. මම දකිනවා මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැති බව, ලෝකයක්වත් නොවන බව, මේ අපේ සිතුවිලි බව, ඒකක්වත් නෙමෙයි කියලා. නමුත් මං තාම ඒ මගේ ඉන්නේ. මට තාම තියෙනවා මට ඒක දැනෙනවා. ඒක නියතයි. එයා හරි. එයත් එක තර්ක කරන්න යන්න එපා. කවදාවත් අපේ තර්ක කරන්න යන්න එපා. එතන තියෙනවා බුද්ධ ගෞරවය. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා ඉන්න කෙරවල හරි කියන එකයි. කෙනෙක් දෙයක් නෑ. ඒක ධම්ම ගෞරවය කියන්නේ එයා මේ ධර්මයේ ඒ කියන්නේ එයා මෙනෙහි කරන ඒ කියන්නේ ආකාරය. එයාට ඒ ධර්මයේ එයාට දැනෙන ඒවා, එයා ඒක ගලපන ආකාරය, එදිනෙදා අත්දැකීම් එක්ක එයා එක්කලා මට මෙහෙම දෙයක් කරනවා. බලන්න ඇත්තටම මට දැනෙන අපරාධ කරන මම වැඩ කරා කියලා තියෙනවා. එතන තියෙන ධර්ම ගෞරවය. ඒ කියන්නේ ධර්මයේ මතුවලා තියෙනවා. එයා ධම්මාංශය. එයා යාළුවෝ නිවන් දකිනවා. මොකද එයා සම්මාදිට්ඨිය ඉන්නේ. නැත්නම් ඔක ගලපන්න බෑ. එයා අනිවාර්යෙන් නිවන් දකිනවා. දැන් අපිට තර්කනේ අපි සෝවාන්ද නැද්ද අනාගාමීද ඒවා අපි ගාව නෑ. ඒක හේතුව මේකයි. අවසානයේ මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැහැ නේද? දෙයක් නැහැ නේද? දෙයක් කියලා ගත්ත ගින්න නේද ආත්මය කියන්නේ. ඒ ගින්න නේද මේක නැති වෙන්නේ. ඒ සාමාන්‍ය ඉඳලා හැමදේම එහෙමමයි නේද? අර ඇතුලේ තියෙන ගින්න නේද නැති වෙන්නේ. අපිට දැනෙන මොනවා දෙයකට පිච්චෙන ස්වභාවයක් තිබුණා නම් ඒක නේද නැති වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. පිටපු විදිහම නේද ඉන්නේ. එහෙනම් ඇත්තටම ගින්න නැතුණා ඔක්කොම එකයි. ලස්සනයි. ඒතර අවසානයේ කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. කෙනා ඉන්නවනම් යන්තාව ගින්න තියෙනවා. ඒකෙන් පල නැහැ කියලා කියනවා. පල ලබන කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. ආරි දිවි කෙනෙක් නෑ. මුගලන් හාමුදුරුවන්ට මුගලන් හාමුදුරුවෝ නෑ කියන මිනිස්සු. ඒ පුතක් නේ මිනිස්සු කියන මුගලන් හාමුදුරුවෝ ගහනවා. ගහන දෙයක්. අපිට ගෙන ඒ නැති අර ජීවිතය අර නිවන් පාට ශරීරය. එහෙමද? ඒතර අපි දැනගන්න ඕනේ නුවණ දුන්නේ. මේ දුරෙන් අසු කරන්නේ. සේවනාච බාලානම් පණ්ඩිතානම් පොසේ. හොඳට ධම්මපදේ ගාතක් දාන්න. ඒක නිසා හරිස්සමින් ඇසු. නොගැටි නොඇලී වාසය කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් කවුරු හරි එන්න කිව්වා ඔයාට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ අපේ ආරයන් වහන්සේ කියන්නේ නීමනේ. ඒක වගේ ගොඩෙක් මම දැකලා නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ මං ගාව තවත් ඒකනේ ඔයා කියන එක හරිනේ මෙයා දැන් මට අගය කරන එක්කලා නම් මං කියනවා. මෙයා මේ මුන් කතාවනේ කියන්නේ. මේ මනුස්සය කියන කොට අහගෙන ඉන්න එපා හරියට. ඇයි දන්නවද? ඒ මනුස්සයට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ මෙයා තාම ලෝකේ ඇත්ත වෙනවා. මෙයාට ඒක ටික ටික එන්නේ නැති වෙන්නේ. අර බලන්න හතර. මේක ඇත්තටම මනුස්සයස. අපි ධර්මය මෙහෙම අරගෙන අනිත් පැයට අපහාස කරනවා. අපි ධර්ම දකින්නවා නම් කෙනෙක් නැහැ. ඒතර එයාගේ අසන්නකම වෙනන් දැනෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙනම් අපිට කරුණාවක් නෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙනම් මෛත්‍රී සිතක් නෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙනම් අපිට ඒකලා සංවේගයක් තමයි එන්නේ. ඒකට කියනවා ධර්ම සංවේගය කියලා. මොකද අපිට කියන්න බෑ. දැන් කෙනෙක් මල් පුරුදු කරනවා. ගාත කියනවා. අපි දැන් ඕක බොරු කියනවාද? ඔය වැරදි කියනවාද? නෑ අපිට අපිට ඒකෙන් හිතියන්නේ කියලා මතක් වෙනවා. අපි පුංචි කාලේ පහු කරලා ලොකු වුණාට අපි පුංචි කාලේ හිටියා නේද? පොඩි ළමයි සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. අපි පොඩි ළමයි සෙල්ලම්. ඒක දැක්කම අර පුංචි ළමයි එක්ක අම්මා කෙනෙක් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා වගේ සෙල්ලම් කරලා කියලා. බුදුන් වහන්සේ කිව්වේ නිසා නේද? හරි සුන්දර ධර්ම අවබෝධ කරගන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ තමන් ඇතුණාට පස්සේ මේක කොච්චර සුන්දරද කියනවා නම් මේක මෙතනින් නැගී කීදේව දැනවත් ගන්නෑ. හැබැයි මේ කතාව කියන්න ඕනේ. තමන්ගේ ජීවිතේ නැතිවට යට තියෙන කෙනෙක්. මේක කීදේක දැනවත් කියන්න මම දන්නේ. මේ ආරණ්‍යත පාන්නේ. ඒකට හේතුව මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැතුව දැක්කට පස්සේ තවත් කෙනෙක් රකින්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. මේ නිසා තමයි අපි හොඳටම දන්න ඔය අධ්‍යක්ෂක නිසා උපස්ථායකයෙක් දෙන්නේ. විශේෂයෙන්ම උපාධ්‍ය භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාට. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කියන්නේ උපසම්පදා භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත වෙලා නැති නිසා. ඒ ලෝකෙට තමයි ඇත්තයි. එයා ඒ කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම උපසම්පදා භික්ෂුව කියන්නේ අපි දකින්නේ උපාදානයේ නිදර්ශන වෙන්නේ. අර ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත වෙන්නේ. එනට යත් නැහැ. අර්ථම එයා දන්නවා. ඒ මග යනවා. උපසම්පදා වෙන්න ආධ්‍යාත්මික උපසම්පදා තියෙන එක වෙන්න බෑ. පොතක් කියවන්න. ආදාදේ වාක්‍යයක් කියලා අද අවද මේ කාර්යයක් කරගෙන අනිත් අන්තිම සුද්ධාලය. අවදාවත උපසම්පදාස්මේ ඒක අපි කරගෙන එකක් නෙමෙයි. සීලේ පටිච්චය නරෝසපන්නේ කියලා කියන්නේ. අත්‍තරම කිව්වොත් දස්සන පහතබ්බා සංවරා පහතබ්බා කියන්නේ දර්ශනයෙන් සංවර වෙනවා. ඒක කවදාවත් නීතියක් නෙමෙයි. ඒක පොතක තියෙන වාක්‍යයක් කියවන එකක් නෙමෙයි. ඒක අවබෝධය නෙමෙයි. අවබෝධය කියන්නේ කන්දාලිය දෙයක් නෑ වගේ අවබෝධය වෙනවා. එතකොට එයා ඇත්තටම සෝතාපන්න වෙනවා. උපසම්පදා සීලයේ පරිවාරයේ ඒ වික්ෂුභාංකයේ උපසම්පදා දෙන්නේ නිසා දැකලත් නෙමෙයි. ගිහිල්ලත් නැහැ. පණිවිඩයක් හරිනවා පණිවිඩ කරුවෙක්ගේ සුරුදරම් මොන වාක්‍යයක්වත් කියන්නේ. ඒ කොහොමද? බුදුනාසිත දැනෙනවා ඒ කෙනාගේ ස්වභාවය බුදුනාසිය හඳුනනවා. මොකද දැන් අපිට කියනවා කවුරු හරි අහවල්කනා මෙහෙමයි කියලා. අපිට යා මොන ගිහිලා තියෙනවා ඊට කලින්. ඒක අපිට මතක් වෙනවා ඇත්තටම තමයි. මොකද ඒ අද්දේශය නේද? ඊට පස්සේ අපිට දැනෙනවා එයා දැන් ගොඩක් ඇත්තටම දෙවෙන්නේ. එතකොටත් එයා හිතුවේ එතන කියලා ගන්නවා. එතකොට කවුරු හරි ඒවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් බැලුවොත් එහෙම අද අපි කතා බහ කරනවා. අපි හැමෝගෙම දන්නවනේ. අපි දන්නවා මේ වංගි සාමුද්‍රෝද. වේද පුස්තකයන්වල වගේ කවුරු කියන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ මොකද අපි දන්නවා ඒ කෙනෙකුගේ විදිහ මේකයි කියලා. ඒක කවුරු හරි කෙනෙක් ආරංශයක් දැනගත්තොත් ඒක කියයි. ඔව් ආරංශයේ මෙහෙමයි කියලා. එතකොට බුදුන් වහන්සේ ඒ වගේ දැනනවා නේද? එදා බුදු සමයේ මොකද මේක දැනෙන්නේ නැත්නම් එතනම ඒ වෙන දිවිසභා කියන බෑ. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම කියනවා ඒක කරන්න. හැමෝටම කියන්නේ. එනිසිස් කරගන්න. දැන් බුදුන් වහන්සේ ආරංචි ලැබෙනවා. එක එක්කෙනාගේ කාලයක් තිස්සේ ලැබෙන ආරංචි. සමහරට මොන වෙන අවස්ථාවක අපිට තේරෙනවා. ඒ අනුව තමයි සිරු කරගන්නේ. අතර මේක පොතක තියෙන වාක්‍යයක් නෙමෙයි. අපි අද හැම එකම පොතක ලියාගෙන පොතෙන් තමයි කරන්නේ. නමුත් මේක අපේ අධ්‍යාත්මයෙන් වුණොත් කවදාවත් සිවුරෙන් එයාට සිවුරෙන් බෑ කාටවත්. කාට හරි පුළුවන් දෙයක් සිවුර ගලවන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ ගතින් පැවිදිවීමද හිතින් පැවිදිවීමද. ඒකනේ. කොහොමද සෝතාපන්න කෙනෙක් කොහොමද නැති කරන්නේ? නැති කරලා කොහෙන්ද කියනවා. නැති කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඇයි අභ්‍යන්තර පරිවර්තනයක් නැති කරන්නේ? දැන් මේ ලෝකයේ ඇත්තක් නෙවෙයි කන්නාඩියේ බුදු නැහැ කියලා දැනගත්තට පස්සේ කවුරු හරි අපිට ඇවිල්ලා කියනවා. ඒ කන්නාඩි නෙවෙයි තියෙන කන්නාඩිත් තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ පුරෝ කියලා අපිට කියන්නේ ඉතින්. ඒ අපිට බුදු සමය සූත්‍රයක් වෙනවා ආයිමත් ඇවිල්ලා මාර්යා විදේශ අරගෙන ඇවිල්ලා අර කෙනාට කියනවලු නෑ නෑ කියපු බණ වැරදි. මේක තමයි හරි කියන්නේ. නෑ නෑ මම පිළිගන්න මට තේරුණා ඒක. අනේ වගේ. ඒක තමයි අචල සත්‍තාව. සද්ධාව කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම මේ සත්‍ය දැක්කට පස්සේ ඇති වෙනවා. ඒ සත්‍ය කෙරෙහි ඇති වෙනවා. සත්‍ය තුලින් ඇති වෙනවා. සත්‍යට අවදි වෙන ස්වභාවය. ඒක අචල. ඒක වෙනස් කරන්නේ නෑ. අතර මේ ඔක්කොම වචන ගොඩක් විතරයි. මේ ඔක්කොම තියෙන්නේ මේ ලෝකයේ යාට කොයිතරම් ඇත්ත වෙලාද. බුද්ධ වන්දනාව සම්පූර්ණ දෙයෙන් තමන්ට අඳින්න. ඒක හරියට හොඳට අධ්‍යයනය කළා කියනවා. ඔය තේරුම් වන්දනාව සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම තමන් දවස ගණන් දිය වෙනවා දැක්ක. පුදුම චිත්තක් වේගයක් වෙනවා බුද්ධ වන්දනාව. ඇයි මම නැති වෙනවද දැනෙනවා. ඉස්සරහින් එහෙම එකක් දැනෙනවනේ. ඒකට වදින්නේ තමන් බුද්ධ භාවයේ තමන්ට දැනෙනවා. ටික ටික වැඩි වෙනවා. මේ බුදුන් නේ වදින්නේ. ඒ බුදුන් ජීවමානයි කියන්නේ ඒකත් තියෙනවා මම කරනවා මාත් ඉන්නවා මම මැරෙනවා. ඒක සතුත් ඉන්නවා තන. සතුන්ටත් මරණයක් තියෙනවා. මැරෙන්න කැමති නෑ. මොකද මේ කම්පන ස්වභාවය තුලින්ම මතුවෙනවා අකම්පිතේ කම්පිතය අතර දෝලනය. ඒක තමයි ඔය එන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ හැමතිස්සෙම කම්පිතේ ඊගාවට හොම අபிසංකරණයක් තමයි ජීවත් වෙනවා කියන්නේ. දැනෙනවා. සංඥා විසං. හැබැයි ඒක නැති වෙන එක තරහා ගන්න බෑ. ඒකට ආයෙ ගන්න කම්පිතේම. ඒ කම්පිතේ අபிසංකරණය කියන්නේ ඊගාවට කොනනේ. දැන් සිතුවිලි වලින් දැන් අපි අවසානයේ නැත්නම් මේ ශබ්ද වර්ණ වලින් නෙමෙයි සිතුවිලි දෙයක් වෙලානේ. එතකොට එහෙම දෙයක් නැති වෙනකොට ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඊට වඩා හොඳ දේවල් හොය ඉන්නේ. දේවල් වෙලානේ දේවල් තියෙන ලෝකෙ ඉන්නේ කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ තව ලෝකෙනේ. ඒක හොඳ දේවල් තියෙන දේවල් නිසා ආයිත් ඊට වඩා හොඳ ඒවා එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට මේක චක්‍රය වගේ දෙයක්මනේ හොයන්නේ. හැබැයි දෙයක් නැති බව අවබෝධ වෙනකොට ඒ සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම වෙන්නේ අර සත්‍ය දකින්න තැනට ආර්ය සත්‍ය කියනවා. අර පෙන්නන්නේ ආර්ය භූමියේ දෙයක් නෑ. දෙයක් කියන්නේ කෙනෙක්ව තමයි. දෙයක් කියන්නේ ගින්න. මේක වුණාට දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නෑ. ගින්න තිබ්බොත් දෙයක්. ඔය ගින්න කියන්නේ ආත්මෙම. එහෙනම් දෙයක් කියන්නේ තාත්මෙම. එහෙනම් එතනමයි භවය. එහෙනම් භව නිරෝධය කියන්නේ දෙයක් නෑ කියන්නේ ඔක්කොම එකයි. එහෙනම් එතන ගින්න නැති තරමයි. ඔක්කොම වචන ගින්න තමයි නැත්තේ. එහෙනම් ගින්නක් නැත්තම් මොකක් හරි දෙයක් දිහා බලන්න කියත් ඒක ගින්නක් නැත්තම් එතන තමුනෙත් නෑ. මම නැතුව බලන්න ආස දෙනවා. මම නැතුව බලන්න මම දෙයක්. කොහොමද? අපි මොලේ හිතන එක තමයි කරන්නේ. ඔය හිතන කෙනා ඉන්නවා. ඔය දැනෙන දෙයක් තියෙනවා යකේ. එතනම මම. ඔහරි අමාරුයි. ගම්බීරා අර්ථය. යකින් සංගම අර්ථය. ආත්මික ප්‍රතිභානකේ ඒක දක්වන්න බස්. මම නැතුව මම දකිනවා. මම නැතුව මම දකින්න එක හිතනවා නම් ඒ හිතන කෙනා ඉන්නවා. හැබැයි මම නැතුව දැනෙන ස්වභාවයක් තියෙනවා. ඒවා හිතනවා. ආයතන හයම වෙනවා. සිතුවිලි සේවා. මම නැතුව මම හිතනවා. හැබැයි හිතන කෙනා ඉන්නවා. ඒක කෙනෙක් නැතුව සිතුවිලි තියෙනවා. ඒක දැනෙන එක. කවදාවත් පොතක ලියන්න බෑ. කිසි දවසක මේ දැනෙන එක අභිලක් සමාධිය කියන්නේ. කවදාවත් මේ අභිඥාණයට හසු වෙන සත්‍ය පොතේ ලියන්න බෑ. ඒ නිසා අවුරුදු 500ක් යනකම් මේක පොතක ලියලා නැත්තේ. මේක හැමතිස්සෙම ගුරුවරයා විසින් ගෝලයක් එක්ක ගිය ගමන. ගුරුවරයා නැතුව උදාසිත ගෝලයන් කියනවා. ඒ විදිහට අර වැලි බෙන් බබුනු සෑර දෙනි දරමිටි සෑය දැරිමි සෑය පාත්‍රයලු එහා ත්‍රිපිටක ග්‍රන්ථවලට කරනකොට මහා සංවේගයක් වෙනවා දැන් ගුරුවරයෙක් නැති වෙනවා ඒ නිසා දිනනවා අනාගතයේ අවුරුදු 2500ක් විතර නැවත විදර්ශනා යානිකේ ඒ සත්‍ය අවබෝධ කරනවා මේක කියන්න තවත් පැතිකඩ ගොඩාක් තියෙන එහෙම කියන්න දිනවක් වගේ අතරම කම්පිත බලයටත් අකම්පිත බලයටත් තියෙනවා ස්වභාවය. මේවා ඊට කලින් අපි ඥානයේ සමතේ කරනවා. අයano තමයි 2500 කතාව තියෙන්නේ. ඒක සත්‍යයි. කියano තමයි ওই මාතක අවිහාරවල ගාන්තරද කරනවා වගේම අටුවාවල මේක ලියවෙනවා. මේ ත්‍රිපිටකේ ගාන්තරද කරන්නේ අවසර 2500ක් ගිය තැන දර්ශනා යානිකේ මේ සත්‍ය නැවත අවදි කරනවා. එදාට මේ තියෙන ටික වැදගත්. බුදුමායේ ඒකත් පක්ෂදන්ත ඒක සත්‍ය. තවත් වසර 2500ක් ඒ සත්‍ය පවතින ඒක නිසා. හරි නේද? සෝමි අපිට තාපය බාගක් තියෙනවා. නේද? බුදුමාකාර කියන්නේ
Yeah. म्यूट කරන්න පුළුවන්.
Therefore, Sarmai to all of you. Now, I think we can hand over the session to the practical, the Zoom on the practical approach. Therefore, Sarmai.
Sanai, I think it is time for the 4 o'clock Zoom now. So I will hand over the Zoom to the Sinhala 4 o'clock discussion. Thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you Surangika for joining to build up a beautiful discussion in English language about this truth. We worship our Anwanse, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Teransan.
Shiparen Mahansa Tevan Sami Namaskar Vimaren Mahansa Tevan Sami.
It's really, we invite everyone to come and do a productive discussion in English language. It's all about this truth. We talk about how mind is created, how a stimulus is created, and how we feel the sense of existence. So this is all we keep talking about. Actually, there's nothing else. So we talk about that every day, how the mind is created, how a stimulus is created, how we feel that we are experiencing that experience or the stimulus. That is the main problem. We feel that we are experiencing this, whatever the stimulus. So that problem is happening because of because of a natural phenomena, not actually not anyone doing this, or anything is not doing. This phenomena is a natural phenomena where due to the ignorance, it's basically due to the ignorance, you feel that existence, the feel of existence is actually there, because we keep feeling this, and it gradually grows into a view that we are here. So it is very important to understand that how this happened. We talk about this every day, but we can recapitulate, because I don't think we can talk. If we are to talk about something, I think this is the most suitable thing to talk about, how this mind is created. So this mind is a very specific feature of humans. The humans have basic 5 sensory organs, namely eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin perceptions. But when these sensory organs vibrate together, we feel another thing. What is that? It's a new vibration, which is the mind or the thought. This thought, there's no problem with the thought, actually. There's no problem with the thought, but the problem is we feel it is actually existing. We feel it's real. We feel it's out there. First it starts with the perception, and then actually it extends into the view, because we feel it out there. When a vibration occurs, the manifestation can be the eye, manifestation can be the ear, manifestation can be in the other 3 organs. It doesn't necessarily matter what is the origin of the vibration, but the main thing is it feels like it's happening here. This problem is there for any cell, any organism, or any animal in that sense, or even to the beings which we can't even comprehend. It's only a vibration. But then it goes into a formation of because there's feel of existence there, because of the rapidity of the vibrations, you just feel as existing, but there's no story. The story begins with the first perception, kind of starting of the perceptions. The first perceptions can be mother, father, toy, or food, milk, anything like that. Perception can start very slowly and then grows into a big story. The perceptions itself initially has no value. It's just a perception. The baby might say mother, but that's just coming out of his mouth, but doesn't necessarily mean anything to the child initially, because that's why they can even play beneath the mother's coffin. Sometimes we have seen these things because they have a perception of mother, they might, but they don't have the extension of that perception that mother is, that something has happened to mother. Or they might get something has happened to mother, but they don't know what, and they might think she's sleeping. Likewise, the perception world is formed, but the value, it is going to get added with the time, with rapid vibration of the thoughts. You feel that also has existence, and then keep adding, data of so many things around that person or the thing. It can be your necklace, it can be your husband, it can be your son, it can be your daughter, it can be your mother or father, it can be your siblings, it can be your friends, it can be your house, it can be your country, it can be anything in that sense. So your world is full of these things, and the world is really important. Your world is important. You feel that it is the world I see, because you don't think that what you think is very unique to you. What you think is only felt here. I mean, that's how it is. The ignorance leads to us to believe that our emotions are personal, our thoughts are personal. Everything felt here is personal. Felt to someone, thought to someone, has seen, the seeing has happened to someone and hearing has happened to someone. It is very natural to feel that, because it is felt as happening here. That's the value, the world full of value. You feel it out there, and at the same time, there's another burning problem which happens with the same thing. What is that? Whatever the feeling we have that it's happening here, mature into a perception, in the sense, perception is already there, but mature into a thought. What is that? That is the I, me, mine. It goes on to add so many stuff. This happened to me. I am very kind. I like to do these things in this order. I am this, I'm my father's child, but everyone loved me. I'm a favorite of my teacher. What else? You can keep on adding. I'm not good at these things. I'm actually very bad in handling pain. Whatever. You can keep adding your features, thinking that they are your features. This is how deep you can get, that it is unique to you. And this is my features, my habits, my way of doing things. So we have a kind of a attitude now where you have a view that it is me. So the thinking pattern, walking pattern, whatever the pattern you do stuff, how fast you do these things, or how slow you do these things, or how efficiently you do these things, it all, the credit goes to a person, credit goes to the self. Or even the negative side can go to the person too. You might think, oh, my mind is so crowded, I don't even have time to think about any good thing. I don't have good habits. I should try to cultivate good habits. So you keep thinking like that. The more you think about yourself in such a way, the more you get confirmed that yes, it is me. It is me who's actually have this habits. It is me who would have this voice. It is me who would smile like this. It is me who would be very kind like this. No one can beat my kindness. No one can beat my, good etiquettes. Someone might think like, imagine like someone like Isaac Newton or Archimedes might think, no one can beat my, ability to do maths. And someone really good in cooking might say, oh, there's no one to cook like me. So we have kind of an idea about me. Don't you have an idea about yourself? And then when we go on self-feeding to self, it's feeding to self. Yeah, self-feeding to self. It's feeding. It's like a self-fed, like a solar panel. It's self-fed. The idea of me, once formed, is reconfirmed all the time. Yes, this happened to me when I was doing all of this, and this happened to me when I was in my 20s, and I survived. We have a story, and no one is actually lying about these things. It's actually they are telling the truth. I'm not even telling they are lying about it, but I'm trying to highlight how we have these subtle ideas of things. If you have a kind of even imagine someone goes to a meditation center and gets some form of meditative state, dhyana, then that self is again happy. I have this ability, and someone will hear that and say, wow, do you? That's so good. Do you know how to do that? Can you teach me how to do that? Yeah, and then he might teach that too. How to get a dhyana, how to get into a meditative state, and to feel so happy about it. And someone might ask, do you know how to get happiness? Yeah, I know. Take some drugs. Oh wow, does that give you some happiness? Yes, I have tried that. Really, try that and see. Okay, that person also tries. And you go to a la la land for like some time. And you obviously get addicted to that too. Same phenomena there, because you like that kind of feeling. What kind of feeling? like to be able to forget about all the problems and just be happy in their own way, in their own way. So happiness has so many meanings. We talked about this yesterday also. So many meanings. For a teenager, happiness is very obviously some games, some, friends, sports, maybe books, really maybe studying. Then once you come to the stage where you have to take some responsibilities, the whole thing is changing. Then you kind of seek happiness through the status or money, or maybe to say I have a family, I have kids and I have a husband or I have a wife. I have this job. When you go into like very old age, parents keep changing these topics. What are they proud of now? Well, I have done my duty, I have done my duty. I was a good citizen. I brought up multiple kids to this world. And then I earned. Everything is distributed among my kids. I'm a proud father. I'm a proud mother. I can die now happily. I'm definitely going to be with God because I have done so much good in this life. That's what they talk about. Someone might think something else, like be in fear. I have done so many bad things. Will I go to the hell? Someone might feel that too. So it is very tricky that how our mind plays with this self phenomena. Never ends. It never ends. So the stages changes, ideas changes, targets changes, and then we have a target for the death, good death. Good funeral also. I don't think that's the fashion in Sri Lanka, but good funeral. I'm going to plan my funeral. I have paid for this, I'm going to plan my funeral in this way. Yeah, it is my funeral. That's kind of a fashion in some countries. So this will be endless. If I keep talking, I will keep talking about this whole phenomena of me, myself. Endless. Endless. So your habits are yours, your attitudes are yours, your abilities are yours. Your family is yours. Even your country is yours. If you can put a label to the sky above you, you might put a label to that too, because you have a label to the land. This is the land I have, or this is the house I have. Because there's no way of putting a boundary in the sky, you don't put that. But the countries can do that. This is our sky level, don't come. If you're crossing our sky boundary, then you have to take our consent. If you come without our consent, yeah, the plane will be down. So we have boundaries. I have rules. My way of doing things. These are my enemies. These are my friends. So, as I said, this is an endless story. But can you see that it is the mind. It is the product of the, it's just the thoughts. Just the thoughts. So this dream is full of this. Dream can be so beautiful at one time, very dramatically sad sometimes, disastrous sometimes, so calm and serene sometimes, full of meditative states sometimes. Yeah, but the dream is still there. Whatever the form, the dream is still there. This dream, Aran Mahanse tells Lord Buddha told very nicely, this dream is not true. Who would like to believe that? That's very difficult to even think about. Who would like to hear that? I mean, who has felt this some or other, that this film can't be true, or this film must be having some flaws, that why do we feel this as true? Why do we feel this suffering we feel? Then this question arises. What did Lord Buddha say? Why did he talk about cessation of suffering? Then only we come to the understanding, this mind, this perceptions in the mind, not a single perception in that mindful world is true. And things that you say, thought that unique to you, is actually the product of this unique self vibration, which gave rise to these vibrations in the sensory organ and the vibration of the mind. Mind is a vibration. Do you feel that? It is the vibration. It's all what you heard, and it's all just a production. And the way you act, they're all very, environmentally and genetically molded, but the main reason is the self vibration. So if Lord Buddha talked about cessation of suffering, how are we going to achieve that? If there is this kind of vibration, how are we not going to telepathy into that? How are we going to change into non-vibration? There's only one way. There's only one way. That is to understand this issue. How did this feel of existence arise? Feel of existence arises when the stimulus is felt as real. The stimulus has so many levels, but it is the same stimulus. If it is a chocolate, the stimulus chocolate has that self vibration we are talking about, has that perception of the dream that we are talking about, the chocolate perception, and the actual value we have given it to say that, yeah, there's so many chocolates in my fridge. I like chocolates. It's not good for me, but I like chocolates. So the value, the dream, and the field of existence, it's all there in the same vibration. If you can feel this, that is the beauty of this Dhamma. The beauty of this Dhamma. When you understand chocolate, you have understood all these 3 levels. Not just one thing. And if you have pierced these all 3 layers, you're definitely going to feel the non-vibration, because you definitely know that this is not true. The chocolate is not true. It's just a product of the mind vibration. It's just a product. If you say Gangmatura, no one would say in English, if I go and to an English speaking person, if I go and say, there's Gangmatura in our country, they'll be like, is that a food? What is that? But then if I say there's floods in our country, they definitely understand that. So the value comes from the given value to that holder. That's how the holder actually arises. The value of the perception. So what do we understand is in this Dhamma is, how did this value come? How did this value actually give rise to self-perception or field of existence? Alive field. Alive field, we never even knew that it was a problem. We never knew that it was a construct. I mean, someone might say, who cares? Yeah, you can keep saying that until you understand the gravity of the situation, where this never-ending cycle of birth with so much suffering in different ways, there can be some sort of happiness in a very small way. But to maintain this world also, you have to have such a urge to maintain the field, to maintain this dream, to maintain the happiness that we keep looking after. That's why we need to do a job. I mean, apart from feeding all the other minds or the beings, we need so many other things, because there is a self who is happy with these things, because it has to happen in your way. So the origin of this self-perception is very obvious. It's due to the ignorance. But if we change the ignorance, if we understand that you don't have to be ignorant forever, you can actually have some wisdom and understand. We didn't know, but now we know. It is due to the rapidity of the vibration that you feel that they are existent. The I, it's the rapidity of the I that is what is called light, and that we feel it is there. But only thing that happened was the very fast vibration of your eye. Not your eye, actually, it is the function of the eye. Even though we feel it as 2 different things, function of the eye is the rapid vibration, and the function of the ear is the rapid vibration of the ear. And what about the rapid formation of mind vibrations? It's the same thing. You feel existing. You feel as alive. So when we come to know that the power which was mounting every day, like getting increased every day, suddenly come to a halt. Thereafter, no defilements can increase. So, for someone who has felt this no self Dhamma, no self truth, the defilements is not going to go more than that at whatever the cost. Lord Buddha has given you the insurance. The moment you telepathize to the Buddha state or non-vibration, that system is never going to go more than the vibration that you have. That means it's never going to go down to the lower realms. The lowest would be human. Well, Suramika is also here. I would like to invite Suramika to add something. It would be boring to hear someone talking longer. Do you have the ability to add something, Suramika? Therwan Samai.
Therwan Samai, Dr. Kokila, Therwan Samai, Dharma friends. Yeah, I think everything that is core to this Dhamma teachings, which is quite unique from the other teachings that one has heard before all these years, is the Dhamma philosophy revolves around understanding one thing, and that is understanding this thought process and the fact that this is the no-soul Dhamma, as we call it, or the whole shining the light on the fallacy of this self-perception concept. I think we talked about it yesterday as well, about the anatma or the non-self angle to this Dhamma. And sometimes for some people that can be quite unpalatable. For some people, they might think that they might have a rudimentary knowledge that, yes, Buddhism talks about no self, but wouldn't have fully understood the depth of it and what it truly means. It is only a person who has actually listened to these Buddothpado teachings, really understood the philosophy, how the mind works. Is there anything called the mind? What is the thought? How is the self-perception? How is the self-existence? How does that come about? What are these so-called light consciousness, sound consciousness, and so on? Going into every bit of this detail, that once that is done gradually, and going and looking at each of these aspects through vidarshana or penetrative insight, one then gets an enormously deep understanding of how this whole process from end to end works, from the time of the baby in the cot to the point of how this self vibration became stronger and stronger. How did it even come to be? How did it get stronger and stronger? And what are the core areas of ignorance which makes this that zygote level vibration that is there as almost like a dying ember, but is still there in a dormant form in the zygote level. And it is that self-vibration that then starts gaining power when the functions of, when the sensor faculties continue to ripe as the baby grows older, and then takes on things that are learnt from the conventional world. And it is this learning that is the undoing of this whole process. The learning is the thing that brings the ignorance into the fore by the acceptance of the things that are being taught to be real. And then this external world that we call our mother, our father, our house, this is our car, this is the school, and then those things exist and I exist, and this whole sense of everything being there, the feeling of existence that these basic consciousnesses generate, or the stimuli, you can call it stimuli, each of these objects generate a sense of those being there. And that sense of existence, the feeling of existence, is the thing that then spins off into what we call the self-perception. Because if there is something, if there is something existing, then surely there is a person here witnessing it, experiencing it, and also feeling it. So that experience itself is put, an identity is put to that experience. Why? For the sake of experiencing it, savoring it, enjoying it. The tanha component, the desire, the craving, is an innate part of that self-vibration, and that is the thing that then starts propagating. And how does it propagate itself? By taking this world to be real. And with that, the power and the vibration that is there at that dormant stage continues to build up. And as I think Dr. Kokila, you mentioned before, this perception that we have taken on through the senses, and the senses then combine to become the mind consciousness, i.e. the thought or the stimuli, then can take on various forms, isn't it? Various forms, various images, various concepts. It doesn't have to be just material objects. It can be even, the concept of Sri Lanka, or like my cricket team, or this is my belief in something. This is my religion. This is this is the way I do things. I'm this kind of a person, or I'm honest, or I'm straightforward, and or you can have habits, as you said, various kinds of habits that have grown over the years, and you have got so attached to them, they have become an ingrained. And this is what you think because of self-perception, that these are your habits. This is what I am. You can't change me. This is how I work. Some people, you can hear people say that. And that, you need to change your attitude sometimes, they say. Or, you all kinds of things people say nowadays, and they don't realize how did those concepts, habits, various perceptions become an identity, and they've identified with them so much as if they are part of that personality. So where did this identity, personality, and so on come about? Because they've considered that there is an I and a persona here, which built up from the days of their childhood, by taking the so-called external world and the reality to be true. But if they had access to this true Dhamma and went into the core of those sense faculties and understood the basic message that the Buddha said 2,500 years ago, that it is the senses and the sensory perceptions alone that make up this world, and that one has no sense of reality of what is encountered in a so-called external world other than what is actually perceived through the senses, and senses alone, then one would understand one by one, from one sense faculty to the other, how are these formed? How come we, thought that this light was something that came from outside, and that we can see the light through our eyes, we can hear the sound through our ears, We can get the smell of a jasmine flower from our nose and the smell sensor and so on. Because all those are by themselves the way we learned them in school, wasn't it? Like in nursery, or when our parents taught us these things. Everything was there outside, and then everything is introduced to you as if these things were there, and now you're the little baby, you're the child, and you have to learn all these one by one. There is a thing called the sun. It comes up every morning, and then there's a sunset in the evening. There is a thing called rain. There is a thing called dewdrops on blades of grass. There is a thing called Poor Day. There is a thing called Christmas Day. We go to the beach. There is a thing called the sea. There's a beach that you can play on, and so on and so forth. And the list goes on and on and on. So this world, as you call it, has not got created overnight. It has been built minute by minute, object by object, concept by concept, all through ignorance by millions and billions of stimuli that has been taken to be real from the childhood days. And the understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, to unravel the whole thing, is where our noble spiritual teacher says that you have to understand the three types of wisdom. When you analyze the thought and you break it down, if one understands how did this thought come about, what is this stimuli, how did this thing become real to me, what is actually the components of thought, and then one would realize that these are things that have been made up. These things were not even true or real for the baby in the cot. And so how did these things come about? Somebody actually showed us an image, gave that image a sound, gave that image a name, and then the reinforcing of that message through the sound, through the image, has ingrained as a kind of vibration attached to that. And that vibration is the thing that resonates and keeps on providing that stimuli. And it is the telepathization that then continues to happen through millions and billions of stimuli over and over again, which we then call existence, which we then call life. So this is, you can't even, it is so difficult because one aspect itself can be explained to the nth degree. There is so much to be learned. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So you can even explain the Pupe Nivasanussati alone by taking so many examples only on that aspect. But if one can actually understand the three types of wisdom, the Pupe Nivasanussati Jnana, which is the I think the wisdom of seeing how the thought stimuli came about in the first place, then one would be able to understand the stimuli occurring in this very moment, and that the thought itself has no substance, which then together, which is called the Chuttapapata Jnana, and which then together with those two types of wisdom would help in making the defilements of craving, ill will, delusion, and so on gradually dissipate. And why is that? Because when one shines a light on the thought is never a thought, isn't it? The thought is always my job. The thought is always the car. The thought is always my mortgage, my personality, what I'm getting attached to, this and that, and all these things. The thought is never a boring stimuli. The thought is always something that one fantasizes about. The thought is always something that you're craving for a house. You've got a dream to build a house. You've got a dream to get married to somebody and have kids. You've got a dream to go to another country and make a lot of money. You've got all these dreams. What you consider as dreams is just that stimuli. It's not as boring as a stimuli because you've given names to it, you've given images to it, you've created this beautiful dream in your head, and you are running after this dream, not knowing that it is just a mirage, that all these are perceptions that have been formed through the basic consciousnesses that are arising out of one's own sense faculties and sense faculties alone. So there is no way of explaining how beautiful this Dhamma is when one actually understands that that is all there is, that these are just complete manifestations of vibrations happening and telepathizing in this very moment, which we call thoughts. And it is these thoughts only that is giving this false sense of existence and false sense of self-perception and keeping that alive, which itself is such a fallacy. And putting that to rest means one is awakening oneself to this nirvanic state, which has always been there, but has been clouded by the shrouds of ignorance and by delusion. So we invite, I think, all our English-speaking listeners, if you can access the Buddothpado teaching through these YouTube channels. There are websites as well, wisdomofasia.com, Buddothpado-dhamma.com. There are English books as well. To continue to search or go into these websites, listen to some English talks, and try to see how one's own mind works. How does the suffering come about? If one has a curiosity to find what the truth is, then at least try to seek the truth, because the seeking of the truth and ending one's own suffering is something beyond religion. Everybody is entitled to know the truth. So that is what is being taught by the Buddothpado teachings. This is not a religion. Nobody is trying to propagate religion or further or pursue, get people to believe in a religion as such. No matter what caste, creed you are in or nationality, it doesn't matter. The truth belongs to everyone from a conventional way, if I can put it that way. But understanding of the Dhamma itself will finally bring to the fore one truth and one truth alone, that there is no soul here. It's only this non-self vibration finally. But to come to that, there is a journey, but the journey is a fulfilling one, because it brings an end to the samsaric cycle, which you may not know is giving you the suffering, is the cause of the suffering, but gradually through the understanding of the truth, that is what ultimately happens, because with that real self-realization or the realization comes that whole sense of non-self vibration. Yes, Dr. Pupla, you can correct me if I said anything wrong or anything in that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I think we talk about this every day. It's really nice when after understanding this truth, what happens is inevitable thing to happen is the burning to subside, the vibration to subside, and that is the status that we once thought that we can never achieve. It was like, one day we might achieve that. I still remember when we were children, we used to say that the minis sapakela, something like that, like you entertain all the good things and then end up in...
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah. And we thought, okay, maybe then we go there and then go from there to there. It must be a place like, as a child, I still remember being amazed at the descriptions that were given. But now we understand it's just this mind, and within this vibration, we definitely, yes, we pass those status anyway. Because this vibration, even within this body, the vibration can have these levels anyway, within one stimulus. And this is the beauty of this Dhamma, and the non-vibration is here as well. Non-vibration is not somewhere else, it's here in this one single stimuli. If you don't telepathize to the vibration, it is a non-vibration. It's not a new vibration. It is the absence of the self-vibration. And the time that we were dreaming about nirvana is gone. The time that we were just talking about nirvana is gone. The time that we were just, optimistic about nirvana is gone. We are actually understanding and feeling the non-vibration, and that is the beauty. That is the importance of listening to this Dhamma and trying to understand what is being said and to feel, at least momentarily, it doesn't matter. But what Lord Buddha said was, understand it fully. Yeah, even someone who was a non-returner, Lord Buddha said, you just came out from the like a pit full of feces. It's just smelly. You go and have a bath. And that was actually the example he gave for why don't you seek the truth and become the truth? Because an unreturner has not become the truth. And why don't you try to become the truth? And that will be the no self-perception will be the normal. And that is achievable. This is the message that we are trying to give. It is achievable. And all gentlemen and ladies, that is the message here, that it is here. You just have to surface it. You just have to understand. If there is no value to the stimuli, it is non-vibration. Just simple as that. People get it so confused, it becomes so difficult, yes. But it is simple as that. If the stimuli has no value, non-vibration is there. Already here, happening now, not next minute, not next time, not next birth, nothing like that. Isn't it, Suramika? What do you think?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, and I think our advisor was saying in the morning also that, this, we are continuing to talk about it these days in the Zoom because of the flood situation in Sri Lanka. I mean, the tragedy that has befallen so many people in our country, poor people. I mean, it hasn't discriminated. Nature hasn't discriminated whether one is poor or rich or whatever strata of society. Nature has taken its toll, and with that, there have been lots of lives lost. And again, the message was that, suffering is inevitable in this sense of existence, whether it is to animals, whether it is to mankind, suffering is inevitable. And whilst one can temporarily alleviate the suffering by doing an act of kindness or performing a good deed, giving somebody to eat, providing some shelter, and all these things are so important now at this point, particularly for Sri Lanka. Ultimately, if we can give this message to a person and say that there is a permanent way out of this suffering, not just a temporary assuaging of hunger that you feel today, or giving you shelter for a couple of weeks or a month. But here, and what can you do if you are just trying to provide relief in that sense, but that mother has lost the mother's children or the husband in the flood waters? Then can you provide them relief? Then can you give them solace? You can't, because that person thinks that those things are there. For that person, the world is true. That is that person's reality. And until such time, someone gives the true message to that person and says, open your eyes to the truth. Open your eyes to the Dhamma of that there is no self here. And until such time, they won't get it. And that is what the Buddha explained to Patachara and to Kisa Gautami. There was no advice saying, you have to do concentration meditation, or you have to give alms givings and make sure that this doesn't happen to you next time. This time it happened, so can't help it. You'll have to just bear it and try to, do good. At least next birth you won't have to face these hardships, won't have to face these sufferings. Now, is that going to help that mother who is now distraught? No. So that is why our noble spiritual teacher takes all this trouble to have all these Zoom sessions and do so many activities and take so much effort to spread this message of the true Dhamma teachings to people, because the teacher sees the suffering far beyond all of us ever can, because that is a state of non-vibration, and to that the suffering of everybody is kind of the whole purpose of being able to, is the whole motivator of being able to work night and day without even thinking of one's own welfare. That is the driving force behind the teacher's efforts and the dedication and the commitment. So if that message can be given, the suffering itself is not going to be so, there will still be a certain amount of hardships, but that is only something that one will have to still endure through, by the very fact that there is an existence until in this life. But other than that, there was also a conversation in one of the Zooms that I heard that people, even listening to Buddothpado talks, have undergone hardships in the last few days with this situation, but there is that innate sense of calmness because of that understanding of this Dhamma. And that has brought them so much of solace, so much of peace, that there was a mother who had even been displaced and is living in some temporary shelter. But the calmness in the voice, the tranquility in the way that mother spoke volumes of the understanding and the peace that has become so entrenched and embedded in that person's life by understanding the crux of this Dhamma. So I'm sure the mother must be having probably no food, no proper clothes and all those things. But those are all just thoughts, isn't it? Finally, end of the day, if that understanding is there, that means if death is also surmountable and death also becomes a thought, then what can one say about all other so-called suffering, isn't it? Human suffering, because suffering would then also be just a thought, isn't it, Dr. Gopinath?
Yeah. Yeah, it's we always talk about this. We try to put some meaning to this meaningless, ongoing cycle of birth, and actually try and escape suffering. And just to understand that there had been no birth at all is someone who has won the death. Do you want to win the death? Do you want to beat death? Then I think the most important thing is to hear Lord Buddha's Dhamma. He definitely has beaten the death. How? It's by super awareness and wisdom. Because we thought we are born. We thought that we are living. And we thought we are lying. And we are sick. And then we thought we are dying. But then with this Dhamma, we kind of understood and actually felt that the thought, birth, is just another thought. What actually happened was different. Whatever we think is not out there. Whatever the thought that we thought existed is not there. So the thought of being born or thought of dying, it is the same phenomena. Just same phenomena. And Lord Buddha asked Angulimala Thero, do you want to do what is the thing that he did? What do we call that in English? Like satyagraha? Like
Oh, yeah.
it's like a vow kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a vow. You can say vow, yeah.
Yeah, and Lord Buddha requested, why don't you, because that a mother was suffering from pain with the birth of the child, and Venerable Angulimala felt so sad about that. He just heard that and came and asked from Lord Buddha, can we help her? And Lord Buddha used that exact opportunity and told him, yes, you make a vow saying that you have never killed anyone. And he was amazed. And Venerable Angulimala asked, how can I do that? I have killed so many people. And then Lord Buddha reminded, have you killed anyone now? And likewise, we just come to understand being born is a misnomer. It's actually happening here and now, actually. Because self-vibration is telepathized only when the stimuli is real. If the stimuli is not felt real, the alive feel is not there, that means you are not born. Because you don't feel born. Isn't that beautiful? Will you have a fear of death then? And the death is another misnomer. Because death, we attach that to the physical death. But actually, the self-vibration keep telepathizing. It's not someone is going from one place to another. It's just synchronicity of vibration. It's all no self Dhamma. And I think we can stop today, and we will do the discussion tomorrow. And I thank all the Dhamma friends. I worship Aran Wahanse for teaching us this beautiful Dhamma. And we will try to give this to the world as possible as we can. So, may Triple Gem bless you. Therun Sanai, Therun Sanai, everyone.
Therun Sanai, Dr. Perkin, Therun Sanai, friends. Pay our worship to our Hansa Namaskara Vedana.
යලිත් නවදි කළා
Is not happening today, but actually this English song is happening. So I invite all the Dhamma friends to join if possible. We discuss Dhamma according to Buddothpado and Wahanse. It's a beautiful thing to study and understand first, and then we have to feel that too. So what we discuss is no self truth about this world. I think today in Sri Lanka also we are undergoing so many hardships. Everyone is undergoing so many hardships. If not for one, somebody is going through some kind of hardship everywhere. And this is happening worldwide. It's not happening just into one country at one particular moment. Different points, different areas of the world. Somebody is dying, somebody is unhappy, somebody is having problems. At the same time, there is entertainment of this sensory organs as well. I mean, Lord Buddha once said, if there's anything that we can say happy about, something happy here, something to enjoy fully, I wouldn't say this Dhamma, he said once. So actually, in one way or another, we only would be going through something, because if you like something, you need to get that, and there's always some hardships you go through, but you don't feel that because you have a destination, you have a plan, you want this, but then in the end you know that even after getting that, the happiness that you thought that you might get from achieving that is not there. So this is kind of the life we go on thinking that is life. So what is life? what is life is. Life is actually what you perceive through your sensory organs. So what do you see? You see a lot of news articles about how people are suffering, how people are undergoing floods, muds, slips and stuff, and how people lose their lives into this tragedy. And they are the news articles, and you might see when you inside the house, you might see what is inside the house. When you go outside, you might see what is outside. Like that, we keep seeing things. We have a world. That world is full of stuff. You can name them. You have a meaning to them. You have a meaning to yourself as well. So who is experiencing? We are experiencing. Kind of, I am experiencing. So so the suffering is at the point where you feel like you are experiencing something. That is the meaning of suffering. Actually, suffering, we extend that to like losing someone you dearly love, or you have to live with someone you don't like, or you lose your wealth, you lose your part of your limb, or you lose your freedom. You can name it, we have it, anything. But in the depth, actually, the fear of death, or this feel of existence, is the actual reason for suffering. I can see Surangika has joined the Zoom discussion. Surangika, do we have like a topic to discuss today? Because I think we started the Zoom a little bit late, but anyway, we have about almost 1 hour to discuss something. So you can start the discussion or a topic as well. I was just discussing about Dhamma in general. So because we keep inviting people to come and discuss about this Dhamma, and I know it's very rare for someone listening in Sinhala medium to come and discuss in English medium, because they already can hear in Sinhala medium. But the language does matter, because to give this to the whole world, we have to tell this in another language too. But this Dhamma is very important for you to end suffering, and suffering has so many meanings, isn't it, Surangika? Yeah, we can build up a discussion actually.
Yes, Thiruvan Sannai, Dr. Pokila, and Thiruvan Sannai to all Dhamma friends. I think I just caught the last bit of your last 1 minute or so on YouTube before I switched over. I think you were talking about the flood situation, and not only in Sri Lanka, but I think it's moving over, or already moved on to other South Asian countries as well. So affecting families and a lot of things across the country: economy, agriculture, livelihoods, families' lives have been lost as well. And I think you also mentioned the fact that things that have been held dear to people, houses that they have worked hard for years and years, maybe a lifetime, to build, have been washed away in certain districts and areas. Lives have been lost as well. So these are things that I think Aryan Mahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, mentioned. I think it was the morning Zoom, saying that isn't this the fate of mankind or society, isn't it?
And also, isn't this enough to understand how the suffering can, suffering is endless.
Suffering
in
is endless,
ways.
yes.
Yeah.
And we talked about the stories in the Buddha's days about Patachara and Kisa Gotami and things like that. And again, our spiritual teacher says to understand nirvana and to seek the liberation from the nirvana, one needs to first feel that suffering, feel the dukkha. And if one feels the dukkha, one will then want to find a way out of that dukkha or suffering, isn't it? And that can be to get to the point where the Buddha actually meant what is suffering. One has to actually, even at a very what shall I say, mundane or conventional, in a conventional term also with the outside world, one has to feel that suffering at that stage first, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? I think that's a good place perhaps to start. How then, the anicca has to be thought of in so many ways before we come to the Arya Satya. There is Dukkha Satya and Arya Satya. I think that might be a good and timely discussion. What do you think?
Yeah, actually, we always talk about this in different angles, but today we can see how dukkha or how just general suffering is interpreted in our minds. I mean, we don't need any kind of explanation to that, but because we already know from childhood to until now, someone has lost someone, like dear to you, and you have lost something that you held dear to you, and you might actually lose your health, your whatever. But even status and even the good name, because these carry a whole lot of thing. Some people say, I don't mind dying, I need my good name. We have heard so many stories like that, how people describe their pride, or their name is the most important thing, not the actual life. So kind of we describe this in different ways, but it's something outside. Actually, we kind of describe these things as we are holding dear to us something, and when we lose that, we kind of feel sad. Or that sadness is just the general sadness we feel in any way, but that sadness brings us to the reality that the life is not rosy as it is, and life can have these ups and downs, but someone can actually feel okay, that is okay, life is like that, and go on like that, not seek any reality. But Lord Buddha did was, he just heard, am I going to die like that? He asked from Channa, and he's like, wow, I'm going to die like that. Interesting. And then he saw someone who is ill, and then asked, can that happen to me? And he was amazed that can happen to him, because actually the father of Lord Buddha's at that time was able to actually hide every suffering from him. So likewise, he went on understanding that, okay, I'm going to go through all this, then what? Is there any way to stop suffering? That's how he went on. He started the research by himself. He was not scared to do that research. He was driven very beautifully to do that research, and he found, at the end of a lot of years and years, he found that actually it's in a view. And isn't that beautiful? That's all suffering is in a view, and all the suffering is in the mind. That I mean, that is the truth in this world. And to find that suffering is in a view, and how it happened. He understood the view part as well as how the view has arisen. And the view arises from the perception, self-perception. And the self-perception can be in the, the mind, where you feel as alive, because you feel alive, because you in that stimulus you feel that is existing. So this truth, that whole suffering is in a view of me, myself, is wonderful. If someone has ears, I think they should hear this. If someone has a mind, I think they should hear this. If someone has some wisdom, I think they should hear this, that all your suffering is in one thought, just one thought. That one thought, by the way, is a product of every stimulus. That is the problem. Actually, if it is just one thought, you delete that one thought, you're happy. No, that's not that simple. Because then, because when people get angry with your own son, you delete son from your family history. Isn't that what the fathers say? You never come to this house again. I will delete you from my memory. You are not my son anymore. Isn't that how they talk? They never delete them. They suffer from inside, but they're actually acting as they are deleted. But in the mind, that deleted son is still there. So the dukkha satya is still there. Because until that mental image is there, they're suffering. But actually, when people say that, people think, okay, they're like that. Like in that example, just delete the thought. What? The myself, me, myself. Just delete that thought. It's very easy. Just forget about it. Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful to say that. But the problem is that doesn't happen that way, because this is kind of not something like you forget about it and just live on like as you forgot myself. Even person with dementia has the self-perception. They always feel the temperature happening to themselves, the light happening to that self, everything. So this thought can't be deleted like that, even if you want to. Then we have to understand, how did this thought arise? This thought actually came to light because the self-perception was there. Why? Why the self-perception is there? That is the magic here. Actually, understanding this solves the whole lot of problems. Why the self-perception is there is that the stimulus is felt as a thing. Stimulus has a value. You feel that the stimulus is actually there. And then when you feel like that the stimulus is actually there, you want it. Because it is giving you the feel of alive feel. So once the alive feel is there, it is without anyone's knowledge, without anyone's intention, we feel like maintaining that. That is what is happening in self-perception. We kind of maintain that. That is there from even a small organism to whole big animal like elephant or a human whatsoever. Even in higher realms, whatever the in the mind forms also, it's the same thing. The alive or a feel of existence is there. Alive feel is kind of with this mind we talk about. How we can assess this is only way through the mind. But the beauty is to understand that we can't delete this me, my, I, me, mine thought. We have to understand the mechanism. So we keep understanding the mechanism, how this is happening. We understand that at particular one time, there's only one stimulus. this stimulus is the only thing that happened, but we feel a duality. We feel a duality. That is because of the ignorance. This duality will never be a normal thing to an arahant, but to someone who doesn't understand Dhamma, or who hasn't felt the Dhamma, or has not felt it fully, this duality can be there in different ways. But the duality is the normal in mundane world. Duality is the normal. Tree exists, I exist. That's a basic thing. Even if it is, if the tree has a value and you feel like that is there, that is my beautiful rose tree or the rose plant. Of course, the person who is the owner would be there. But even when you try to delete the ownership, still the perception would be there. The tree, the dream would be there. You're not bothered whether it is yours or not. You're just in the dream, and that dream still gives you a perception. It's very subtle now. It still gives you a perception. No burning as such, but still having the feel of existence. And even the alive feel, actually. And even beyond that, if you go to the feel level, still the feel level also, it is felt as something happening here, and there's tendency for you to maintain that feel. That is the self perception there. It is very subtle now. The eagerness or wanting to maintain the feel. But the beauty of human mind is you can understand this through any stimulus in the human mind. And we just understood that we can't delete, even though we now know suffering is through this thought. Suffering is due to one thought. What is it? The I, me, mine is the thought that gave the suffering, but still, now you know you can't delete it just like that, because it is a co-product. It is a co-product. It's actually it is just arising in one particular stimulus. Is just arising, but because this is arising so fast, we feel like we are existing. This is beautiful Dhamma, and if you understand this, you understand that feel of existence is nothing other than a construct. Nothing other than a construct. And someone who can understand this will feel the beauty just by hearing it. Just by hearing it. And if someone understands this, they kind of feel a relief, because you just heard the most beautiful words. What is that? That the feel of existence is a construct. Thank you, isn't it? Thank you, because we thought the feel of existence is like a thing with which will last forever, and that is bringing suffering. No, it's just a construct. You feel you as existing, but that is actually a construct. And it's beautiful to know that, even by knowing. You don't have to feel it, just by knowing. Then we get to know this more and more. The more you know, more you feel that how many things that we have been attached to has been kind of a mirage. What are the things you are attached to? I mean, we wanted to get a better place. You wanted to get a comfortable life. You wanted something. Who wanted it? You wanted it. And that is with all the perceptions that we have, better life. Even that word has a kind of a heaviness. I have a bad life. I want a better life. If someone says, do you know how heavy those words are? They actually mean that. They're not lying. They actually mean that. And they are kind of struggling hard to maintain that or achieve that good life. They even don't know what is good life is, but they are trying harder in whatever the views they have. Okay, if you aren't had a good life, if you think in that way, okay, then maybe that is the good life. Or if you see your friend doing something good and you might feel, oh, that is the good life. Or if you see a monk and you might say, oh, wow, that is the good life. Anyway, we start the life like that. We have been cruising through this whole scenarios like that because we wanted a better life, better circumstances, quality life, if we say. What else you can add, Surangika? There's so many things we want, isn't it? But then we keep understanding doesn't necessarily happen in that way. Just because we want something doesn't necessarily mean that. Doesn't necessarily mean everything will go beautifully like we want. No, we can dream, but it doesn't. And these calamities, the natural calamities, natural disasters, keep proving this to everyone again and again and again. And we race from that and we just forget about it. How many died? 300. Okay, then, oh, wow, 300 died. But you don't really feel it unless it's someone of you or someone close to you. But even if it is your dog, you might feel better than that. So that is how it is. It has to hurt you to feel something. And then if it hurts you, you kind of come out of it by thinking so many things. One is dhamma, one is, okay, this is life, or this is karma. And something like that. Someone might pray for God and might feel some solace in that. Actually, it is okay because temporarily this mind can go into a shock or can go into despair, can go into depression. That will hold for some time. But this is temporary. This is temporary. And the moment you close to death, the utter despair you are going to be in, can you imagine that? Can you just imagine dying just now and see how much shock you would be in to leave this world because you feel that the world is there and I'm here. The alive feel is in this dream. Feel of existence is actually even below that. So this is a construct. Everyone, I hope everyone hears this in whatever the language, in Thai language, in Sinhala language, in English language, whatever the language, doesn't matter. If you hear this, it is a construct. This feel of existence is a construct. And even the consciousness is a construct. It is just an outcome of this sensory organ. And a life feel is actually the part of it only. Then do you have anything to worry about it? No, just go on with your life. Help other people. Just do whatever you can do. Because you can do what you can do. You can't do more than that, but you can do a lot of things to help people to understand this suffering, how the suffering has arisen. I'll give Surangika, I think she can add more to this discussion, isn't it, Surangika?
Dr. Vogler at that point, so that with this Dhamma, the feeling of existence is the thing that diminishes, isn't it? But the existence is there in terms of one has to carry on, and that was the point you were trying to make. But the beauty is it is the field of existence which propagates the self-perception and the self-vibration. And that is the thing that diminishes. It's like two sides of the same coin. If there is one, then there is the other. And that is also, I think, the Buddothpado Samuppada, isn't it? This is there, then that is there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. And more we understand this become more beautiful, and more we feel that everyone should feel this. And if someone has, Lord Buddha could go to his family and say, be ready for death. He could just go there and tell, because every one of them understood Dhamma. He could go there and just say, death can't be prevented. There's going to be a war and you all will die. And isn't that great? That, do you think in current life, like current trend, if someone comes and say, oh, be ready to die, will anyone be happy to listen to that even? I mean, they will be like, oh, you are cursing us, go away. What is this? We don't want to hear that. We are not going to be like, we are not going to be defeated like that. We are going to fight and we will live. But Lord Buddha could go and say that because they understood that this Dhamma, they were in different stages, so they resonance to that Dhamma. So Lord Buddha actually could go and say, it's coming. It's coming. What? Yes, this end is coming. The war is coming. The end is coming, and we know that the whole the clan or the family circle got killed, and he tried twice apparently to prevent that, but couldn't. But what is the difference of mundane war? Mundane world, there are wars. Do we okay, say the war is coming, be ready and just, succumb to that. That's not how it happens, happily die, or kind of happily succumb to the situation. I don't think we can imagine that unless someone actually can resonance to that. As someone could say, if someone says that in nowadays, they might take it with ill will, like misunderstand that totally, Oh, this person doesn't care about us. He does care. He tried, but he cared more than that. He actually made you to understand Dhamma, so that they die without any self-view that I am dying. They felt it. If they are in different stages, it is according to the stages how much you will feel. But of course, the pain will be felt. Of course, if there is a wound will be felt. As we say, all the sensory faculties are working, but this sense of existence, because it is not there, or the non-self perception is there, it is not taken as happening here. And this becoming this is even we tell it from the story. it's such a beautiful thing to even say, but to experience is a different story. But at least if you have felt it momentarily also, there is a massive benefit, because kind of, it's not happening to me. And when Lord Buddha comes and tells that, they know. They just know, yeah, it is happening. Yeah, it is happening. So same way, any calamity, any disaster is happening. So it is happening. But for this, everyone should have this knowledge of Dhamma and should feel it. And when you feel it, at least the continuity we felt that we are living is not true. Because this continuity has been broken because of the non-self perception, or the absence of self-vibration. That is where, wow, we thought this is the normal thing. That's why we struggle to maintain the life. We have so much struggle to maintain the life, maintain the sensory organs into our likeness, like our preference. Anything to add, Surangika? I'm glad that you came, because there's not much people today. I think a lot of people must be having problems also. So Dharma is involved in that, yeah. I saw.
Yeah, fully involved in the Thai monks program. So I mean that external part of the anicca, because anicca has different understandings in society or amongst Buddhists as well. So one of the traditional understandings is of impermanence, isn't it? And I mean, our noble spiritual teachers said that, look, even to that extent, if there is an understanding that is, I suppose, better than nothing, but one has to,
at least,
gradually progress, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, at least, because if you know that at least this environment is not going to be permanent, there's impermanence in that aspect. There's some solace in that, some good feeling that it's okay. But the actual impermanence means this continuity, the self-perception which feels as continuous. That is the depth where actually the impermanence is fully important. I mean, that what you said is important too, because no one will actually understand. No one will actually understand about the impermanence of self without understanding the impermanence of the outside.
Yeah, but the other point with that is that if one just thinks about the impermanence, that is based on objects which are impermanent, isn't it? Because then there is something that gradually decays. There is something that gradually dies or grows old. So there's an implicit acceptance that there is something.
The dream will be there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the dream will be there. That is dukkha satya. The dream part is the dukkha satya, and the next, the feel part is dukkha satya. So the dream can't be erased as because we think the outside is impermanent. It's a bit difficult. Not bit difficult, I think 100% difficult. Because you can't just erase a dream just by saying it is impermanent, because what is impermanent is there. Yes, it is impermanent. Tree is impermanent, but tree is there. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. How we describe that this is just a kind of a vibration of the sensory organ where we keep understanding the tree. where did the tree arise? Tree arise actually in collaboration with the sensory organs, and that's it only.
And I mean, I suppose you can always say, you know, not the tree. The best example is the person itself, because if you can say, you know, you will grow old, you will get sick, and these are the usual calamities that will befall a human person, kind of thing. And then what happens? That person gets used to the fact, or that person
Yes,
will try to do things to prolong the youth,
the life.
and prolong life. And then it is also the me here who is getting old, or the me here who is trying to, you know, stop getting old and stop getting wrinkles and stop getting sick and all that. So the actual core and the core truth has not been reached and has not been understood in that concept, which is at a very surface kind of level. I mean, it is okay to start with, but that is not what the Buddha finally said. If one has to completely liberate, then the mind has to be fully understood, because there lies the cause of suffering. And if one doesn't understand that, one is just merely almost lying to oneself, and that is only just going to cause this samsaric cycle to continue, because the vibration will never come to an end. The vibration will keep on self-perpetuating. It will, this life and the breath might go out, but as long as the vibration still remains in that last breath, the telepathizing will continue, and that would go on. So the end of suffering, as per the core teachings, is not just that kind of surface level anicca. It has a deeper meaning, and that is what these Dhamma teachings are trying to explain. Yeah.
Mm. And the basic understanding of this Dhamma, even the basics, I think gives such a relief to people by even understanding the actually what is outside there is just a perception in our mind is a big, I think, step, because that is even difficult, isn't it? Like even this body is outside, even this self thought is outside. When you say outside, is actually the existence of the thought. So when you say the tree is there, that you already have given a value to that. But in contrast, it is much more value to your body we give. That is what it's very specific actually. The body, the you know, when we say we understand that the outside is just a thought. I don't know how many mothers even get this clearly, because when you put the camera to the outside only, sometimes we just keep interpreting everything outside only, but actually this statement, when we say what we think is not out there, it even relates to the body as well. When we say my head, my leg, my chest, my lungs, my liver, my kidney, whatever, my hand, my body in that sense, whatever, that's implying that it is there. That implication, that idea that it is there, if you keep understanding that it is just a perception, it's a massive step, because the value that you have given to your body will be much less. This keep improving, and when you understand that all perceptions are actually constructs, the body doesn't have a value at all, because then it is by understanding, because you're still using the body. I mean, it's still there, it's functioning, it's fine, and you can feed that, you can, you can do whatever, but yeah, dress up, and yeah, you just cover that. When it's cold, you can cover it with a blanket. Yes, do that, it's fine, but the understanding is very deep here, and that's the thing, that when you say what you think is not out there, it implies about the human body too. Human body, the self view, that I, the thought I, is also like that. So when you understand that the self view is wrong, you have already understood everything about this, because you can't just experience this non-vibration once without actually going through all these stages. You have to understand that outside, whatever you think is not there outside, and whatever you think is not actually true. That those are two things, two different things. Whatever you think is not out there, yes, and whatever you think is not true, it's actually a construct of other five sensory organs. And then to say other five sensory organs are also felt as a thing because of the rapidity of the vibration. And that's it. Because when you have when you are not inside, kind of not, when you have peers that mind bubble in one thought, one particular stimulus, the vibration you feel is just why we say it's a vibration. Actually, this should be clarified too, because we can't. I usually use that word because it's a feel. We can say feel, but it's just a better way of saying that, because what you feel is a feel. It doesn't matter whether it's the ear. It is kind of similar to the other sensory organs. Whatever it is, a feel. It's a vibration. That's why we call it vibration. So don't misunderstand. It's not an inventing thing. Anything inventing. It's just there in the same stimulus. Just stages of the stimulus. And whatever you feel is the feel of the sensory organs. The rapidity of the sensory organs. That's what you feel. So in that moment, you will definitely feel the self-perception, and this will keep manifesting again and getting more stronger, and that vibration is going to dwindle each time you experience it. And once you become the non-self vibration, that means there's no vibration at all. Yeah, anything to add, Sarangika?
Theron Sanai, Dr. Kokila. I think it's for our English speaking listeners, I think it's a gradual journey, isn't it? A journey that has to be taken with small steps, because this is a type of teaching which is not prevalent or has been heard of before. I mean, there are teachings of Buddhism right around the world, true, but as we spoke of earlier, there are different types of dukkhas, and what in the traditional sense of the word, what was considered to be dukkha as the Buddha taught is not actually exactly that. That can be part of it, but there is, as we said, a deeper meaning to the word anicca, and it cannot just be the impermanence, as Dr. Kokila
Actually,
just explained.
I think actually now people are starting to talk about anatta. In that case, the anatma or the no self. I hear in Australia some of the Dhamma sermons are slowly adding that now. Starting to talk about more about anatta or anatma slowly.
Was
Like
that like a Sri Lankan monk
no,
kind of
no,
saying?
no. English one.
Oh, English-speaking ones, because I mean the monasteries that I go to generally, there is still the person being here, and the talks are generally around. I mean, there is on one side there is
No,
Vidarshana.
only just starting. It's
Yeah,
not
but
in depth.
yeah, but there is still a lot of conversation between the monks and the lay people about doing good karma, making
Oh
sure you go
yeah,
to a good place, that you have to keep on doing, because this world life
yeah,
is not going to be your last life, and so
yeah,
it almost completely nullifies the Vidarshana, which just then goes to show that did they really understand what the
yeah.
Vidarshana means in the
They
correct sense of the word, isn't it? Yeah.
contradict themselves.
Exactly. That is because they
Yeah,
don't have that core teaching that our noble spiritual teacher has given, because they found this word and they think the deep reflection as one goes into concentration, meditation, or otherwise, a deeper reflection about non-self almost in a theoretical way, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Some kind of,
and also
yeah.
someone can feel the the absence of vibrations, because that's the other way around. They talk about not the absence of self vibration, they talk about other vibrations, so they don't feel the surrounding, and they that's the point they take as maybe this is nirvana, but they're still, the person is there because
Yes, that's the thing. I think
that's
that's
the thing.
where the confusion lies as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't feel anything. They say, "Oh, yeah, I don't feel anything now," and that contradicts itself as well. That's not what Lord Buddha was trying to say. Yeah, and in you can turn this to English better than me. Like that, once he said, "නැති වුණා නම් නැති වුණේ, ඉන්නවා තියනවා කියලා ගත්ත එක විතරයි නේද?" How do you say
A
that?
thought only, yes, a thought, exactly.
Yeah, Lord Buddha said that. Lord Buddha was asked, I think it's like a mental discussion that he had. Did you get anything? And do you remember that?
Yes, I think, as you said, it's of course a mental, almost kind of a conversation between, yeah. So I think upon being liberated, or with the self vibration dissipating completely, there was this thing about, so now that there is full liberation, are you happy? So then the Buddha said, what is there to be happy about? And then then the question was asked, then are
Are
you
you sad?
sad? And then the Buddha replied saying, what is there to be sad about? Because the only thing that was lost was the thought of there being something.
Yeah, that's the most beautiful thing in the world. That's what I was trying to say in the beginning. It's only one thought we are struggling with, that the self view or the self thought or the self perception or the self vibration. Isn't that beautiful?
It
That
is very,
to
very beautiful.
understand that suffering is not there when this thought is actually dissipating and not like hiding it somewhere, because in concentration meditation it hides. It just hides. Basically, arupa dhyana means formless. Dhyana means it's hiding, just hiding, and it comes back.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's the thing. I mean, it's the suffering has so many variations. Suffering has kind of three ways to discuss. Also, there's so many stages of liberation too. One will feel so kind of tranquility, kind of absence of suffering is what the word is actually for the there, because tranquility or the happiness there can't be compared to just normal happiness from getting something, because this happiness is from absence of self-view. The first one is absence of self-view brings such a relief, and that is the word. I think the good word is relief. Such a relief. When you have just imagine you put a 5 kilo rice on your head and you start walking, how much you would feel. I mean, I don't know whether someone would feel 5 kilos, but just imagine that it is heavy, or 10 kilos in that case. And then you release and 5 kilos, you would feel less suffering, isn't it? Like that. The relief of releasing from self-view is also massive. And Lord Buddha said, now there was a simile he told, what is that rock? The big rock.
The Mahameru.
That big rock. The Keles was like a big rock, but now it is less. That's less because the variation which can go from human to the lower realms is not there. Why? Because that much vibration can't happen without the self-view. We have to have the self-view to give a fight, do stuff, do so-called bad stuff in that sense. So sila
Right
is
view,
inevitable. Right view brings the sila, inevitable sila. You don't have to do anything to get the sila, because there's no self-view. The struggle that we do to maintain the view is not there. So the right view brings such a relief. And also, just by reducing the defilements, brings more relief. And when one ceases to enjoy all the perceptions, there is so much relief more. And the final relief, the full relief, is actually liberation from self-vibration, or becoming the non-self vibration, or non-self perception, in that sense, or absence of self-vibration. So that's sukha, I think, best word for sukha, because it's the absence of suffering that brings the sukha, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think putting any other thing to it will give it a wrong
Wrong idea.
interpretation. It is the
Yeah.
absence of vibration itself.
And we, everyone listening to this Dhamma can feel it to different stages. Even though we haven't become that, we feel it to different stages. And even in someone who is trying to understand this, just imagine someone has not felt it fully, but who is thinking about it will feel the same thing, because whenever they get the feel, the self vibration, they are thinking, wow, what did I do to get that? What became real? That's the that covers the whole thing, because that person can't go more than that, because that insight comes.
Yeah. And
What brought
the
this
measuring, the measuring
vibration?
itself is the fading of the defilements,
Defilements,
which is
not the actually the you can't really go by the amount of relief. But the amount of relief should not be confused with this dhyana also. People can get confused with the the status of we
those
can get
jhanas,
stages of dhyana. So you don't have to confuse that. This is a relief you have, and in massive burning point only you will understand how much relief you have. It's beautiful to know that. I mean, you can only understand that by day-to-day life, and actually there is a beauty, I think, even with difficulties of day-to-day life, of being not being a monk, but being living in society. You are always bombarded with difficult positions, difficult situations, difficult the hardships or calamities, whatever. And more you feel the relief, more you become, like Aranwanse always says, ice cube in between fires. And
it's
that has nothing to do with that. It's nothing actually to even tell. There's nothing to tell in that sense,
I think
because it's just a feel.
I think one of the most beautiful examples is the lotus growing out of the muddy water, isn't it? It's completely untouched, but still, what is that term? Melovat midila thing.
You have liberated from this world as
from
well as the
worlds,
the other world is actually the I think I don't know how to explain that even, but the feel and this dream, I would say this dream is the this world, because this world is like 45 years of age or 65 years of age, whatever the dream we have here is the here,
the sensual world, and then the others can be form and formless, or formless,
formless,
perhaps.
formless, and more we talk about this, actually it improves everyone. And I don't know why, I think people should talk about this no self Dhamma, and everyone in the village. And just imagine, Surangika, if everyone in the village start talking like this, just imagine. And one tells the someone going, a father saw son dying and tells someone, please tell my wife to bring only 2 food and some light, some fire. And that person goes very nicely, tells that to the wife, and wife does the same thing, no questioning, does the same thing, knows very well what is happening, and comes, eat, and then light the body, and does the rituals and go home. And isn't that if the whole village is in this kind of mindset, isn't that a possibility?
Exactly.
Yeah. And isn't it possible now? It is possible now. Even now, in this era, where entertainment of sensory organs is massive. You entertain by games, you entertain by films, whatever. There's so much more things than that time. But still, is it possible? It is possible. And actually, we invite everyone. If you have any idea about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, and that he has told the Dhamma, he has enlightened everyone with the Dhamma or truth, which is going to give you end of suffering, just come and listen to the truth. I think we'll finish our discussion today, Swamika. Thank you so much for coming. It would be a very pleasure to have a discussion rather than keep talking alone. Everyone, and we'll worship Aran Wahanse. Everyone, Sanai.
Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranarayan Wahanse, Namaskaram.
Non-vibration itself, so the noble friendship will be something that even the vibration will actually succumb or fail or to the power of the non-vibration, because we feel like non-vibration must be not having any power, but actually I don't know, it tells this all the time, like non-vibration is the power. That is the power actually, because we have different powers in everyone through the vibration, but non-vibration is the power which is actually radiating to everything, to the trees, to the beings, and the whole world. It will be felt. It has to be felt, and it will be felt knowingly or unknowingly. Knowingly is the people who actually know that this must be a non-vibration, but then unknowingly, it's happening unknowingly too. And that's beautiful, because the non-vibration to manifest in an era is very rare. Lord Buddha has explained that non-vibration, there are times that non-vibration does not manifest, like Buddha Shunya Kalpa. Buddha Shunya Kalpa means that it is not happening. You can't telepathy into non-vibration in that, so there's no noble friend, because noble friend is none other than the non-vibration. It's not a we feel as it as like a person. We might specifically in the beginning you might feel it as a person. It's not. The noble friendship is not with a person, and it is not actually standing beside the noble friend, because you understand it has nothing to do with standing near the noble friend.
Yeah.
It is synchronizing with the noble friend, and more you synchronize, more you are closer to non-vibration, and that's the beauty of this Dhamma, and everything happening at the moment in the world and in Sri Lanka and in Tombagoda. It's all about this spreading of kindness, compassion,
Yes.
and love.
Yes.
Yes, Thiruvan.
Exactly, Dr. Kokila. Exactly, because the first advice given in that Bhante's, Venerable Bhante's sermon is also you have to be humble, kind, and compassionate. That is because in the form of these perfections, in the discussions, in these groundbreaking revelations, also Dr. Kokila Aryan Wahanse took all these points one by one and explained actually the real meaning of all these perfections. And so to be humble, be kind, that is actually selfless love, selfless kindness, which is completely free from selfishness, because otherwise the kindness, love, whatever we say, there are different levels of that. So this is actually basically the without the involvement of a person self, if you can spread love and kindness. So from Domagoda that happens actually with this beautiful ceremony held today. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, it is important to remind the people, all the devotees of Buddothpado, this ceremony it will actually go on for near one whole month. From today, the next enshrinement of sacred relics will happen at Matara. Then the procession will proceed to Tissa Maharama, then to Badulla, then Mahiyanganaya, Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Kurunegala, Kandy, then Kalaniya. By 17th of December, they will arrive at Tumbakuda International Meditation Center once again. And the beauty is it is not just enshrinement of sacred relics. Along with them, there will be sermons and the opportunity for everyone to take part in practical meditation programs. So, actually, we can make an open invitation for everyone, although due to this extremely bad weather conditions, they were unable to take part in the main celebration, this ceremonial enshrinement of sacred relics at Domagudu, but they still have the opportunity to join the religious ceremony in their respective localities, and also to participate in meditation programs. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Thiruvan, I think Surangika is also here. I think she can join in and tell us few words about today. I don't know whether she has seen the whole program, but yeah, she can join as well if she is in a possible place to talk.
Theruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, Theruvan Sannai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I did have the chance to not the whole thing, but to view a little here and there of the ceremony. I did also see this morning, the late last night arrival of Bante from Thailand. And as R.N. Mahanse mentioned, it was truly beautiful how they had decorated the entire area, I think from the road where the turn off to the Pagoda, I believe. I mean, I'm just guessing because I haven't been there. Decorating the whole thing with those streams of light right up to the monastery itself, almost as if it was daylight. Lots of people with great gratitude, appreciation of R.N. Mahansa's Dhamma have got together at the meditation center, and in order to welcome Bante with the sacred relics. And not only that, I think this opportunity, as R.N. Mahans and quite a few people had mentioned in certain talks during the day, what is so significant about this is that this relationship that is being closely bonded kind of thing with Thailand and this Thai monk and the Venerable Bante is just a prelude to things to come, to a stronger relationship between the countries, stronger relationship between monasteries, Sri Lanka and the Thai monastery that the Bante resides. But not only that, the word that would spread because of these good deeds and the ceremony that is being held here, not only, as Sudama said, not only is the enshrinement of the relics and the opportunity to see them and worship them, but also because the practical program of R.N. Mahansas is going to be also part and parcel of this program, as the Bante makes his way across the country to so many Metmal Aranas and other monasteries. The combination of the visiting and seeing the relics along with the practical program is going to attract so many devotees, and most of them, or possibly, quite a lot of them, could be people who are new to Buddothpado Dhamma or the true Dhamma philosophy. And that is going to be the greatness of this whole endeavor, isn't it? Because that is what R.N. Mahansa has always tried to do through this community of people who have got together after listening to the Buddothpado Dhamma. And we have been spreading the message, spreading it through leaflets, pamphlets, books, to temples, schools, monasteries, so on and so forth. And this is going to be another big, massive step in that direction because of the relics, as well as Bante being a close, having the close relationship with R.N. Mahansa. And so all these things are going to be draw cards for people to not only come to these monasteries, come to Metmal Arana, but then the curiosity will also be there. What is this Dhamma? Why are these people so, feeling so light, feeling so greatly liberated? You can, as Sudama said, if Bante itself noticed that about the people who have got together and are working so harmoniously, so peacefully to this cause at the International Meditation Center, so too will other fellow Sri Lankans, other fellow Buddhists who have not heard of the Dhamma but come to see the relics, will wonder, what is this? We haven't heard this Dhamma before. There must be something here. And then that is going to be the way that will open the path for them to listen to this Dhamma. So I think that is the far-reaching effect of Bante's visit. And the next whole month is going to be a magnificent opportunity for that. So I think we are all truly grateful for R.N. Mahansa for forging these relationships when he was in Thailand, and for Bante's visit. And we thank and worship Bante Thero from Thailand, as well as he continues his tour across the country. Theruvan Sannai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika, you correctly said actually this is an eye-opener for everyone. For the people, actually, the devotees of Buddothpado, of course, they will also be inspired, and they will kind of feel, I mean, whatever the level that they are in the path, they will get they will be motivated and seeing the unity of the people who are directly working towards this goal, one goal under the guidance and instructions of Buddothpado Aryan Mahase. And also there is a revival of Buddhist philosophy, Buddhism in Sri Lanka right now, because in this ceremony also they were advertised on television channels. In programs, the program presenters mentioned about this beautiful ceremony and made an open invitation to everyone. And similarly, since this is going to happen across the country, everywhere like hill country, then the north central province, then Anuradhapura, those areas also, uh, the people will see, as you said, correctly said, that this is not just an exhibition of sacred relics or just the opportunity to come and see or worship them alone. They will go back with this beautiful message. They will definitely go back with this beautiful message. So, Teruvan Saranai to Dr. Kokila and Ms. Surangika. I beg your permission to leave. There are some programs and people are like getting ready to leave also.
And that's all
So
right.
please go.
Actually, we
Teruvan
can hand over the Zoom. Yeah, it's all good. We can hand over the Zoom at any time to the Zoom singular Zoom discussion. I don't know whether it's Indrani who is here. Not sure who is actually holding this.
I think you can continue with as usual, Dr. Kokila. I don't know whether
Oh,
going to join the Zoom from here. If it is so,
okay.
we will,
They will
I
join.
will know. Yeah, please. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai.
Dhiran Sanai. So, yeah, it is very beautiful, and we talk about this Dhamma every day, and it is. I mean, we need to kind of reach. Dhamma should reach. The truth should reach people, and for truth to reach people, we kind of has to do something, and we do things like we put the sermons into TV programs, we put the Dhamma sermons to radio, and this is kind of another way of actually getting the truth to all the people in the world. And that's not easy. And just by getting their attention, it doesn't mean that it is definitely going to be understood. Some people might say, "Oh, it's too much, too difficult, or too deep." But still, someone definitely might try and understand too. So this is open for everyone. Even if you come to criticize it, you might find that how beautiful this Dhamma is if you are an open-minded person. The difficulty is we are not open-minded people. We are usually close-minded people. So it is like pouring water into a close cup, isn't it? Because then no water will retain. Sometimes it is like that, but we don't stop there. Lord Buddha's message was to give Dhamma to everyone, and Maranatha is trying his best to do that, and we all support him for whatever the way we can. And we try to put a little notice saying Buddothpado and put the YouTube channel sites there. Someone may actually see it and check on it. Who knows? Likewise, we try to put it out there so that, like, very randomly only we started listening to Aranwanse. So it never been told to, never been pressed into listen to anything. We just listen, and it's like kind of used to inspire so much. We just continue to listen. So likewise, there would be people who just by one sermon would be so attracted to that. And even though the truth may not have been felt, it doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is being open-minded and being able to actually do a little research about this Dhamma, which is not that bad. You have to have a kind of a ability to research on something where kind of another way is just take it wholeheartedly without any argument and just take it as it is. That is another way as well. That can happen to any mother in the village also, because they might take it so literally, so they are so close to that truth, and they will feel the non-vibration, the Lord Buddha state. But another one would be having so many arguments about it, but still that also might open up the avenues to understand this. What do you think, Surangika? Do you think you can add something there?
Yes, definitely, Dr. Kokila, because it just came to my mind that R.N. Vase has said that, when someone is not having 3 meals a day, or at least even 1 meal a day, when someone doesn't have a roof above that person's head, when someone doesn't have a meal, you can give that person a lunch parcel. You can give that person some food. You can maybe provide that person a temporary one night's shelter. But then that is only temporary, isn't it? That meal that is given is going to assuage that person's hunger only for a day. You might give the person for a week, but can you keep on doing it? No, you can't. And that person's hunger is going to come back over and over again. But whilst that kind deed, and no one is going to say no to that, everyone, a person who is humane will still do that. What is going to be done, or what is being done by giving the true Dhamma message to a person, is that we are turning the person from that whole samsaric cycle and paving the way for that person to realize through innate understanding and bringing a cessation to this whole suffering by understanding that there wasn't a soul here, that this is a non-soul existence, and this whole so-called existence has been created, and the suffering comes from this whole misconception of a self and a persona that we think and we have created purely through ignorance. So the true Dhamma message is by far the most profound message one can ever give. It is the most profound act of kindness in every sense of the word, but definitely not from a conventional sense of the word. One can think about it from a conventional term as well, but the kindness, the compassion that we talk from a metta perspective, from the Dhamma angle, goes far beyond that point. And Sudharma explained earlier about the Bhante saying, be kind and happy and be humble. But when R.N. Vance talks about those words, it is not a person here being kind. It is not a person here being humble, isn't it? Because when one realizes the Dhamma, and when one realizes there there was nothing here in the first place, and there was never a person here in the first place. And when that whole self persona and the self vibration melts away, there isn't anybody here to fatten the ego. There isn't anybody here to protect and to enliven or to give value to, and so on. And if there is no one here, then it is that selflessness that comes about automatically, isn't it? And through that itself, the protection or the interest is only of the other person, of wanting, of the doing good, is the doing good in the sense of liberating or helping to liberate or show the path to liberation for that other person and to others, because there is no longer an agenda for the self, because the self has been annihilated, because there wasn't a self, and that realization itself brings that understanding, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, and the in Sinhala we call metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha, and not exactly sure whether we are telling exact the meaning when we say loving kindness, compassion, and no, yeah, I don't know whether we have any specific words for them, but I think it is kind of beyond our normal day-to-day life. What we talk is actually far less than this one.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado PeoTV Dhamma discussion, which happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. First of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet. He is our spiritual teacher who work day and night tirelessly to spread this true message of Gautama Buddha Sasana uh, in the entire world. So we are always grateful to and we grateful, and we pay our homage to Buddha Dhamma Sangha. And thank you very much, all Dhamma friends who conduct Zoom, so who actually arrange this Zoom platform and working so hard behind the screen. And until our Dhamma friends, Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika, and others join, let's look at the opportunities available for seekers of truth in this Buddothpado forum. Uh, if I brief you about the online resources available, it is important to mention here about the main website buddhothpadodhamma.com, where all sermons, Dhamma discussions, um, and actually practical programs, recordings of practical programs are available, and they are beautifully categorized according to the themes and the levels of complexity. And actually, they are given in the chronological order as well. So, any seeker of truth, uh, if you are able to understand Sinhala language, you have such a lot of sermons, and we actually recommend you to start with sermons on basic Buddhist philosophy called Darshan Samapattiya. Those sermons will give you the basics of the Buddhist philosophy, which will uh, motivate you to explore more, and automatically certain realizations will happen. And then Wisdom of Asia website is also there for basically if you are into science, the scientific analysis of Buddhist philosophy, how these vibrations come together uh, as a natural phenomenon and create this so-called world, and the sense of self is beautifully explained. Uh, so actually, that website is also maintained by scholars who are experts in physics, chemistry, and such stuff, university academics actually. So you will be able to uh, understand the philosophy, actually transcending um, the fact that it is merely a religion. Buddhism cannot be narrowed down as a religion. It is such a broad concept because everyone uh, born in the human realm has that inquisitiveness to see uh, or understand truth of existence, why we feel as if we live, then why do we die after some years, and what happens to us after death, and why some people suffer. I mean, suffer in the sense, why some people do not have at least their basic needs. Why are some people born disabled and mentally retarded? And why is this only um, I mean, can we go by the scientific analysis alone that because of some deficiency of certain vitamins and nutritional facts during the pregnancy, that would result in children to be born with health issues. Is that the only reason? Or uh, s- actually there is a reason for that. This is, we cannot talk only about this life of uh, sorry, 60, 70 or 100 years. Life, even if we believe it or not, life, birth and death happens. I mean, birth and death that we talk about in the mundane world happens as a cycle. As long as the uh, thought power of the last thought of a human or any living being is not zero, that power, the thought power, the last thought will synchronize into another system. It could be an animal system, human system, or hungry ghost realm, such a system, or being in hell or heavenly. Some, what there are, we talk about 31 realms. So, depending on the level of the power of the last thought, that synchronization will happen in any of those realms. So the whatever the realm, the suffering is inevitable. It will be there until someone fully liberate, attaining nibbana. Uh, Before that, actually, they talk about non-form realms where the life, eh, we can't say exists, but still, uh, from mundane terms, life will go on for several eons, incalculable number of eons. But at the end of that, when a certain vibration happens, that telepathization will uh, continue, and there is a tendency for such a system, such a kind of, can't say system, such power to telepathize into again into an animal realm even. So that risk is there. That is why our spiritual teacher never recommends someone to think about the birth in heaven or form realm or non-form realm. So Lord Buddha, actually, our spiritual teacher is a true follower of Gautama Buddha Sasana. We know at that time Lord Buddha, the Prince Siddhartha, was born to a king called Suddhodana and a queen called Mahamaya. He had all luxuries at, I mean, his feet, everything someone can has, because some, according to astrologers, they predicted that he would be uh, the king of in the entire universe if he continued to be a lay person. But he decided to, uh, and actually, in India at that time, Hinduism was, uh, I mean, at the main religion, and there were rishis. They also talked about some liberation, but that is just, now we know that it is just non-form level. So what happened is, after practicing concentration meditation for so many years, they get stuck in non-form realms. So Lord Buddha or Prince Siddhartha was able to, he had the wisdom. inborn wisdom to see that that is not the truth. So, despite the parents' efforts to uh, keep him away from the people who suffer in the mundane world, once he happened to encounter a dead body, an old person, and and a sick person, and then a monk. So his chauffeur, uh, Channa, uh, when inquired, told him the truth. And then and there, he decided to take the path of that robed person and to look for the truth. So that is why today sorry. Sorry about the interruption. Yeah. So that is due to the uh, sacrifices made by Prince Siddhartha. Today, this beautiful religion is available for us. And all humans born in this era, this century, actually are fortunate because they have the potential to realize the truth. So, until our Dhamma friends join, let's try to understand what is the ultimate goal of this philosophy, or this path. So, Lord Buddha has recommended the path to Nibbana in three phases as Satya, Krutya, and Prutak. Satya is the philosophy. Basically, actually, we call it the wisdom of the truth, but it is the knowledge of philosophy. One should be thoroughly aware of the philosophy. The philosophy has the special power to bring about inner changes, inner transformation in the system. So, being born as humans with this mind, which we can utilize to liberate from it itself, we should not uh, miss this opportunity, ignore this opportunity. It is such a rare opportunity if you actually by chance happen to listen to this truth of life unraveled by Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse. Just don't take it as another simple thing happened to you in your life. It is such a rare, precious moment. So please take it that way, because that will take you to the complete liberation from suffering. And then this every day our spiritual teacher um, emphasizes on the importance of listening to sermons. Listening to sermons which carries the truth. That is how the sense of self, or this notion of self or self view gets created. How actually is there a person, or is there a self, unique self in this body? Or is there a unique self in the mind? Now we know when we talk about the identity, the name, religion, nationality, and everything, the skin color, the hair, the appearance basically, and your educational level, social background, everything creates a big image of a self. So unknowingly, we believe, strongly believe in the mirror image that when you stood in front of the mirror, there was an image. We at once took it to be our appearance. And always 101 times you go in front of the mirror and check your hair, the face, wrinkles, I mean, everything, overall look, and you try to maintain this body, which is just uh, comprise, which just comprises of six, four great elements, and which is definitely subjected to death and decay as if any phenomena. So that is the biggest ignorance that we have. Actually, in that sense, all beings are, especially all human beings, are helpless. So do us. So do us, because uh, we were also told the same. We were also told the same, that external factors play a role in creating the self view, basically, the manifest level, the belief that this body is me, this is my look, this is my skin color, this is the way I dress up, this is the way my family, and that is the self view, basically. That self view can be addressed. I mean, it's kind of it is the first achievement one would make. If someone listens to the sermons, they beautifully explain how come that this body is not you or me. How come that this mind is not you? If we take this body to be me, what if by facing an accident you happen to amputate your uh, leg or hand, or and even now inner organs, kidney transplant, liver transplant. So can we still call that's me? And this body is so constantly subjected to numerous changes. Like, what if you meet with an accident and your face, which we basically take as me, get injured, damaged, and you lose your look? Can you and the other thing, just see, now if you have a dark skin tone, you have the ability to take these whitening injections. There are a lot of uh, I mean, under plastic surgery, there are a lot of ways and means to change your look. So how silly it is to believe that this body is me. Just by thinking about that, you can come to it is just general knowledge, common sense, basically, not general knowledge. If you think, you will realize that this body is not you. Then the mind, if mind is me, I should be able to control my thoughts. The I would be very happy all the time if the mind is me, because that's what we really want. The sad thoughts, scary thoughts, then embarrassing things, that I mean, now the things that we really need to forget, that arouse guilty feelings or embarrassing feelings, and kind of, I mean, things that we, or sad experiences, can we fully get rid of them? The more you try to forget them, they will come up. I mean, you can't suppress your thoughts by force. Even if you, I mean, the more you try to suppress a thought, it would come more and more. So just explore these little things yourself, so that you will feel that the mind is, how can we call the mind as a part of me? If so, I should have control over the mind. And then the name, can't we change our name? And don't people do that? And just imagine now, uh, in our culture, most of the people have like pet names, or actually names that lovingly the parents or siblings call you by a certain name. And then the name on your birth certificate, that's the formally, I mean, people will know you by that name. And then the name you can change at any time. And so it affects your identity. So what I'm trying to do is to show how ignorant we are to believe in a non-available self, thinking this body is the self, mind is the self, and name and all other components, other aspects of identity are the same. Anyone can change them at any time. So this, when you know that there is no self in the body, mind, or any other belonging that you think yours are not yours, can you be happy? No. But we feel as if we exist. We feel as if we exist. How come that? When the eye functions, we see as if I'm seeing something. When the ear functions, we feel as if I'm hearing something. And the nose, we say, I am smelling something. Then when the tongue arises, I mean, tongue consciousness or some taste arises, we feel we are tasting something. And the body, when the heat, coldness, hardness, softness are experienced by the body, we believe as if we are feeling. Always this is we naturally arise. We are so, we can't say addicted, but that is how it is. It is so normal. We never ever thought that it is not me. We strongly believe and we strongly feel that as if everything is happening to me. So where does this feeling of existence or self-perception underneath the knowing that everything happens to me, where does it come from? It is deeper than believing that body is me, or the mirror image is me, or the name is me, religion. These external factors have strengthened the self-perception for it to be the self-will. So when we make this backward journey, we have to follow the same path. First, through the philosophical knowledge, this true wisdom of truth, by listening to sermons, we have to fully convince the system that this body is not me, the name is not me, mind is not me. That happens actually not by listening to us for 10-15 minutes. When you listen to Buddothpado sermons, there are more than 12,000 sermons. Gradually, you will drive away the ignorance, and you will not act with the self-will. It happens. It is a big achievement actually in the path, not as a person, but still this mental image of the path is there until we come to a certain level, because we start the path, start the journey with the self, and gradually the self diminishes. That is how it is. And then self, as I tried to explain, where does this deep feeling of self, inner feeling of self arise? It is actually, basically, it happens due to the vibration that synchronizes into the zygote when the combination of ovum and sperm happens. The zygote is the first unified cell, and at that point we call the life begins, because earlier I told you about the power of the last thought of a system that would synchronize into another system if the power is not zero. So that is now I'm going back to that to say that such power will telepathize into any zygote. So that vibration, that power carries all the data of previous births. This incalculable number of births. It's an unending cycle, but it all that is the astonishing revelation of Gautama Buddhacharyan Vahanse. No one ever thought about that even. So that power, that telepathizing or synchronizing happens. That is why different systems reflect different levels of power, or different, although all are identified as humans, each system is unique in its power. So our spiritual teacher gives a beautiful example for that. Now, if there are 800 billion people, all of them, just imagine, all of them use a mobile phone. So each one of them has a unique number. at any time by dialing that you can connect with that person. Similarly, that power that telepathized into the system at zygote level is so unique because it is decided by uh, the power uh, that actually we can't say accumulated. It is not an accumulation which happens at physical level, but however, the power, the effect of the power of whole entire samsaric cycle synchronizes at that split second. So this philosophy, this truth is worth exploring because it is the story of our life. It is the story of our life, and it is the uh, only way to liberate from this suffering. How long are we going to travel in this? I mean, Rome actually in this terrible cycle of life and death. What is the guarantee that we have that we would not be synchronized into an animal system, a serpent system, or an insect system, or an hungry ghost system? Does anyone have such a guarantee? Such a guarantee, because just imagine now you do all the meritorious deeds, believing in that you would gain birth in a higher realm, like heavenly realm. But do you know in Buddha era, what Buddha's period, there was a queen called Queen Mallika. She gave she organized the highest, uh, I mean, unimaginably gorgeous kind of almsgiving to gain merits. She offered everything one can ever think of to a large number of monks. But she was born in a very low realm, animal realm, due to the power of the last thought. And King Kosol, King Dharmashoka, who built a lot of temples and who uh, actually shared the message of truth with several countries even, due to the power of the last thought, was telepathized into an animal system due to some anger that happened in the last thought. So there are a lot of other examples. That is the danger. Unless one realizes the truth, that power will not go down. We should master the skill of seeing the magic then and there. That is how the thought power gets generated. And that it is a system. That is the other thing. We actually, there is no ownership in this system. Eye, ear, nose, mouth, tongue, these sense faculties, they function one after the other. It actually, it's a natural phenomenon. No one is doing that. Due to ignorance, we personalize. the experiences of the sense faculties. Unless and until someone hears this truth and someone is fortunate enough to explore it further and to realize it, that person is in the dark. So this philosophy I was talking about, this the first phase of the path, satya. Satya means truth, that is understanding the truth. So listening to sermons and contemplating Dhamma is the only thing one can do. Even last evening, our spiritual teacher mentioned that rest of it will happen automatically. What happens is when you have a strong understanding of the truth, the in your day-to-day life, you will automatically see that this is a system at work. There is no person. Every day, the weight you have given to the belief of the self will reduce, will go down. It happens only because of you explore the truth. Otherwise, no magic will happen. Even if you donate all your wealth, you just like those kings and queens did. You do all the good work, charity. That notion of self will not go away. It would energize, or it would strengthen the self-view probably. So this truth is so magical that will liberate you from the wrong belief of an existing self. So once the self-view eradicates, one feels actually there is no ownership of anything that happens. Everything else will happen normally without the belief that it's happening to me or I. And Lord Buddha has said this path to Nibbana is open for someone who is able to catch the right angle. This right angle is right view, actually, right angle to see the phenomena, that is to do everything without the self-view. You will see everything without duality, without the ignorant belief that I am seeing, I am hearing, I am smelling, or more than, I mean, not just basic sense faculty experiences, anything like any action. I'm walking, I'm driving, I'm climbing, I'm cooking. Those beliefs all be there. You will see the system clearer and clearer. The stronger the wisdom of truth, the system would be seen clearer. So that is why listening to sermons is so important. Then when you in the actually for some time you will see Dhamma in your day-to-day activities. You will notice them. This is that, this is that. But gradually, it will also go away. That noticing thing will not happen. But the reduction of fire or the inner burning will be self-evident. That is discerned by the jnana, a certain wisdom, not the person. When you fully transcend the self-view, there is no person to evaluate your achievement in Dhammapada even. It is not an achievement. In other words, there is no one walking the path. It is just self awareness of, although we say self-awareness, actually it is the wisdom that feels that everything happens without the burning of the self, without the involvement of a self. So, in these forums, Buddothpado Zoom discussions, y'all can go and discuss your day-to-day experiences. That is what most of our Dhamma friends do. They directly join the Zoom discussions and tell where they felt a strong self perception or a self view, and then and there they get advice from our spiritual teacher. But one thing is clear: if ignorance rises at some point, it is because of lack of the wisdom of truth. So, listening to sermons and exploring Dhamma are the most important things one should do in the path to Nibbana. So, doing actually, it was a challenge for me also to do things without the belief of a self, because we are so addicted to the self view. Whatever is done, that belief it's me is there. So the reminder that there is no self, it is just a sense system which comprises of 6 sense faculties, is extremely important to remember. So we can use certain strategies to remind the system that it is only a system. So with that, what happens is that strong stress, actually, kind of stress that you had thinking that it's you loosens, or it gradually goes down. So one experiences kind of relaxation. Always this stress, tension, whatever the name given to such experiences, it is nothing but the self-view. So even in the Dhamma path, the self-view can arise. If you believe that I should make a quick progress in the path, I should do more contribution. I should make more contributions in the forums, or I should try to spread this message. Those, thoughts may arise. Thoughts are, again, it's natural. It's like a river flowing or a waterfall. No one can stop thoughts arising, but it's all right to have thoughts without the self-view, without the ownership. That again, having said that, we can't actually get rid of that self-view until the philosophy is fully, thoroughly understood. There is a saying as Janato Passato. Jana, there are some parts, some other phrases also, but what it means is first one should know it, then they will feel it, experience it. So, thorough understanding of the philosophy is the only thing any person should do to proceed towards Nibbana, or the liberation. And this mind consciousness is the biggest challenge, understanding the mind. Actually, although we call it is the liberation from the self, for that, understanding the mind is very important. One should fully, thoroughly understand the function of the mind consciousness, and the fact that mind is not me, because it can be challenging for some systems to figure it out, because we feel as if we are thinking. We feel as if we are planning, thinking, planning, whatever. We feel that self is there more than with other sense faculties. One should thoroughly examine the mind, be aware of the thought patterns that arise, to then gradually the power of the mind will go down. Actually, it happens. in terms of the mind, what one can do is to let it happen. Let the thoughts flow. If we try to involve, then the burning arises, then the problem arises, because as long as we see it as a natural flow of thoughts, there can't be any burning. The moment we get the ownership, now just imagine you did, by mistake or unknowingly, you did something bad in your childhood or teen years, or some wrong thing to someone. Now that thought arises. It's just a thought. But with that, you will be still embarrassed. You will be still guilty. So you will be still worried. So that is you. That is the burning that we talk about. But if it is merely a thought, that mind, that is the nature of the mind. Any thought can arise at any time. So if we have understood the nature of the mind, such burning, such additional thoughts or additional power may not arise. So that is very important. We have to take time. We have to use the philosophy. Basically, rather than using, we have to be strong in the Satyajnana or the Buddhist philosophy, so that this burning that arises when the self-will is there, will not happen. Because in any case, we cannot find the self. We cannot get the ownership. It is purely a natural system. It should be crystal clear to you that power may be anger, maybe embarrassment, happiness, sadness, guiltiness, whatever the power which arises as a result of a certain thought.
Theruvan Saranai Sudharma.
Theruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Oh, you should have done it alone all this time. Sorry, I just came out.
You
Sorry.
always
I
do
got
the
late
job, no,
today.
Doctor? Yeah, you must have been busy. You always join, whenever possible, no, Doctor? It's all right.
What was, are you supposed to leave now? She got disconnected. You got disconnected?
Doctor, I got disconnected. Yes. Doctor, I can stay another 15 minutes.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Doctor, tomorrow I have the program at home. No?
Right. That's so great.
Yeah. So we have to ask Surangika to join tomorrow. She will come by 3 o'clock.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Whoever who can come. That's good.
Yeah. Because Champa won't be coming, doctor. She has sent a message.
Yeah.
She won't be able, and Dr. Sakuntala has also said she is busy. Then we can't expect anyone else, no, either you or Surangika. That's why.
Mm.
No, let's hope for the best. She will be able. Normally, you work till late, no, doctor?
No, I actually finished by actually even 4:30 I'm finished. I'm just doing
Ah,
some documents for patients. That's all.
ah, right.
They are very long documents, so it
And
takes
doctor,
time.
that is very stressful. No, my sister also says now, unlike in Sri Lanka, they have to enter all the details into a system. So,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. And also there are so much documents to do for them.
right.
So that's why. No, I'm
Um,
not seeing patients until now. No
uh,
way.
now it's 9 o'clock there.
No, 8:29, but I take about half an hour to come home anyway,
Right,
driving
doctor. Uh,
8:09 from here. So,
hmm.
I heard your voice, yes, last night. It was a very good discussion with the
Yes,
boy.
yeah, doctor. Well, and
But
so
I
no,
thought that is Gampaha. I thought Gampaha,
no,
not Dilruk.
not Dilruk. He is
It's
from
Dilshan again.
Dilshan from Korea.
Mm.
Korea, yeah. Mm.
Oh,
Sarnama
yeah.
was also very patient, and she was giving, and the contributions of Sarnamali and Aryan Vahasi, that was so beautiful. No, doctor. Last,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Aranwanse tells in our language.
Mm.
Swarnamali says it in in her own language.
Experience, no, that different, yeah. But
Yeah.
mm,
But it's evident that because uh, I usually go by Aranwanse's way because I think because I heard it from for a long time. I think I'm tuned to that way
that
of
is
talking.
not that, me too, because then only what it's very simple. What he says is, what you can do is to have Satyajnana, the truth, philosophy. And he mentioned you also. Uh, did you hear that, doctor?
No.
Most of the doctor, no. He said that in uh, which he said, Dr. Kokila always says in the morning one. No, I was there at that time also. Uh, she didn't have time to practice. Only thing we can do is listening, the Satyajnana.
Mm.
They most of the doctors do that, and Kokila always say that like that. He said because he said listening to sermons and that in the path there are three phases, no, doctor. Satya, Krutya, Krutak. Krutya,
Mm.
Krutak you can't do. I mean, that practical thing you can do, it's very minimal kind of thing, no? But Satya thing is what you should do. That's what Aryanvasa always say.
Yeah, rather than worry about whether Krutya has happened or Krutak
Ah,
has
yes,
happened, useless
exactly.
about that part.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Mm.
So those messages are ingrained in me, kind of
Very
thing.
important, doctor. Otherwise, people get confused. Even we, that guy's problem, the chance problem was, he's practicing now. He's taking those. Then
But
I,
this question, he was exactly answered the same way by Aranwanse in a 5 o'clock one. To him.
yeah, is it the same person?
Same person, I think. It was answered the same way. මොකද්ද ඔය කරන්නේ ඔක නවත්තන්න සත්‍ය
Uh,
ඥානය තමයි වැදගත් කියලා. Same way, but he doesn't seem to go into
mm,
the systems, I think.
yeah, and he's like, uh, he's scared that he can't get this. That kind of thing is there. He's making unnecessary effort. That's the that's another thing. Aranwazi said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Just leave it aside and wait." He was asking Pirasanya, Navasanya something in a very that showed he doesn't know the basics. That was his question. What he said was, when we feel angry, it after some time it goes down. So is that the Pirasanya? Navasanya something. I don't know, it was a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Then
It was
Sanya Viparinamya, that is not, that's what came to my head. It happens because of Sanya Viparinamya, we can say, but we can't say Pirasanya, Navasanya. For that, I don't
and
know.
then the problem is if your Satyajnana is fabulous, this even seeing is not true. Hearing is also not true.
Yeah.
Touch is also not true. Thinking is also not true.
So,
So what is the big deal? Because of the this habitual propelling of the power, there is still some power left. But it just what we can do is actually continue to understand this done.
yeah, doctor. And
This,
and when
however we tell, it doesn't go to the systems that is the only thing we can do. Not to monitor the sadness or the happiness.
yeah,
That's the thing.
and when you always say the present moment is not true, I mean these words they are very important. Doctor, some reminders they are very important. Otherwise, at least that is there in our system. Past
Yes,
is not there, future is not there, but the present moment is there. We
yes. When you
actually,
do that,
doctor.
when you do that type of satyajnana, you can, when the, Aranase use the word pihimoti nothing, I don't know how to say that in English.
They are sharpening the knife.
Sharpening the knife.
Yeah.
So you do that, keep doing that. But then when a person is put on a ulla or a, what is ulla?
Don't know, doctor.
Ulla
Must be something. Yeah. Somebody said that is a method used to kill people. No, punish. Ulla
like
Yeah.
like must be like a pointed
Some
pointed not a knife, must be, I don't know, whatever pointed thing which can cause pain, right? And then one mother was telling me ulla hitiyat nivan dakkinawa something. I think it was the
yeah. Somebody said.
I can't remember now who that is, but this is the thing. If your satyajnana is full in the system, yes, it can happen even in the top of that pointed pole. What happened to Ananda Thero while going to sleep? What happened to whatever that is happening, even in the Ullauda, yes, it can happen. But people don't get this, don't relax enough to get this. But it may happen even in the Ullauda, yes. This is the thing. This
I searched for that and it says stake, doctor. A pointed pole used to kill or impale people is called a stake. The act,
stake. Yeah.
stake,
So
and the act is called impalement. Ulatiyanava is impalement. It's new vocabulary. Stake.
Yeah, the Lord Buddha's time it was a thing. And even circus, circus thing, just before death, someone realized this Dhamma.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Because Lord Buddha was telling Dhamma while he was jumping or something.
Yeah, jumping from a higher elevation to the falling, no, rather
He was
he
actually falling or
falling,
coming down. I don't know what
coming
happened.
down. Yeah.
But he
Mm.
realized it.
Mm. Mm.
So this change, if the Satya Jnana is properly there, it will happen just so.
Mm.
If it
And
is not there, it won't be realized.
And doctor, by the end of this month, some controversial thing is going to happen. Aryan Mahanse is going to meet up with a group, large number of monks in the Pirivena. Aryan Mahanse believes that they are going to question him. So it would happen in Ampara, that Ampara journey. Now after I think in 25th, on 25th, the next journey towards Ampara begins. That would cover Rajagalat and so on. So he thinks everybody who could join should join. So it's probably it will be a very good moment where monks get
Maybe he
this
will do
message.
it in a actual Rahatan Wanse's place.
Yeah,
Places where Rahatan Wanses lived
yeah,
before.
yeah, doctor. So we are like looking forward to that also.
Maybe put leave and yeah,
It's the vacation, doctor, for us.
it's a
But
vacation.
but
Okay.
still, it's a 300-kilometer journey. No, I can't drive with the back pain. But there will be some arrangements, and my daughter-in-law will be also going. And doctor can and send a small radio for you once. Also, I asked. I can get down one from Colombo and ask my daughter-in-law to take and courier it to you. It would be easy. There.
No, I don't think I will be listening to that, but I don't know whether I
Really,
can.
you normally go to YouTube, no, doctor? And you
Yeah,
listen from YouTube, right?
yeah.
Mm.
But if possible, send me some small booklet.
Booklets. Which topics, doctor? There are a lot of books.
Not books.
Um,
The booklets that he's using, just one or two at least. We'll
to
see. I mean, I
uh,
don't need it at the moment, but
a 100 rupee book is very good. That where basic sermons are there. Is that the one?
hasn't he done one recently for this new?
Yeah, he has
Surangika
done one.
has done.
Uh,
Did Surangika get the chance to write the English one? Did you?
There
she's
was some.
writing.
No,
There
not yet.
wasn't. Not yet. Because she's also trying to do something in
Is
that
anyone
area,
coming
which
to
is beautiful.
Australia? Because I want to bring down some books also.
My daughter-in-law is coming
Okay. Where is she coming to, Sudama?
to Mackay.
Oh,
That is
He's
Queensland, I
going
think.
through, Queensland. He's going via Brisbane. Then she will move to the domestic airport and she has to go to Mackay.
okay.
No, I
Is
was
it
wondering.
possible to get down some books, or is she carrying a lot of luggage back?
Maybe,
Uh,
isn't it?
yeah, maybe, but still I can send a few books. If you tell me, but because I have some books as well, I can. Sutra Deshana books. So, what kind of books, Suravika? You
Um,
just message me.
I
Do you
wanted
know?
to offer some books to a newly set up vihar, like a Buddhist thing,
Uh-huh.
north of Brisbane. I haven't even visited the place, but one day we went to some Sri Lankan joint, and they said that there is a new Sri Lankan monk who has come and set up a little temple, like a house they have taken and something. So
Uh-huh.
I want to, like, how people go and donate books to the monk in the temple. I
All
want to
right.
give him a pack of
Give.
books, Buddothpado. What do
Uh,
you think is the most relevant?
I
Because
think
I haven't looked
Sutra
at
Deshana.
Aryanvansa's collection for a long time now.
I normally donate Sutra Deshana books, 2 Sutra Deshana books. I try to send 2 of them to you. Sutra
Is
Deshana
there something on the
because
Buddha Darshana? Uh,
Darshanaya book is also there. That
because
is
some of
also
those have been redone, isn't it?
redone. I don't think so.
That's why I
Okay.
was thinking the one I am actually interested in the way Aranvans has Dhamma recently. I don't know whether it's been done yet.
No. They are not. I'm not sure.
It's so beautiful, and I haven't actually tried to give Dhamma to. I have only visit. I'm only visiting the Brahmavansa and so Swaminathan.
Mm.
Brahmavansa Swaminathan says one temple is there about 1 hour, half an hour, like 1 hour, 10 minutes away from where I live. That's the only thing I actually visit. But
In-
even that one, I was thinking that new one would be good. But they are highly oriented to this sitting down concentration meditation. Highly oriented.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
in
mean, for a
Mecca.
Sri Lankan monk, of course, can at least,
Yeah, I
approach
don't
it,
know
but
any one of them.
not a
Sri
foreign monk. So,
Lankan monk is there in uh,
No, the
Mecca.
main ones is actually Sri Lankan.
sorry, who?
The Mehenin Wahanse, the one near me is actually a Mehenin Wahanse, the
Oh, okay.
female uh, reverence. And the
Venerable.
head one is Venerable, and head one is actually Sri Lankan. But the thing is, they are highly oriented towards concentration meditation.
And that is okay because most of these people are oriented that way because they don't know anything now. They haven't been told otherwise. Now, if you listen to some of these men in Vansa who talk to our Vansa now, they also have done 20, 30, 40 years of meditation. But now
Yes,
only their eyes are being opened, no? So it's okay. At least
slowly.
if they are Sri Lankan, at least there's a bit of possibility. But sometimes with the
Possibility, yeah.
English monks, you can't because now, I mean, these monks nowadays, they have smartphones, they have all these devices, they listen. And they can listen, even if they haven't heard. If we go and say that this is a movement that is there now and this is the Satya Dharma, at least out of curiosity, they might start watching on YouTube a little bit, no? So, and then you give them the books to the hand and offered, then they are not going to put it aside. They will want to read. So, Sudama, if you don't mind, I'll have a look at the books on the dharma.com website tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'll let you know a few, and then you let me know the cost as well. I can
No,
then.
cost is not the problem. They are not
No, because
expensive.
they, anyway, now when I buy and circulate in Sri Lanka, so I have done it to a few friends, families.
Oh, oh,
I buy it outright and then I give the address and they post.
oh.
That can be done, no? The posting,
Yeah,
because then
I have always done that. They ask for the payment and I pay them extra for
so
the
that the
postage and then they
daughter-in-law's
post it.
30 kilograms is not affected.
Yeah, no, she has 23 kilograms. My God. Because on that day, my son was going to book that on September 11th. So we all said no September 11th. Then he moved to another. And because Sinno, this poor girl, because her parents would be, then he says it's be practical. Flights are cheaper on that, nothing will happen. So we said, no, no, don't do that. Then he suddenly changed it. Now it is 23. He says he asked her not to bring any spices, nothing, only your essential documents and few clothes, he says. 23, first time I heard that even. He says,
Singapore Airlines is 23 kilograms, no? They allow.
but
Is
I
it?
traveled to Singapore last time. It was 25. Uh, this- I don't know
Yeah,
why.
generally it's they give 23 and then they are quite generous. It's about 10 kilos carry on.
Oh, yeah. 10. So two books won't be that heavy. Just tell me, I would be able to send two books.
Okay, thank you, Susanna.
Yeah. And Surangika, tomorrow I won't be there.
Right, okay, no
Only
problem.
3 of us are left here, no, until everything is over. And
Yeah.
So your appointment is from Goal Home one from 8:30 to 4:30, is it?
8:30 to 4, doctor.
Mm.
8:30 to
You're
4.
having a program. Okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
program in the sense my servant is also not there. From the morning, I was working like a Turk. My son was telling, why don't you have it in this living room? You will clean this like that. No, I was wondering why you were so busy today. So please have it in this house, not in the class. Because I had to work so hard today arranging everything because no one to help me actually. And so Teruvan Saranai, doctor. Teruvan Saranai,
Yeah,
Miss
sounds nice.
Surika. Teruvan Saranai. I'll see
Yes.
you on Sunday. Teruvan.
Anything from last night, Suranika? It was a very comprehensive, not comprehensive, but overall very good one. Like the day before, I thought it was very good, but I thought it's someone else. But it seems that Sudharma said it was the same boy that who was talking at 5 a.m. last time. Was it the case, Dilshan?
Mm, I even last time.
No, one day remember he was telling something like that. Aran Hanse said, so its importance is the view. He said that 5 a.m. once, like a few weeks ago, maybe.
No, he spoke only about 2 weeks ago, as he said yesterday in the night.
Then
He
maybe there are
hasn't.
two Dilshans. I don't know. I'm confused.
I don't think he has called recently. There might be two Dilshans also. But the other boy who spoke recently was yesterday, sorry, not yesterday, before was the Janaka, no? Janaka
Oh
from
my God,
Korea.
it's so confusing. Okay.
So he's for him also Swarnamali gave some answers, no, day before or something, or 3 days ago or something.
Mm. So their voices are a bit similar.
Mm.
But
No, Janaka's
it
voice
was
is a bit different. Yeah.
yeah, must be. It was very good how she she tells it in a different in the sense same angle, but maybe different way. And Narayan Hanse talks like about the self view and the self perception level.
Yeah, I think the fact that she puts these things so very simply, isn't it? But it's
Yeah,
it's always right to the point.
yeah,
That
yeah.
is
Now can
the
you
beauty of it.
understand that the the most important aspect is about the actually this understanding Satyajnana, because that is very important.
Mm.
when you are telling someone or for yourself, even it is if anyone, I think main thing is not to try and do anything with the Pratyajnana, but just keep mastering the Satyajnana. That's all what we can do. Because whatever feeling is the product, kind of, and how to handle the feel also comes after these realizations. It's but because otherwise a lot of misunderstandings would be there, because they are watching the mind. As Sonmali says, everyone is trying to watch the mind and feel that responsible for the output. The responsible for the output means personalization of the output, right? So that's what Aran beautifully brought to the attention, because everyone has started watching the mind. That is very good. But the way Swarnamali says it is so beautiful. But the thing is, she's not telling you to be responsible for that. She always says, let go kind of thing. But the problem is with beginners would be that you watch the thing and personalize the output or the experience, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah. It's almost like being triumphant that now nothing is affecting me type of thing, no?
Yeah, whatever the output. If you feel sad, you get the output as ayyo tama dharme wadanne taragiyani.
Yeah, that way, and then the other way.
Either that way, either this way.
Yeah.
But exactly Swarnamali is saying, just let go. But just let go won't happen until this Sakkaya Dishti is gone, like the wrong view is gone. That's the exact thing Aranhanse brings. I loved that moment where he brings it, like covers everything, all, like every aspect of it.
Yeah, and it's that having to see how the mind behaves without actually overtly doing it.
And not
Isn't it?
personalizing the outcome, yeah.
Yeah, it's not as if you're watching it, neither is it that you are not watching it, kind of.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The more convinced you are that it is just a system, even the watching will be gone.
Yeah, it's
At the
almost
end, the
as if
watching will be gone.
you are no longer self-conscious, isn't it? You know, like how when you wear a new dress and you go out, those days everybody used to be self-conscious.
Yeah, that
Or is
word
somebody
actually
going to say
is
something
very good.
about the dress and this and that type of thing? It's that kind of not
And
uh,
imagine that
yeah.
word, actually self-conscious word is kind of good in that way, because that shows the self-perception.
Oh,
That
yeah,
word,
that's true.
that's really a good word which came out of you. That one can happen if someone is shouting at you. Immediately you are self-conscious. That's the perception. Yeah.
And that other part that she said was you're worried that ධර්ම මාර්ගයේ නැති වෙයි කියලානේ.
ඒක එන්නේ මේ self view එක හින්දා. The self view is the same problem. once the self-view is actually gone for good, then this every worry actually calms down. You know that the
Yeah, because otherwise, now all the worries of the world have been put to aside with the Dhamma worry, isn't it?
yeah, it is
Now
stacked
there is
now.
one goal that has superseded every other conventional goal that has ever been
Yes,
for Buddothpado followers, isn't it? So,
yeah.
and that point was beautifully brought, isn't it, to the front, to the fore.
Mm. Mm.
She said something like, Sita බලන්න she said සිත බලන්න නැතිව ඉන්න බයයි ධර්මය ගිලිහෙයි කියලා or something.
Mm.
Something like that she said. Very nice.
It was very nice, that sentence.
It was, that whole dialogue was really good between her and R.N. Vahans, and even, I mean, that boy was asking questions, which I'm sure most of the mothers, everybody encounters those issues, isn't it?
Mm.
He wants
It
to
was
see
better
from this
than
angle.
yesterday.
What's that?
It was better than yesterday.
Yesterday?
Because
It was yesterday.
yesterday, not yesterday.
Day
The day
before.
before. Yeah. The day before, mother was a bit kind of upset, no, but the boy took it nicely.
Mm. He was more interested in getting to the crux of the issue, isn't it?
Mm.
He reminded me about with Chamara. Chamara also used to
Chamara.
always just recount what he feels and how the mind works, isn't it? And then he says, "This is my experience," and then allows R.N. Mahansa to explain it. So I think that's a good approach, isn't it? Because one is candid, one is open, one is just saying it as it is, and then those who are able to interpret it and analyze as what this one is doing wrong can then explain. So that was good, actually. And that last bit as well, isn't it? Iti moko.
Mm.
It's actually true, isn't it? Ultimately, when this self thing burden, it's a burden, it's a huge burden, isn't it? It has not been considered a burden in before the Dhamma because everything is taken to be me, I, me, mine. No? It is a burden, not that it wasn't, but nobody realized it was a burden. There is the burden thing is also taken as if it's a part of this whole me concept, isn't it? But then later on with this Dhamma, the more and more one realizes now you want to get rid of it and it's not getting ridden. It's like you're trying to shake it off and it's not getting shaken off.
Like the kudalla.
It's like a kudalla, like a big kudalla, not. Yeah. But then R.N. Mansa comes and says, there wasn't a kudalla at all. What are you trying to shake off?
That's beautiful. Actually, this Dhamma is very beautiful. Yeah, today morning, I'm not sure. I listened to it, but with the work, it's a bit here and there. But he was talking. I remember Australia, where Australia mother was, and then
I think poor R.N. Mansa's ear would have gone for a shot. She shouted, "Mama Zoom again." to to the sun, I think. Yeah. Oh dear, poor
It's
thing.
kind of a genuineness as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. He of course took it laughing as usual. Mm. But actually, he was trying to explain some deep point there. I think I can't remember properly, but he talked about the vibration and all that briefly just after that, isn't it? And then he said that these things are preached to the Brahmas at that time because these are not really things everybody needs to know. Certain Dhamma points are clarified only for those with advanced understanding. And the beginners don't need to know, the intermediate people don't need to know. Different types of points are clarified to different people on the path in different stages. And then I think Prasanna joined.
Mm.
So he was explaining some points there also. I can't remember the vibration part, I don't think he said anything new there.
One vibration. He talked about the one vibration.
Um,
One vibration or the arupa. I don't know whether it's with this Prasanna or before that he talked about that, because he talked about
yes, the Arupa, he said that not everybody feels, no?
it was a very good sentence he used. Well, I thought like that at that moment. He used a sentence about this, nothing related to the senses. Kind of, he used a word for the arup. Not the colors, not the sound, not it's feel only. And he used a sentence there, which actually highlighted the form, non-form. Because the form always has a sense output.
Mm.
And he said a good sentence there, actually multiple, not one. He said some people feel it here and there. Some people, I can't remember now exactly. Some people would feel it like continuously, like I think like Swarnamali. Something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, because he said that not everybody feels, and then some people don't feel it continuously. He said he needs to have a conversation with people who do feel, but then hardly anybody to come onto the Zoom. And he said Kavindya has now started to feel, but Harshi, it's not staying, it's not persistent, it's coming and going. So she seems to be coming back to the Rupa or something like that, he said. So as a result, it's not many people. I think that's the point he was trying to say. Maybe it is. Oh, and then he said something about there is some amount of feel that people have, but when they go to express it, they come back to the Rupa, no? And then they're in the mind. And then when Narayana Maharaj says that's not correct or something, they get a bit perturbed. And so then the whole thing kind of goes wrong. Because it's not as if they don't feel at all, they do. But when they go to express it, they kind of lose that feel at that moment or something like that. Mm. Yeah, I mean, listening to these things, you can only listen. No, well, there's nothing that can be done. There was a time
Listening
where
is good. Listening is good.
there's a time where, there was this wondering, is that, so what is that field, and do I have the field, and all these kind of things. So all that passes after some time.
Yeah, that I actually, because even his early sermons have highlighted that හිතන තනවදිය නෑ. So I actually always try to stay with the basics. So I think it is working. That's the beauty of Dhamma. And yesterday, I don't know whether was it you? I was talking about that people should not lose their, respect to the Dhamma and stuff. I think we mentioned
Yeah,
that today.
yeah, we were discussing.
He mentioned that they lose the, they try to judge Aran Hanse and lose that thing and go into Upavada thing, something like that. Yeah, I think everyone should be very careful about these things. They should just concentrate about Dhamma and help as much as possible for Dhamma and stay away from, like trying to, because judging is a habit, no? Judging
Yeah,
is
true.
a very bad habit we have.
Even to get out of
Judging
that.
is actually mana. Mana.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That getting out of that also, it doesn't happen unless this Dhamma path is progressed, isn't it? After that, it doesn't even come to that point of.
Yeah.
It doesn't even, it doesn't even occur to think that way. The mind doesn't go that way down those paths. Now, who Lalana was saying in the morning that she can't imagine how this world was ever true. That was a beautiful thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Did you hear that, doctor?
Yeah, I heard.
She said, I can't imagine how on earth this world was ever true. And I mean, lots of people are actually realizing that. How did this world actually become true? And because, yeah, it was because of the Dhamma, but ultimately, what were we talking about? The Mane, no? Where did the Mane come now? I lost the
No,
point.
that is the comparison or judging.
Yes, the judging, the comparison, the judging, all that comes from the Mana. And yeah, like, one day R.N. Vance said somebody had asked him why he's going under a Muthukude or something. Then somebody asked again why the pavard or something is being laid. Now, so all those things are clearly somebody who's still in the beginner stage, worried about the norms and conventions and some kind of thing that has got fixated in that system's mind, isn't it? When those things don't even occur, no? Where are those things in the first place in the mind? So ultimately, actually, none of those things, actually, there's no, even to voice anything, nothing comes up. The thought has to come up, no? Isn't it? These have got melted even before a thought can even form.
Yes.
Don't you think that, Dr. Wokila, the thought even is not forming? So this morning also, R.N. Master said something about Aryapavada because he said somebody thinks that he still has keles defilements.
It is possible to do that because of this fact that everyone expects a certain frame.
Like he has to behave
laugh,
in this
not to
way,
shout.
talk in this way, use these words, isn't it?
Mm.
Everybody has a picture of how not an
Like
enlightened one, how
Pingatuni
a
kind of
fully
thing.
awakened one should behave, as if they knew how a fully awakened one should behave, then they also should be there, no?
Yeah.
It's like what Alan was saying, now you're trying to find something you don't know.
Mm.
That was a good one, wasn't it? Now you're
Yeah.
looking for something in the handbag that you don't know you're looking for in the handbag.
We'll never find it because you don't know.
You don't know.
It's the
But here
same
we are
thing with
trying to.
the experiences also, actually. This experiences also, that's why Aranvansi is trying to guide, but not guide. That's so difficult. He's trying to guide as well as not guide, right? As soon as
Yeah,
he feels that mother or the voice or whatever is going too far, then he says, "Ho ho ho, no need." And if someone is uh, doing less, he will be like, "Kada karan." So
yeah. I
such
mean
a
that's why. I mean even for a couple of instances I have spoken to him. Also, he did the same thing. No? So he says, connect to balanda, and then a month later, when you say that to him, he say, "What are you doing?" So, and then he
yeah,
said, day you stop searching is the day you realize.
yeah,
So, I mean, to get to that point and to understand that point, also one has to have how much of exposure to the Dhamma, to the talks, to have kind of traversed and made mistakes and done all that to at least even understand a little bit of that bit of guidance, isn't it?
Mm. And is he going to Maragam in the same place tomorrow?
He didn't say it's the same place, but might be the same place. And then he's going to Battaramulla, I think. I need to send a friend to the Battaramulla one. Yeah, Battaramulla must be a new place. I must ask. Somebody must ask Rebecca for the address.
Mm.
Battaramulla is close to Hokandara. There's a friend in Hokandara. I need to ask her to go for that. Maharagama, I don't know where it is. Today he was in Dobagoda. I just started only listening. I don't think it was a very long one, but he's going to be, I think,
Like
from tomorrow to today onwards on a
again going
continuous
around.
journey.
Mm. Don't
And
know
then
whether he's doing
culminating
it
in
for a
Kandy.
purpose. I felt like he's actually whether he might stop afterwards and settle down. I don't know.
He said it's culminating in Kandy with some big event or something. I don't know when that is, but I don't listen to the 4 o'clock Zoom anymore where these things are discussed. Do you listen to that, Doctor?
No time
That's
because
too late for you also, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah,
4 o'clock is like, what time is ours? Oh no, it's already over. Oh no, it must be going on actually.
yeah.
That must be happening in parallel to this.
Mm.
That's where they
Uh,
discuss all those things, isn't it? I heard that Mr. Jayatissa is also back and will be doing a
that
program and
was
all.
beautiful.
That's good, isn't it? Yeah.
That shows how people will never leave, kind of.
the way Aranwanse shouts sometimes, you can imagine now people will leave. They keep coming back. I wish the older, not older, earlier people who have discussed Dhamma with Aranwanse for a long time will slowly join again.
Doctor, you must be knowing during the time you joined, maybe there was a person I think called Amal.
Amal.
You must have heard his voice. All those Buddha Jnana Achintai series of talks, I think he has taken a main role asking questions and all, isn't it?
Is he from Australia?
I don't know where he's from, but you don't even hear them anymore.
No, there's a lot which we can't hear. And I think they should slowly start to talk. You know, the personalization of Aranwanse is the great problem, I think. Not personalization, what is it? Trying to look from, not from the Dhamma angle, but from a different angle. I think that is a problem. Almost 100% of the
Yeah, I
time.
mean, you can say
I think that is a
personalization,
problem.
isn't it? You're kind of taking him to be a person.
Yeah. Yeah. And that becomes
And
so
automatically that
intense.
becomes a problem and is an obstruction to actually see the Dhamma.
Yes. Because you don't have that, you can't really trust, in the sense, if you can't trust your teacher's word, I mean, it's very irrelevant when you say teacher's words are true, but his actions are not true or something. That itself is going to be a hindrance. Because you can't really trust like that, right? So it's not like a personalized trust. It's the Dhamma, that every drishti is drishti, like every view is a view. Every single word is a view. So every seeing is actually a creation. Every sound is a creation. So every form basically is a creation. And even the feel is the creation of the self vibration. So that's the thing. So you just have to see this, and after seeing that, will anything change? No. But the power will slowly go down. So there are so many factors here where the respect to the Dhamma, perseverance to listen to Dhamma, perseverance to see through Dhamma. Not a magnificent power, but some power is there, right? You are looking at anything, any situation. If you are tuned to the feel, you are tuned to the feel. If you are tuned to the form, you are tuned to the form. If you are tuned to the sensual world, you are tuned to the sensual world. That's it. But the tuning is not the problem, because tuning can happen, but the view is a major problem. That's what Aranwanse is getting now. You has to break first. That is where his way of addressing now these days. Now, remember the Australian mother today. I was wondering how he's going to actually give it to him. It's difficult, isn't it? It's like Padaparama becoming Padaparam then. So it's not easy. If the mother is only getting it in a, she's actually much better than before. she has calmed down, but still it is kind of the words. The words matter, not the message. The person matters, not the message. Words matter, not the message. Form or the rupe matters, not the message. It's very
And I mean,
dangerous.
from the words, you can say that it's still a wandering mind, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That Arethrushtrim Bhutatva thing is very much true.
Yeah. Remember we had a situation where I didn't even have a like talking like this. At that time, we were trying to put up a mall in Australia. They are not participating, right? Even though they came to the Melbourne home. They came to the Melbourne home, but they are not there. They don't talk.
You mean the people came for that program?
Some came. So most people prefer to stay silent. I mean, we also would like to stay silent. But I specifically, what I do is whatever I am being asked to do, I do. And if he says no need to do that, then I don't do that. Well, that's how it is. So but the thing is, finding time is also difficult. But I feel here and there you should talk, at least, because life is not long. Even in the last breath, you can understand this. It just has to, in the sense, not understand, feel this. But it has to be practiced. It has to be understood. You have to feel the message. Feeling the message is not there when you are judgmental, when you are in another world, in the sense you are thinking something when the Dhamma is heard. Completely becoming Dhamma is like a baby when mother is singing. Baby is kind of absorbed into that. Have you seen babies? Some babies, they are fully into that. They can't. It won't last, but fully into that, like that. Full absorption should be there. But that can't happen because of this judgmental mind, judgmental, restless, running. You can put every word to this mind. It's such a beautiful thing that humans have, which should be realized. Mind is not an enemy. Mind has to be realized.
Yeah, I mean, that point was really beautifully brought, isn't it, up yesterday? That you can't wish it away. It just needs to be understood.
In the no
And
self
that point,
angle, that's the thing. Yeah.
the angle, yeah. the point that Lalana was also trying to bring forward about how she said she struggled with the sense of happiness and sorrow, thinking that that was the self.
Mm.
That itself is a big revelation, isn't it? Because, I mean, you haven't even ever heard of anybody saying sorrow and happiness is still felt.
Yeah. නැත්නම් ඉතින් රොබෝ කෙනෙක් වෙන්න බෑ. Because skanda is still there. That means the system
No,
is
but when
working.
Narayan Mahansa says,
දුකක් නොවන දුක.
no, I mean, Narayan Mahansa says, මැරිච්ච කෙනෙක් හා සමානයි.
Yeah, that is there.
Then there is this thing, no, that then this happiness and sorrow can't be felt kind of thing. So one goes into that extreme.
No. That's a life feel, no. So that is the thing. This sense of function differentiation between the life feel is the actual tricky parts, they say.
Yeah, so if you, it's difficult, as you said. That is the challenging part. So when Master says marriage කෙනෙක් හා සමානයි, then there is this thinking, no, okay, then the feelings can't be there type of thing. So that is quite difficult to what shall I say, realize, isn't it? Which is what Lalana was saying. So to even realize that also, one has to get that thorough Buddhist philosophy only entrenched, isn't it? It is from that alone that, again, that part is also transcended by virtue of saying that even that emotional feel. I mean, that, and the difference there is it doesn't come with the self-view. Because it doesn't come with the self-view only, it's not tangible and what do you call it? Within a swabhavan. And how do you say that? There is no
Even
kind
the
of
happiness is
self-centered experience around it.
not putting an excitation. Happiness is
No,
there, like a. It's very difficult to explain. Happiness is there, but without excitation.
Yeah, that's it.
I think we have come to the end of the session, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming for the discussion these days. I know you are busy. Till other friends get free from Perahera and everything. Thank you so much. Thank you, Aran, for your noble guidance. May Tripurja bless you all.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Shani will not be able to join today also, I think.
Yeah, we can continue. discussing. Do you have the next part of that bit, or shall we keep it to
I have
Shani? And
yeah, Dr. Kokila, we
which
can
one?
keep it to her. That is, I think, page 17. She has read up to page 17. And yes, we have to discuss from page 18. We can even go ahead without that. She will join after this program at Dombokota, I believe.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so we can start the discussion. We worship our Advanced as usual, and may Triple Gem bless you all. If someone can actually bring up like a fraction, like whatever the fraction that we can speak about, then we can build up a discussion on that.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, in the next page, what is mentioned basically is that the creations, projections of the five sensory organs are a natural phenomenon. So that is what we have been discussing, I mean, every day. So can we discuss based on that?
Yeah.
And Dr. Kokila, I have to request from you that you did a beautiful explanation regarding consciousness and five aggregates yesterday when somebody questioned. So if you can explain further about that, it would also be very useful to clear our doubts about that consciousness and how Lord Buddha talks about non-vibrational.
Yeah, it's difficult to like I mean to talk about that spontaneously, but Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a question or something so that we can start the discussion? I think Surangika had something yesterday, but she hasn't joined yet. I think if we are talking about the consciousness, there's nothing much to talk about the consciousness. It's a basic function where you feel it as a thing. And that is mainly because of the ignorance that we kind of feel it in different way. But once the main thing to understand here is, I think, I don't know whether it came out yesterday, the understanding of one stimuli. If it is chair, actually all these three layers, if it is chair sound, like we discussed yesterday, the chair sound. Actually, we discussed it with the milk toffee thing. The chair sound has a sound ear consciousness as well as the mind consciousness. That's where we struggle a bit anyway, how these things work, because we can't separate. Once made, it's a chair. Can't really separate, but then in the kind of to feel the non-vibration or absence of vibration in that sense. Better sense is absence of vibration. Someone has to actually get the a specific vibration, specific stimuli where the mind consciousness is not a thing. That is where the struggle is, to feel this and also feel the basic consciousnesses, and to know that it is just the rapid vibration of the sensory organ only. So the practice, actually, what Aranansi has brought about is just a reversal of the experience, and the best way to actually bring about no self-experience, but no one will actually feel it if they have deficiencies in, like, pitfalls in understanding about the truth. So yeah, you can add on and we can build up the discussion. Yes, anything to add to this?
No, I only have questions, Dr. Kokila. So now when you say actually we have to go back or reversal journey, because we have by now created a very thick world due to ignorance. So basically now we know through
The
this
difficulty is actually
yeah.
understanding even these words we talk, or these
Yes.
thoughts are
Yes.
not true. That's the
Yes.
difficult part, because we get carried away by our own thoughts, and when we get carried away, we get to know that the chair, there's no chair. The thought of chair is not real, and everyone says yes, that then that yes also has that meaning, same meaning. That is where people can struggle, but then with practice, this all come to more into our it becomes a practice to know that every thought is the same. Every thought, even if we say yes, it's beautiful Dhamma, it's the same thing. That is the areas, the most important areas that we struggle, because as soon as we say something, we feel as like, yeah, that's true. But no, actually, none of these things are true, and we have talked about this a lot. And if you even not tell anything, you turn around, everything will be leaving a mark. That is your mind consciousness, even though there is no valley. So you know what happened, and that kind of thing. And none of these things are true. In that sense, one particular moment you will be able to actually get into the level of the vibration or the change. And if we have practiced so hard about that, it is only because in the 10th level or the feel level, you can't do anything. You can't think again. If you think again, it's just thinking again. This was highlighted even yesterday. I think Karan once tried to talk about this even yesterday. It wasn't a full, it didn't go far because there was no much questions, but he tried. I don't know whether it's this morning. I can't remember now. Actually, it may be even this morning. He tried to tell this again and again. He keeps telling this, that if you are in the mind, there's no chance that you can feel. They don't overlap. They don't overlap. It's either the feel or either the mind. But the problem is sometimes you feel and then you think, and the feel is again becomes useless because you're thinking about it. So
And Dr.
Uh,
Kokila, it's very difficult to differentiate the feel and the mind. I
you
heard
don't have
once
to.
because,
You don't
yeah.
have to. The one who
Um,
tries to do these things is the self. So that's where the problem is.
yes.
Letting go
Mm,
has a problem because people don't know how to let go, because they are scared to let go, because they want to do something, they want to understand something, they want to do something and keep doing this, and then it is again the self which tries to do something. So there's pitfalls everywhere where you can actually, if you try to do something, yes, you have to understand, and yeah, it is the mind, because you can't try anything without getting something true. So if you want to, like, imagine the word you said, this is just for an example I'm telling, because you might be telling these things for the sake of the discussion. So when we say it is so difficult to differentiate,
differentiate, yes, actually.
that's again the same thing, because then
Mm,
there is something to differentiate. What is there to
yes.
differentiate? That's where the actual value of Dhamma when it comes to this level is massive, because it's all the thoughts, not just one part of thoughts. Because if you are to get rid of you, if you are to get rid of you, you can't just keep one part of the thoughts and just keep praying that the you will go. You can't do that. So if you are to leave you, all the thoughts can't leave like a trace. I mean, should not be a thing. So if there's something for you to compare, yes, definitely there must be something interesting there to compare. If you want to compare something, isn't it?
Yes, there is the person and there is the thing to be compared. That's what you have been trying to like convince from the very first example that I gave that day too also, but still I can't get it somehow. I am actually, that's why trying my best to kind of
No, I
come to
think you are
terms.
getting it.
Yeah.
I think you are just clouded by the secondary thoughts. Like you get it
Mm,
and then you forget it, like kind of like that, because that's the thought power. That's the I power. That's the war between me and the non-vibration. And if you have the actual understanding, you won't succumb to you your self vibration. You won't succumb to that. So you keep understanding. Oh, the understanding can't come keeping you safe and then keep understanding that this is not there, this is not there, this is not there, this is not there. That's not the point. The you is actually the comparison. If you think there is a value in comparison, yeah, that is you. If you think there is value in nibbana, yes, that is you. And if you think there is a value in getting rid of taints, that is you. But the thing is, we can't comprehend this fully sometimes. But that's the importance of letting go and just take it easy. Those are the two words that we can't do. Basically, we don't know that. We are so full of energy. We want to do something and we want to take things seriously. We are waiting for that. Can you give me something serious? Yeah, you can have something serious.
yes, you've done
Yeah,
that for
so
entire life. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, that it, the life actually is this happening of these things. So we have a story, we have a thing to do. We get scared when there's nothing to do. We are actually lost, kind of, if there's no stimulus, which uh, which can actually bring up your self vibration. That's why we change from dal and some, in the morning, if you eat rice with dal, you can't eat rice with dal again noon, and you can't eat rice with dal again in the dinner, because this self vibration that needs some, it wants to kind of
Some change.
in the sense, it's actually the change is the self vibration. Yeah. So it is just the manifestation of that which keeps going, because the life is this going feeling, because we feel like something is happening and I'm living. Yesterday I lived there, I went to school or I went to work. Today I'm home because I can't go, it's raining. Tomorrow I might be able to go, because if it doesn't rain, So we kind of have a story. Don't misunderstand. The story can be there, but the actual doer, when we keep understanding this value, will not be there, and then the doer will not be there. So the story, it's just floating like another, leaf fallen from the tree. Has no meaning, has no power. It just falls. We have Dr. Sakuntala as well as Surangika has joined. So you all can add something to make this discussion a bit more interesting and, live.
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai. Actually, as you said, it's the thought everywhere. Thoughts are the ones everywhere. I mean, whether it is the thought as it is, or whether there is a word or an action. Everything has the thoughts in the base.
Actually, when you said that, I just wanted to add this because it might not come again. When you say, that Arananse's example where he read a book, that we don't have to actually read the book, but we get the point, remember? We see a butterfly and a flower, we know like butterfly is going to the flower. Kind of we have that image. That's the mind world. That's actually the form world, because there's always the question about these things. We don't have to think about that. This how do I say this? So the Kamal Ambagas Satanagi, we don't have to really say that when we, how do we say that in English? Okay, we are reading a novel, then we read Kamal is climbing a tree. Then we read it, we don't read it loudly. We just kind of see the sentence and don't you get the meaning? You get the meaning. You don't have to actually read it. Likewise, the dog can be there, the old shoe can be there, the new shoe can be there, the train can be there, the accident can be there, everything can be there. Still, self-vibration or the self-perception is there too. This is the point I find it difficult to give across. I think it is our kind of problem of communication here, our inability to communicate it properly, but in the context that actually that sound didn't have a sound. that kind of thing, it is very beautiful if you can understand that the dream, even though we don't talk about it, we don't do any action, it is still there, kind of. But then when we understand that even that is not true, can you imagine how light you would feel? And if you actually do this in one stimuli to the point that you don't even get the mind consciousness part and directly feel the change or the direct feel, then you have to have the practice to understand that it is the function of the sensory organ only. That is where we turn. Actually, we are turning the cards. We play a card game and we are turning it. Actually, that's where the game is completely turned. The river is flowing upwards. Everything is changing. That particular point is because if that happens, then the feel of existence will not be there. Then you definitely know that feel of existence is a product. But now we can't. If you don't know that, we just feel it. That's normal. But if we know something else, we know that it's a product of sensory organs. And chair is a product of sensory organ, but it has those two levels, but still it is a sensory organ. So when you read a book, even though you haven't uttered a word, you haven't uttered inside your brain, not the brain, the kind of inside, the radio that works, even if that is not happened, you still get a perception. And if you feel that as real, the self-perception is there. But if you actually go through and through that, it is the direct vision you get. If you are looking at a book, it's a direct light perception you might get. So it is very beautiful. We can only discuss in different ways, but sometimes it can be very complicated if we keep talking about that. So we go back to we keep going back and forth, we tell about this a little bit and then go back and forth, talk about the normal stuff, because it is very difficult to take this straight away. So our mind is not ready. But once the mind is ready, or kind of self vibration is low, it will happen, just happen. No one can plan it, no one can do it. If someone is trying to see some, compare and things like that, no, that's not there, because that's not no self vibration, no self perception, because that is self perception. If there's someone wanting, that's self perception. You should at least have that basic understanding that if someone wants something underneath, even subconsciously, it is the self perception. In Sinhala language, we don't have this subconscious part, I think, that much, but in English, we can actually talk about it, because they talk about this, subconsciously needing something, subconsciously wanting something, and actually the subconsciously what you want is to have the next one, have the next one, have the next one. If you can't even get what you want to have the self-perception going, because you are scared that the self-perception, if it is not there, there will be a calamity, there would be a problem. But if this non-self-perception has happened at least once, you know that there's no problem. It's not a problem. We cling on to the self-perception because we think that is the normal. But we feel that we are clinging on to the son, daughter, my brother, my sister, my family, my money, my lands. We feel like that. But actually what we are clinging to is a self-perception. That's from the self-view. I think maybe today morning Aranwansa was trying to explain that how actually this extends, once, I think we have discussed it too, like once the baby to the child level, once the child level after about 7 years of age, how the self-view is the perfect, strongest way. So now everything happens to you, everything happens here, everything is important to me, and me is the boss, me is the Katanayaka. What do you mean? What is the word for that? Like me is the what
The
do you
main
call
role
that?
or something? Can you
Yeah,
say main role?
Yeah, main role. Because you don't know how to become another one. You are the main role. That happens after about, like, in about 7 years of age, that has happened already. That's why the self-view is already there now. So this self-view is the most difficult thing to break. And that's why Sotapanna is the most difficult thing to happen, because the self-view is so strong, it clouds all the thoughts. It is clouded. All the thoughts are clouded by this one particular vibration. What is one particular vibration? When there is consciousness, there is a kind of a feel that it is a thing, and then it becomes, it is the vibration that actually vibrated or synchronized to the zygote. But what keeps on happening is it is going to get stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. And once you become like a 20-year-old, or even before that, you are fully into self-view. So the main character, that's the word, I think, main character.
Yes, I think, yes.
Yeah, the main character is here, and everything is happening around. And that's the problem. And that's what is going to dissolve. You're going to become everything around. There's no self here. That's what is going to dissolve, the feel of self here. And this is so beautiful to even contemplate. The contemplate word is taken. So even to even think about this, to even think about this, to think deeply about this, that is also beautiful. Let alone feeling it, experiencing it. Even thinking about it is so beautiful, so that you feel so relaxed, because you keep understanding whatever happens, this separation, this duality, this whatever that we feel, that the main character, like the center, the feel, that is wrong. And that's actually wasn't the case. But due to ignorance, that is the case. Yeah, someone can add on to that?
Yes, actually, this perception now, when we call, we can tell it in Sinhala, the Shabda Rupe Shabda Nae. So in other words, the sound perception doesn't have a real sound in it.
Yeah, that's a
And light
vibration.
perception, yes. Light perception doesn't have a real light in it. And in the same way, self-perception has no self in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all the perceptions does not have a real thing in
Nothing.
it, but nothing, basically. Yes.
Yeah. Even the self vibration, you keep understanding that there's nothing like that.
Yes. So,
That's
in
what
other words,
we keep understanding.
Yes. So, in other words, perception means some fast occurring vibrations which look like a perception, which looks like a
It's the
sound
manifestation.
perception.
That's the beauty of these sensory
Manifestation,
organs.
yeah.
It's the
Yes.
beauty of the sensory organs. But if you think about Opapathika, or I don't know what that word is, but the birds where there is
Yes.
no kind of big
Physical body. Or,
physical body,
yeah.
then we can't even talk about these things. But then still there is
Just a
vibration
there, isn't it?
just there. So the consciousness is there. There is always, but that organism or whatever that the body that has that problem can't solve it. Only humans can understand this. That's the beauty of being humans. And that's the beauty of listening to Dhamma. And that's the beauty of actually feeling this for a moment. And that's all the beauties that Lord Buddha has explained. I don't know what he used the word. These are the human pratilabo. The word pratilabo. Isn't it the word pratilabo?
Yes, pratilaba. Yes, pratilaba means, you can't say an achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, all the words are biased. So, but kind of something which, in simple words, that's the beauty of being human, beauty of being able to listen to Dhamma, and beauty of being, beauty of having an experience of non-vibration. Those are the three things, I think. Is there more or just three? I can't remember.
You mean the types of birds?
No. Those are Lord Buddha's words. Manushya, can't remember the words. In Sinhala it is ධර්මය ඇසීම ප්‍රතිලාභයක්, මනුෂ්‍ය ජීවිතේ ප්‍රතිලාභයක්.
Yes, being able to listen to the true Dhamma is one of the things. Being a human being is one of the things.
Those are the things I was telling.
Yeah.
And being able to experience this for a moment, the non-vibration is the other thing. Is there any more? That was the question I asked.
I think there is another one. There's another one. Yes. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah.
The Sudharma Surangika, I don't know whether you
I think it is Pratirupa Desavasot, isn't it?
Even that Lord Buddha, the Aran Mahanse actually told that is the same
gives
thing.
A different meaning, isn't it?
Yeah,
it gives
he gives
Pratirupa Desa is to turn against the stream rather than go along with the stream, isn't it? That itself is so rare.
Yeah. And
actually what we heard was being born in a land where the Dhamma can be heard, but
we can understand
a different. Yes,
we can understand that it can't be that simple, because even Brahmas can understand this Dhamma. So being born, or like this it's okay to give a broader, I think, idea for everything. Anyway, the most important factor is being able to feel this, but we have kind of everything, because we have the chance. The main thing is to practice. It is difficult because we are addicted to our mind, and we feel that the mind is our power. Actually, it's vice versa, because mind is the power, but at the same time, mind is the trick where we are tricked into this Vijnana Maya. Do you have a word for Vijnana Maya? It's a consciousness.
It's illusory consciousness, Dr. Kothila.
Illusory consciousness. So it is there everywhere, in any consciousness. Whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's the tactile sensations, whether it's the nose with the smell, whether it's the taste, whether it's the mind. But apart from this tactile stuff, and the feel stuff, every other thing has mind consciousness directly related to that. But the skin and stuff, the fluidity, the solidity and stuff, they don't necessarily need mind consciousness for manifestation. That's why it is easy for you to get these experiences with the walking meditation. But it doesn't necessarily mean you need only that. No, that's not the point. Anything else? I don't know whether we are deviating, but we don't have a book today, so we can
It's so
talk freely.
enlightening and insightful. When you mentioned main characters, at once I was like thinking now, I in this family now I have this. If we use words now, main character. So a self vibration, and I have my own world. So there I am the main character. But we never ever thought the son or husband or my mother or other one has, the others had their own different worlds. We used to make decisions and do everything from our perspective, because we ignorantly thought everyone is thinking like me. It's the same world. So it's very interesting and enlightening, Dr. Kokila. That made me think of a simple activity we do in school also. I don't know whether it's relevant. If we take a simple story like Red Riding Hood, it is revealed to the world. The story is narrated from Red Riding Hood's perspective. So we get the children to narrate it from the wolf's perspective or granny's perspective. So that this, I don't know, when we understand this little by little, it can be applicable to any situation. And I think that is how the wisdom emerges, isn't it, naturally? Theruvan Saranai, and thank you so much. It's so beautiful. I mean, then and there, while listening, we like make some realizations. That what I wanted to share. Thank you so much for these beautiful discussions.
Anyone else to add anything? Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Yesterday's Dr. Gopinath, yesterday's question, I think, was trying to ask you if you could explain about the fish example, because I know we talk about it a lot in the Sinhala Zoom, but for the benefit of our English listeners, I thought that example was actually quite good, because there are not many people who actually ask questions on the English Zoom. It's
Yeah.
good to illustrate to them by giving some practical day-to-day examples, if you can.
Well, the best way there are several ways to tell this, but best way which comes now is the best way is to go back to, again, go back in the sense actually become the vibratory sense in the zygote, and how this, the vibrations got manifestations slowly. And after the mind consciousness is formed, this new new way of perception, kind of, it is like a dreamy, illusory kind of thing, where that the feel is not the way, no, it is the dream. Because if you turn up, you feel, you see the sky, and you if you turn around, you feel so many things. And that's what I was trying to say about the reading the book also, because you don't have to even name them, you still feel them as real. This has to be actually experienced. It's beautiful to know how this has happened, and then slowly this perception, because as soon as there is a perception, you know, even the Tarzan has the perception of the savior monkey mom. So like that, there is so many which keeps coming up. Then now he knows trees. He doesn't have to be told. He doesn't even know that it's a tree. That's the beauty of it. He has a perception. But then when he gets to know all these things, the main character thing forms, the self-view. That is the main important thing actually. The self-view is formed. The fish actually, I usually use it. I mean, Aranwansi might tell some different explanation, because we can tell it in different ways. I usually use it to the thing that happened to that child in kindergarten, where the slowly, the mind started to form, in the sense thoughts started to form, and now there's meanings to what you see. There's always meanings to what you see. There was never a meaning before. Before it was just eye vibration, ear vibration, touch vibration, or tongue vibration, or nose vibration. But now there's a meaning to what you see. So that is from there onwards, this bubble of meanings. It's a bubble of meanings. So the child gets up in the morning, there's so much bubble of meanings. He's running around, he knows that it's the house. He doesn't have to be told or reminded, maybe in the beginning, but later he knows he's going to the garden to play. He knows this is the brother, this is the sister, like that. So this meaningful, illusory world is the fish in the water we talk about. In the sense, when I describe that, that's what I'm trying to say. The fish in the water. The fish in the water has to jump up at least once to feel the vibratory nature of the feel. And that has nothing to do with ignorance. But if actually someone has heard Dhamma, and they understand that in that particular moment there's no self, if that has been planted, the no self Dhamma has been planted, that idea has been planted in this system, that particular moment will actually extend to the non-vibration. Because just extending it to the vibratory nature has just only one meaning. It has the meaning that, yes, there is a vibratory nature. But that's, again, useless, because vibratory nature is also the consciousness level, which gives you an idea that you're still there. But if you actually has heard Dhamma properly, and you turn it around, you turn it around so much that it is only the one particular, whatever the sensory organ which started that thought, then you might go on to feel the non-self vibration or non-self absence of self vibration. That was the one I was trying to say. I don't know whether it came out, Suranika, nicely, because these things never come up nicely sometimes. I don't know whether it's relatable. Because
Yeah, sometimes I suppose it depends also on the listener, isn't it?
yeah, and also the teller, because we may because what Lord Buddha explained, what Aryan once explained, sometimes we might not get it fully, and we might get our own version of it, but finally, whatever happens, what is the importance is to feel the non-self vibration. But always we talk about this, you're thinking, because we talked about that it is a problem to us all the time. That's what I was trying to say. The meaning, even though there's no value, the meaning is all still in the water, still in that mind bubble. So if you have pierced that, only in the sense that fish has come out of that, you might get that. This is just for a moment only, and feel the actual self vibration or the tense, because that is the start of this problem. But now we turn it so much that definitely it will end up in an absence of self vibration. To turn that, there's always need of this Dhamma. Yeah.
Yeah, Terun Dr. Kokila, once I remember it was mentioned that being on the fish and being the fish, there was a difference in that also.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask. But
yes.
my recollection of that was being
that context
the fish.
was different. That context was different again, because now, pardon me if you can't get this because of my inability to tell this properly, but inside the mind also, inside the mind bubble also, there is a kind of a possibility that we can think about these things and think about Dhamma. We get a stimuli and then think about Dhamma again, and we get another stimuli, we think about Dhamma again. But once we come to the understanding that's only the Montessori part in this Dhamma, that Savitaka Savichara, and then the next one, it will keep happening, but then you slowly understand that Savitaka Savichara, or keep thinking about Dhamma, is just the initial part. And there would be one point that you actually stop doing that, and in the sense it will stop on its own. Not you are stopping that because you are so sure about that. You might, it won't be necessary for you to keep thinking about Dhamma anymore. But then it might come randomly. But at the end, what is important is what you feel without thinking. That's where the feel part coming out, because that's actually, when you talk about path, we have path and the result. The path and the result. So the path and the result is often where the result kind of thing is where it's happening without thinking at all. So, but to come to that stage, that is the problem. To come to that stage, we can tell, don't get onto the fish. We can tell, but I don't know whether it's practical way because we don't know what fish is. We don't know what, we don't know what fish is until we actually feel the difference of these things. So that's where the initial pitfall is not knowing, or in the sense not having an experience. So experience makes the way for you to actually automatically the system will stop thinking too much about it. Once you stop thinking too much about Dhamma, because the system is already aware about that, it's very easy for you to feel the vibration as well as the non-vibration. The system is fully aware, kind of, it's a super awareness though. Now, it's a kind of the super awareness. So that's what I'm saying. So that's the fruit, kind of the result of all these things. To have a kind of understanding whether this is the vibration or the non-vibration. But how can one know? That is where the initial experience importance is, isn't it? That's where Ananda Thero, Venerable Ananda knew whatever he has been trying to, he tried his best to be watching thoughts and all this stuff, he tried his best because he had a hurry. Now, tomorrow he has to become an Arahant. I think he's the only one that had this problem, I think, of forcefully becoming an Arahant just to participate into a Sanghayana. So, didn't he know all these things? He knew. But still he was trying to concentrate on that. So, but because he is already aware, if it happens, he knows it. If it doesn't happen also, he knows it. So the vibration he knows. He knows the non-vibration too. That's how he knows that he hasn't attained it, isn't it? So when you say about on the fish or the being the fish, I think it is told in different contexts. That's what I'm trying to say. So someone can tell that example in a different aspect and mean something else. But this fish thing, I think initially what has to happen is to understand that the super awareness will not come just by itself. Super awareness comes if that system is fully aware about the being the fish and not being the fish, isn't it? One has to have a slightest idea of that, being the fish or not being the fish, isn't it? What do you think, Suranka? Can you put a better version of it?
No, I think that was quite nicely put, Dr. Kokila. I mean, I suppose it's the way I was recollecting what the conversation in the Zoom discussion was. I think probably that's what Dr. Sakuntala was trying to say, that being the fish is the general Pruthakjana or lay person, where all the perceptions arising from the senses have become real to the extent that they are not even perceived as or thought of as perceptions, but real objects, meaning the external world is real and I am real and everything is tickety-boo kind of thing. So there's a world and I am here and I have my parents, my mother, father, house, everything. So they are living in this world and everything is true. So that whole external world and me or I or me living in it, everything is so I is the fish and the external world is the world around me. And I am very much part of that external world kind of scenario.
Kind of the main character.
Yes, and yes, I suppose. And then through the true Dhamma, just the first stage of it, understanding that the external world is not what we conceive it to be, and then liberating from that first stage of thinking the external world as a reality, is the fish who is now on, who is being on the fish, meaning your external world is no longer a reality, but there is still the perception that is still true, or that one can't get out of. So that is why the on the fish kind of thing is, because you haven't really got rid of it. The external world, yes, but not from the perception, the form world. And I think the third stage was you have liberated, or, there is liberation, not you have, there is liberation also from the mind, the form thing. And then, as Adivasi says, one is on the path, which is the feel experience. And at that stage, thoughts can come and everything happens as normal, but one can be on the riverbank observing these happening without actually being immersed in it and producing any kind of volitional formations and then going in the stream of samsaric cycle. Rather, on the contrary, as we talked about the Patilupadesa Vasoja thing, the Dhamma is well understood. Where the vibration and the self-perception is occurring is also well understood, and that this is a system is also well understood. So it is actually the system operating, which is why the thoughts are not considered my thoughts. Within the thought, the vibration and the power is not considered to be the I functioning here and the I operating, and everything is not connected to the I. And that is why that being at the riverbank and then watching is quite different. It's almost a clinical observing kind of thing, an objective element of it, I would have thought, which was the 3 stages. Dr. Sakuntala, was there anything additional to put, or anything that needs to be corrected in what I said?
No, I think what you mentioned is sort of complete. As you said, if I tell some other example other than the fish, something that I thought of, the person is seeing dreams. So he thinks that the dream world is real, and all of a sudden he wakes up and then just see the real, so-called real world. That means that momentary experience of the no self perception, or I mean the nature of how it is that no self feeling is, and then he goes back to sleep again and then continue to watch his dream. So that momentary experience is something like for a very short period he wakes up and see the real appearance. Anyway, basically what it means is that fish jumping out of water means experiencing something, that there is something different to what the fish has been experiencing and taking as real, isn't it?
Yes, I think it was.
Actually, the feel of existence is our
Yes.
normal.
Yes.
It is the normal. That's where we can talk about the fish like this. It's all thoughts, but then the feeling this has no whatsoever thoughts in there. That is the difficult part, because when we tell a story, we can relate to that. We can relate so beautifully, even this child thing. You know, when we say zygote, when we say a baby, when we say a kindergarten child, then when we say year 5, year 2, year 3 child, and then someone who is doing exams. So we can relate to that, but actually becoming that is the difficult part. Kind of if you become that, kind of go back on that, only you get that feel how it was actually. That is where the experience is important. So the storyline is beautifully can be beautifully said, but and understood, but that would be just in our mind. But if you experience it, it will be like concrete. It is going to be. And if one feels the no self-perception, that is absence of this existence, feel of existence, that is going to be forever. And slowly, Lord Buddha says, even if you do nothing, I mean, we are not saying to do nothing, but he reassures you that definitely this will keep happening again, and the self-perception will be defeated, in the sense the self-perception will no longer there, because the non-self-perception is going to win over, and the full even the super awareness we talk about, it is the no self-perception. You look at the same water though, if you can't forget that, still inside water. I hope that is clear. I mean, it's still in water.
Yeah, the
Doesn't
experience is the same, isn't it? Experiencing the same
no,
thing in the
an
same way.
an arahant will be in the normal same world as an person who has not understood this dhamma. Likewise, what actually happens is still the fish is in the water, but he doesn't have that self-perception as strong as the other fish, because now there is a non-self-perception as well, and that is going to keep manifesting again and again. It becomes the normal. That's where an arahant is. But just because he is an arahant, he still, until the last breath, he is going to be in the water, in the sense, according to the story we were talking. Otherwise people will think, what are they talking about water? We are talking about the fish still. In that example, do you get the point that an arahant is living in the same world as everyone else, and
Yes.
without any problem? So no one can actually identify him, because it's a change of a change. Change is only in the perception level. The vibration level, actually, it has nothing to do with outside.
Yeah, he will see, hear, and feel the things in the same way.
Same
but
way,
knows that it's not real, isn't it?
in the sense, through the experiences, that
Experiences.
power is not there, because that power, the change is going to go down, because because what actually happened was to that baby, because of the view, or in the sense the perception, and then with the view, this got so powerful. But now the view is changed, this is going to go die down, and it doesn't die because the chair has all these levels. It is going to die with all these levels. So the tense will also be gone. That's where the mellowing midila, elonut midila, in the sense, mellowing is this this world that we are talking about with the chair, the world, the river, mother, father, and all that family. Actual Elohe is the actual tense. Then both will be gone. So no one can actually feel the tense, keeping the mellow. That's where
Yes.
Aranhans is trying to say, come to the field, come to the field. You can't really come to the field. It just has to be understood first that this world is not real. And that's why we keep reiterating this again and again and again and again and again. And one day, it will actually, click into our system, because it's so difficult.
We connect that to the Asrava. So the Asavakkhaya is that the continued fading away of that of the Asrava will then come to the point of getting to zero and then touching the zygote level taint or the self vibration, which Sharon once has given an example of the tea leaves at the bottom of a teacup, the residue or remnants of tea leaves in the teacup, isn't it? The sasvi or zygote level. So, but to get to the zygote level, the Asrava, which is a spin-off, a projection of the mind consciousness as a result of the mind consciousness forming, has to be first eroded completely before the zygote or that sasviya vibration or the self vibration can be eaten into, can be eroded, isn't it? Because that's where the arahathood emerges, because once all Asrava is gone, the Sheenastrava point, the arahathood is at the point of Anasrava, and Anasrava would be the zygote level vibration also becoming non-vibration.
Yeah, when we talk about this becomes like another story, but this can be felt in one stimuli. That's the beauty of it. That's where all the doubts about a stimuli or the what is the word for that?
Not of cause and effect.
Dependent
origination.
dependent.
Yeah,
The dependent origination is all about this, the stimuli. How the stimuli is doing this damage. So the dependent origination, the doubts about dependent origination, doubts about Dhamma, doubts about everything is gone. If someone can actually feel this, the storyline is this, but the storyline helps you to relax to the point that the mind consciousness will not become a thing at one point. And you will feel this Dhamma for a moment. That's again feeling the non-vibration for a moment, in contrast to feeling the non-vibration forever is the Arahant. But to come to that, there's a long way. But what we usually discuss is the first point, because the first point is the main important point, where you will at least know the difference between mind, the tense, non-vibration. These are the three, the the sensual world, form world, and non-form world has to be passed to feel the non-vibration or no self-perception. Then again, nothing happens, but the whole view is changed. That's the beauty.
Dr. Kokila, when I uh, shared that experience of dog biting the shoe, you said that I was in the dream film. I was unable to get it at that point. So the burning was zero, yet this now you again explained this formless world. So in relation to that, Dr. Kokila, can you explain it again that I was in the dream means that story I have like I believed in that
That was the
story.
form world. Form world. That's the form
Yes,
world.
because I opened the door, went out, saw the gate, walked down. Though the burning was not there, but there was a story. Is it
Yes.
so?
Yes.
Very difficult to get this actually. You have explained so many times, even in that police officer story. Although I was not embarrassed, entire story was there in the form of mental images, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Like
it is okay, but the thing is to know that it is not the no self-perception. That's the main
yes.
important thing. Because you can have all these experiences until you feel the no self-perception. It is the main thing is to have the wisdom to understand that it is not the no self-perception because you are still in the dream.
Yes.
But if you don't know, you give more power to whatever the dream because you are thinking, wow, this is so good because I didn't feel any burning. Wow. But then you forget that it is the dream still. And even if you come to the trance, if you forget that part, then again still the self-perception is there in the trance level also. Even the worm has that. The zygote has that. I has that before having the ability to think. So it is okay for you to be in whatever the stage. That's not the problem. It is good to know though, like to have the feeling that this is the dream world. Yes, that's okay. But if you don't know, then it becomes a thing again. But you feel no burning. At one particular moment, if you actually pierce that dream world, you will definitely feel it because it's a very novel experience. And then that vibration also is the vibration of the organ only. And then you will have the non-vibration or the no self-perception. If we have had that before, probably we won't be talking like this in this Zoom discussion. So anyway, I think we are coming to the end of our discussion today as well. The actual discussion gets interesting towards the latter part, isn't it? Always.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, we'll stop it today and we'll worship our Anhanse for trying to give his insight to everyone. And we invite everyone to come and listen to this Dhamma. There is so many Zoom discussions throughout the day. 5 a.m. from Sri Lankan time, 5 a.m., 9:30 a.m., 1 a.m., and then this one at 2:45 a.m., and then next one is at 4 a.m., Next one, the children one, is at 5:30, I think. And there's another one at 7 a.m., the groundbreaking revelations. And there's another one at 9:30 p.m. Isn't it beautiful? And you have the ability to discuss this. You don't have to understand this. Try and listen to this and see. You don't have to have a fear that something is going to happen to you. If you listen to this Dhamma, this is all kind of suitable for everyone. Kind of for a child, kind of for a scientist, kind of for a psychiatrist, kind of for a mother in the village, or a laborer, or anyone. So this Dhamma has different ways of explanation. We try to explain it in English, so we kind of limit ourselves to the stuff that we know. So, but even with problems of communication, we try our hard to give this in different modalities so that everyone in the world, if there is any one with vibration closer to non-vibration, may hear this and may become the non-vibration. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming for the discussion every day. And it's such a good thing, and we'll continue the discussion tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Teravan
Thank you,
Saranai,
Dr. Friends.
Teravan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Dr. Kokila, I think Shani is busy probably, so there was no reading from the book. We can start on some topic which may be related to what we were discussing yesterday. Teravan Saranai.
Yeah, we can do that. We always have something to discuss. I mean, this will never end.
Yes.
The discussion never ends because this is a vast kind of very subtle things we talk, which we sometimes take ages to even understand and then take ages for us to feel.
Yes.
Yeah, I think is it possible for you to kind of bring up a point where we can build up on that?
Yes, okay, maybe something simple to start with.
Mm-hmm.
We were actually from the book, what we read was basically how the sensor function occurs, and then how the sensors combine to form the thoughts, and then when the thoughts are formed, the feel level, which is basically the sensor level in the small baby, is not becoming obvious. It gets kind of covered with the thoughts. So thereafter, it's a continuous stream of thoughts which are coming, and every possible thing, every possible stimulus, every stimulus is a thought. So whatever the activities done, or whatever the words used, or whatever the thoughts, everything is a thought at the end. Thought means it's kind of naming of the sensor function. In other words, a kind of description or as I said, naming, which we call actually nama rupa. Those two, we use that word. That means the what was vibrated is given a name, and this naming is the result of resonance or synchronizing of a previous experience. So always, if there is an identification, say for example, to identify a picture vibrated in the eye as a coconut tree, there should have been a previous.
Actually, can I add that
Yes,
to
yes,
add
please.
something?
Yes.
So if we think about this, actually resonance happens in the field level too. So imagine like you know, the piano and the violin vibrating together. We can't really separate it from separate the new one from each other, but because as Lord Buddha said, the butter, the milk has turned into butter already now, but the sense, the you know, the vibration level has never vanished. It is there, and the vibration level only, that is the that is where this you know, the I don't know whether this will come out properly. I'll try to say. Now, when we say milk toffee, the milk toffee has that the picture, the photo of that, or the the mental picture we have about that, and it has that thickness. It has that kind of temperature. We don't feel like the piece of ice, because when we say ice cream, we kind of sense the cold, something cold. We don't know anything burning ice cream. We have never experienced anything like when you put ice cream into your mouth, it's not burning hot like a chip. But so what I'm trying to say is, when we say milk toffee, that particular stimuli, the vibration, the telepathization or synchronization happens in different ways. It depends on it depends on what sensory organ was vibrated. So your mother gives a call or your sister gives a call and say, I made milk toffee today. Just imagine, it's just a story I'm trying to say. So someone gave you a call and said, I made milk toffees today. So it's just a sound. So it is the vibration of the ear which happened, basically, if you think about it. But, so the basic milk toffee started from a vibration of the ear. In this case, when someone gave a call. But yes, in that particular moment, all the features, 8 features of that mental picture has come into place without our knowledge. I mean, there's no doer here. Yes. There's no doer here. There's nothing at all. It's just a phenomena or just a mechanism. What happens is, so the vibration of the ear brings, so that's the only synchronization that happened, only the sound part. But what it brings out is the whole milk toffee thing. So that is the beauty of how this mind is formed and how mind works, because it's not actually milk toffee is bringing milk toffee. That's not how it works. So we have to kind of understand how this happens. So now forget about the telephone call which told you about the I'm making milk toffee today, just forget about that, because that was vibration of the year. I think we talked about this last time. But when you walked into the kitchen, someone is making it, you didn't even see it. You just open the door and you get the smell of some smell. You get vibration of the nose. But then what is coming? It's a milk toffee. That's what actually this milk toffee there starts with the vibration of the nose. So what telepathization starts from the vibration of the nose. Actually, but it comes with the whole package now. It never comes alone. The butter, never comes with the milk though, because it's already butter now. So the whole butter comes that's the example from Lord Buddha's time. So the vibration of the year, but what came out was milk toffee. Vibration of the nose, what came out was the milk toffee. Vibration of the tongue, if someone actually tasted it, or your sister asks, "Oh, you're here, can you taste whether my milk toffee is good?" And you're tasting it, and at that particular point, then you can compare also. You can say, "Oh, it's not good as mother's one, but yeah, it's okay, it's really good," something like that. So hold the comparison thing. So what else can happen? There are so many memories also,
Yeah, just it can happen as a thought, isn't it? I mean, just you remember suddenly about milk toffee
yes,
and all the components are there in that. Yes.
yes, yeah. So that's how this happens, and this beautiful phenomena, how actually our kind of so-called life is full of this stuff. But the problem is, as soon as this happens, we feel that there is someone, because there's the it's already, due to the ignorance, we already feel as milk toffee is existing.
Yes.
This is very evident. I mean, we don't have any argument about this. We felt as milk toffee is existing, didn't we? We fight for that. We might throw it to the other person if we are playing with that. We might hide one to eat later. What else can we do? Oh yeah, we can eat about 10 of them and collapse. What else can we do? I don't know. You can offer them. We can do so many stuff. Or we can think about them, and you might think, "Oh, that friend's milk toffee is so good. I have to learn how to make it," So this scenario, how these sensory organs, vibrations bring about the whole film is the beauty. That's the beauty. But the problem is, why it is suffering is because that actually it is beauty, but the suffering is, what is the suffering part? Suffering part is that feeling that this is existing, or feeling that it is real, brings about the feeling of existence, a life feel into this place, like this system, wherever the experience is. That is the problem, nothing else actually, isn't it? I just wanted to add that. You can continue now.
Yes. That and for that to happen, that spark should have created at some stage, isn't it? I mean, the milk toffee, the thought of
Yes,
milk
yeah.
toffee should have created at some point for that to be resonant to this moment, isn't it? I mean, for a
Yeah, but
person who has never experienced milk toffee will not have a milk toffee as a thought at this moment.
yes, but that is this film, whatever
Yes.
this film we talk about, but the feel can extend into extend more than that, and you might feel without even knowing anything, that the field can extend. That's not the topic here, but field can extend, like because we feel that field is only milk toffee because we know milk toffee this time, but the field actually can extend to stuff that we don't even know. Then it is not from this time.
Yes.
Yeah. So but it's very important to understand that the sensory faculties are the beginning of the world we perceive, and that world we feel, or we see, or we hear, or we think is actually a construct. So when it comes to the mental constructs, that is the milk toffee, mother, sister, everything is the mental constructs. But even um, before that, there can be, sensory constructs where, the light, the sound, that vibration it's the only thing is the vibration that system is aware. But when you say that system is aware, there's always that, even in subtle level, there's that duality. But if we have done the practice really good to understand that there's no milk toffee here, it's just a function of the sensory organ, there's a chance that in particular any one stimulus you might feel the non-vibration. It's the absence of the duality, or absence of the feel of existence. Yeah, anything else to add?
Yes, actually now again talking about the milk toffee, the same thing. Now, as you said, when somebody gives a call and say that I have made milk toffee, so it was only the vibration of the ear, but the rest of the things actually all the other forms like the picture of it, that and maybe the smell of it and the taste of it and the texture, as you said, all are created in the mind, but actually those sensor faculties never function. Like the eye faculty didn't function, but there is a picture created. And the nose faculty, smell faculty didn't have any function, but there was, you can even feel the smell. And almost the taste is also there, like the tongue or the taste faculty didn't have anything to do, but you feel the taste, and sometimes even your mouth is wet with the saliva about thinking about the taste, and also the texture. You didn't touch it, your skin never had anything to do with it at that moment, but you get a feeling of the texture, the hard texture. So it's actually a dream, isn't it? I mean, only the ear faculty functioned, and the rest of it is like seeing a dream. There was no vibration in those appropriate faculties, but those components were completed in the mind, like completing a jigsaw puzzle, the parts being completed and completing the picture of milk toffee in the mind. When it comes to the thought, now if you just suddenly remembered about milk toffee, 100%, all the other faculties, there was no function or no vibration in the other faculties, but all the components were completed. And this is exactly what we experience in the dreams, because dreams also, we hear the things, we see various things, including colors, we smell, we remember the taste of some food, we feel something hard. I mean, if somebody hits you in the dream, you feel that you were hit and you feel that hardness on the skin. So all those components, without without those relevant faculties being active, the complete picture is created in the mind. So, so like milk toffees, like anything, any other thought, is a creation of the mind, and that is why it's called that it's an illusion or a creation, and it's not really existing, but uh, in the mundane world, the person who doesn't know anything about this Lord Buddha's disclosures tend to give life to those creations of the sense of faculties, and that is where all the defilements arise, because for something which is not really existing, there is clinging or aversion. Basically, those are the two, but there are so many other aspects of the defilements. Now, all those things are the result of this upadana, or taking it as real, and then the process will go on. So this whole thing is a spontaneous sequence of events, and there is no owner, but there is automatically an ownership is attached, saying I am doing and I experienced it. I ate milk toffees and I got the smell. But there's no one, there's no doer, and it's a spontaneous process. The system is functioning, but it's actually like we are swimming in the river downstream. This is what is happening in the normal way, where every event, every thought is given the tag of myself or me. But in Dhamma path, what we try is to understand this process as a normal thing, and there's no person doing it. There is no owner who can control this system, no author for this system. And by learning this, we try to understand, and then what we try to do is, what the system try to do is to swim upstream. Anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, in that sense, it is so beautiful to understand that mind is, what we call mind is actually just occurrence of stimuli, very fast. But in that sense, it is also beautiful to understand that it is kind of like another vibration. Now it acts as another vibration. So we talked about that, all the 8 features, all the 5 senses, when they vibrate together, the milk toffee, the actual that thought has all the features. In Pali they call Sudhashtaka, but it has all the features of these, from the sensory organs. But it's beautiful to understand that mind is actually vibration. Why it is important to understand is, we take this mind for so granted. We can't even, Lord Buddha once said, if someone wants to take something for granted, at least take the body, because body lasts only few like years, but then if you take the mind as something like for something to be taken for granted, then that is the end. That is kind of the biggest trap in the world, if you think the mind is me. So mind is actually fast occurrence of stimuli, yes, but at the same time it is it is the same vibration kind of thing that the human, specifically human, I'm talking about humans, so the vibration of the ear making the the ability to think, because this ability to think is magnificent ability that humans have, and they feel so proud about that. It's okay. They feel so unique about it. I mean, the mind is it is actually, the mind is the most unique power that humans have, because if not for the mind, this ability of thinking, this species will never kind of survive. But because there is the ability to think, or in the like a process, like new things, process all things, keep processing. This is the incredible, powerful organ. It acts as organ, but it is like the thing that we feel that it is mine. Kind of, the ability to think is mine. It's here. It's unique, but it's only another vibration. It's very important then, because that is the vibration that we kind of get the essence of self-vibration. When was even in Buddothpado discussions, Saranam say, kind of listen and say, like, you have to be careful. And then we are like puzzled, why? Then it is mainly the self-vibration or the tense actually is manifested in every other way, but it's the most catching part is this vibration. And when we talk, it is the same thing, because the talking, Vachi Sankara, the talking actually has this inside vibration as the cause, root. It's Vitakka Vichara. So Vitakka Vichara is the inside radio that goes on and on and on and on. And we only talk few things from that. If you actually put like a broadcasting apparatus to actual inside radio, people will even not, will be really upset at one time, annoyed at one time, angry with you one time, because the inside talking can be sorry, I had to mute it because of the intervention. So this I lost it also, the track, but the vibration of the mind is it's really beautiful to understand how this talking and about the actions also is the same thing, but it's about the breathing that is bringing up the actions, but the actions are actually fed by the thoughts. So the thoughts actually bring about the words and the actions. So that is the actual outcome, and by the words and the actions, that's your self vibration, which is giving you like. But once just imagine an arahant who the self vibration has has become low and then has come to the non-vibration. Still, the actions will be the way they are, but without that power, without that essence of it, that which gave the kind of like the alive kind of thing. But people, when people hear this, they might think, oh, then that must be very sad not to have some power. No, that's the most tranquility and absence of suffering, which brings about super happiness, I would say. I don't know how to say that. Yeah. Anything to add to that? Suranika is also here. Yes, Suranika.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm quite new to this session. Do I have permission to speak?
Yeah. May I know?
Yeah. I'm Saman Kotikala. I just got to know this link and about this sermon and these discussions very recently. So I
have
just
you ever heard Aranwanse's sermons in Sinhala?
Yes. Actually, I listened to a couple of hours ago. I just got that from one of my friends, through one of my friends. So pretty much I'm practicing this path and Dhamma for a long time. So it was very interesting to know that this discussion now, this is actually happening every Wednesday, is it?
No, kind of this happens every day.
Every day. Okay. Right.
Every day, but we have so many Sinhala Zoom discussions as well. So if you get the Zoom link, I think it is the same link.
Right. Only the time, right? Time slot is different, right?
Yeah, 7 o'clock is the one which Aranwanse joins most. But
so that means every day it's happening in Sinhala medium, is it? Sinhala discussion with the
yeah,
Thero?
we have multiple. So at 5 o'clock there is a Zoom discussion. There is one at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, and there is one at 1 o'clock in the noon. Then there is this one, and then after this there is another Zoom discussion at 4, and then there is another one for children at 5:30, and then there's 7 o'clock one.
This schedule by any chance
9:30 at night.
This schedule is available where? Can I if I get to the schedule of these discussions and all?
Do you know, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know where the schedule is? Actually, I get it in the WhatsApp thing.
We get it in our WhatsApp group. Can Indrani hear me, Indu? Can you hear me? If there is a way of getting you included into the WhatsApp group, I think you will be able to get the.
But the friend who gave you the link.
Oh yes.
Might know a bit better.
I think she's also quite new. Just randomly, she was surfing through the YouTube and just got to hear this kind of sermons from that Pero. Because myself,
Okay.
I'm actually a lecturer, and I'm into a lot of quantum physics and molecular biology research and all whatnot. I'm just practicing this path.
Are
Pretty
you
much.
from Sri Lanka or are you from
Yes,
another
yes. I'm
country?
from Sri Lanka. From Sri Lanka.
Yeah, okay.
So pretty much, I have even a question regarding this mind. Pretty much this vibration. If I ask this question, is it okay? If I just
Yes.
yeah, this mind itself. What I feel like this mind itself is a kind of error, isn't it? Because this mind itself is minding, or like separating these common vibrational patterns, or rather this energy fluctuations is what we have around, including ourselves and our mind itself. So isn't this mind is basically like separating these uniform energy fluctuations or vibrations into unique sets, or rather fixed entities. So isn't that a mind? So I just asking a question: Can we interpret like that? This uniform vibrations is all we have uh, around us, which we perceive through our senses, and this uniform vibrations which are equanimous, there is no less or more, it's pretty much equal vibrations if you think of a wave. But what happens is that when the ignorance strikes, or the ignorance strikes, lack of wisdom tells us in a certain way that these are not uniform vibrations, it's just something you can separate, you can isolate one from another. When you moment you separate, or rather when you mind it.
Well, I might have to disturb you there.
Yes.
So, what Lord Buddha was trying to say, are you a Buddhist?
Yes, I'm a
Okay.
Buddhist.
So, what Lord Buddha was trying to say was about non-vibration. He didn't actually, he explained all about the vibration, but he actually gave everyone the ability to synchronize to the non-vibration, that is the absence of vibration. So the absence of vibration is actually there, but we can't synchronize to that because it is difficult and never thought about because of the ignorance. So the vibration you talk about, even the worm has a vibration. Worm has very minimal tactile sensations only, but the worm also has a life feel or kind of self, like an existence feel, even though the worm doesn't have a big mind. But if you are specifically talking about only humans, which we can't, because the being, the word being, B-E-I-N-G, is there where anywhere where consciousness is. So the consciousness actually kind of gives you that feel of existence. So we can't forget that. When we talk about something, we can't forget that because there are so much consciousnesses around. We can't forget that it is again the form of vibration. But the actual basis, what Lord Buddha tried to teach you, was not about the vibration, but about the non-vibration, how to synchronize to the non-vibration, which is permanent. But the vibration, when you try to interpret in self-anger, it becomes a bit complicated because then you look at it in a view that someone is doing something, but actually what happens is the vibration itself is just manifestations of the sensory organs. It could be even the worm, which is the only tactile sensation, but the tactile sensation is felt as happening here. That is why the feel of existence is there. But in the human mind, we kind of have a complex mechanism, because we have 5 senses which can vibrate at the same time. But if you go to the zygote level, the vibration, if there wasn't a synchronicity which happened to that zygote, wasn't there's never going to be like a fetus which is going to come out as a kind of a somewhat grown baby. So that zygote level, we know that even even 5 babies are born as like triplets or whatever. They are different, and their abilities are different, even though they are not even kind of, they have the features of parents, but they are different. So everyone is different. So that particular vibration is the only vibration that happens. And when that is actually forming into the sensory organs in the fetus, then slowly they grow, and the vibration is still the same. But once it is having a manifestation as light, sound, because the baby doesn't know anything about the outside, the dream you talked about, the separation, but it is a feel. The baby also has that feel. The small baby who is born, even though that baby doesn't know anything about the world, that baby also has that separation kind of thing that you are talking about, because of the consciousness, because the consciousness itself is felt as it's happening here. That is the feel of existence. That is the feel of existence that a worm can't die. Why worm is also like wanting something, like would like to creep into the watery mud. So in that sense, any being has that need to feel, need to have the next feel. That is the kind of thing that happens with the ignorance. Any being with ignorance, because it is felt as happening here, it is going to be that anyway. But when these vibrations, so the humans, specifically humans, when these 5 sensory organs are vibrating at the same time, that small baby actually will start putting things together. There's only perception though, because the baby has no understanding it is kind of the mother, but there is a similar perception coming all the time, the kind of a picture, like a photo, like a light margin, but that similar one is coming at the same time. The mother's voice is also, the baby is sensing the difference and also matching them together, because that photo comes, the sound comes, and also the smell, mother's smell, mother's warmth, the milk, everything, it's all kind of getting combined slowly and slowly and slowly. And the mother would be telling every day, by the use of the ear consciousness is just the ear, and will be giving the sound of the mother. Mother will try to tell the word amma, 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 and then child actually doesn't know what it means, but the baby actually might come out with the word amma, and the mother is jumping up and down because it's the first word the baby said. So that's the first kind of thought that arises properly, because before that there was a perception about that particular, even if it is Tarzan who is inside a jungle with a monkey mom, even that monkey mom will never teach you about say amma like that monkey mom will never teach. But still, that even that that human baby, the Tarzan baby, we take it as an example, will have the idea of actually the perception, actually, the sanya, the perception of that monkey mom, even though the birds are not there, that is the savior, that is the safety mechanism, that is the one who is looking after you, and everything. It will come to one kind of perception, one thought. So that's how the thoughts are forming. But that is not the actual fault. This mechanism is not the fault. The consciousness is not the fault. But the fault is actually not knowing that is just this mechanism only. Because
may I interrupt for a while?
Yeah.
What's your good name?
Kokila.
Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Kokila, just that what you are implying is, correct me if I'm wrong, like even for a worm or a even newborn baby, what do you mean by that? Just consciousness. If I were to say this way, is that okay? Or is there anything wrong with this statement if I make the statement like this? Like even the newborn baby, or even for that matter, even little tiny living being with a simple structure, even without having these sensory organs, maybe maybe microorganisms perhaps, don't they, if they have any being with a consciousness, if the ignorance is there, doesn't that consciousness have some idea of separation, like separating things from one another?
That's what I'm trying to say. So
yes.
That is what I said when I say it in different words. I say
yeah.
That the vibration is happening here in the sense it's kind of that's the kind of separation you're talking about, because it is felt here so
and outside.
No, the outside story is coming after the mind is formed. Be careful about that.
Okay.
In the field, in the fetus level or in the baby's level, it is only a vibratory thing you feel, and that vibration, it's not a thought. So when you come to a thought only, there is outside and inside, because as I said, when the mother is standing there, obviously I'm standing here. That is the separation that you're talking about. That is the duality you're talking about. But in the microorganism also has that, but it not that marginalized, not that, it's very subtle, because it is so imagine as a bacteria, if you feel that it's a vibration. If you become the bacteria only, someone you will understand. So you have to become the bacteria to feel this. So if you become the bacteria, then you only thing that bacteria would feel is the vibration. Bacteria can't think about, my next one is.
Yeah, you are implying that the very consciousness itself is a separation, isn't it? With the ignorance.
It is a separation.
The process of the mechanism of, say, it's a mechanism. It's obviously mind is also a process of consciousness, also a process. Everything is a manifestation according to Anicca, right? So cause and effect.
And also I forgot to add the consciousness, the ignorance part is also there. But once a human hears this Dhamma, after about 7 years of age, any child, he has this idea of self now. They know, I am someone, this is my mother. It's all good now. Separation has done beautifully. Now you don't have any problem in separation. Definitely, this is my friend, this is my mother, this is my dad, I am someone. That's all done. But once someone hears this Dhamma, the Dhamma itself is about how the consciousness is a problem here. The ignorance is about consciousness is brought about only by rapid vibration of the eye, or rapid vibration of the ear, rapid vibration of the skin, or rapid vibration of the tongue, or rapid vibration of the nose. Mainly, it is we mainly talk about all the nose and the tongue and the skin. We mainly talk it as the kaya, in the sense it's a kind of the
Aggregation.
feel we have. You know, the actual feeling. So when you touch, you feel the liquidity, the all this stuff. They are actually not outside. They are rapid vibration of organ itself. That is where the problem is. That is where the separation you are talking about is problematic too. Due to the ignorance, the vibration here, we have to get to know this properly. Otherwise, ignorance will be actually feeding us anyway. But actually, what has happened here is vibration of the sensory faculties only. It is so rapid that if you read about them, you will know how rapid they are in the eye, how rapid they are in the ear, how rapid they are in the skin level, and how rapid actually the human mind is. That is the fastest thing, I think. So the fast occurrence of these vibrations is the reason for consciousness, not the self. There's no self. There's no separation actually. And that is the understanding that leads to the non-vibration. This has to be felt. This has to be understood also first. But this has to be felt. So feeling that is the difficult part. But if you actually feel it, you understand the non-vibration. In the non-vibration, that separation you're talking about is not there.
Yeah, got it. Much merits. Thank you. Much merits. And kindly, Kokila, shall I share my text or whatever this WhatsApp, so I could just get into that group so I could get the details of the discussions? Shall I leave a message here? Or?
Well, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know anything about that? Because I'm not from Sri Lanka. I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry, Saman, what did you say? Can you please repeat? Yes.
Ms. Sakuntala, is there any way that I can just get into that group, WhatsApp group, or maybe anywhere that I can get the details of the discussions? So sort of I can.
Yes, I think you can go to the websites. There are several websites,
Okay.
and the websites do have the telephone numbers also.
Right.
Can I read it for you?
No, it's in the website, so I can just go to the WhatsApp number and send a request or something, right?
Right. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. That is the main website.
Right.
Yeah. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. Then there's another one, buddothpado.lk.
Right. Got it.
So those are the two main websites, so that you can get every detail that you need from those two.
Right. Much merits to you all. I just need to leave. I'm planning to attend a lecture now. Thanks, much merit. So I hope to see you soon. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Rasanai.
So I think, Sakuntala, we were talking about the mind being a dhvaniya, or mind being a vibration as well. So anything to add on to that? I think Suranka is also here.
Yes, maybe Suranka can join.
We can have a discussion.
Yes.
Sanai, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala.
Sanai.
I was thinking along the lines of the milk toffee still. Because it is actually quite interesting, when you said that one stimuli can set off the whole experience. Like,
one vibration.
One vibration, say it's from the nose sensor, but then you get the milk toffee sensation, but then the thing is that everything happens from one vibration also, isn't it? One vibration,
Yeah, if you
just
dig into that, if you dig into that, it is
yeah, if you dig into
it
it,
is the
exactly.
tent. It's the tent, yeah.
So that one vibration then kind of splits itself only because
It's not
of the
splitting. Don't use that word. I think splitting gives mixed ideas. I think the
okay.
telepathization is the phenomena there too, because because Lord Buddha has always told it's only one sensory organ works at one time. If it is eye, it is not the ear. If it is the ear, it is not the tongue. But because this happens so fast, we can't comprehend this. We can't, like, we can have an idea, but it says beautifully in a sutta, or I don't know if it's a sutta, but you know that where Lord Buddha explains about the spider kind of thing. It's I can't remember exactly, but when it's only one sensory organ which vibrates at one particular moment.
Yeah, I haven't actually come across that in a sutra.
No, it's not. I don't know what it is. I'll take it back because I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to say is that particular thing, once the mind is well formed, which comes is the product, the gittel, the butter, not the milk. But it is very important. That's why we talk about understanding this Dhamma and feeling this Dhamma in one stimuli is the thing that we talk about, you know, the moment that we talk about. That's why we talk about one particular moment. Otherwise, we don't have to talk about a moment, should we? So, yeah, anything else to add, Suranka, into that thing?
Yeah, so what I was trying to say was, so for example, now the child may in the nursery classroom first be shown by the teacher might show a picture. So now let's say the teacher will show a picture of the milk toffee and say, this is called a milk toffee. This is a sweet. And that's it. Now, supposing this child has never seen such thing before, but is now learning, sees the picture of a milk toffee and knows that it is sweet. That's it. So then maybe 1 month later, the mother makes milk toffee at home, or somebody comes with milk toffee. And then the child actually links that name and sound, the picture and the sound given in the classroom with the taste, because now the child actually gets to taste
That's actually like Surangika's waterfall now. Because Surangika was, you know, remember we were discussing about how we feel alive near the waterfall, but when we look at a picture, we don't feel like that alive. But now the child must be kind of surprised and, you know, like, wow, this is the milk toffee. You know, now it's in your hand.
Yeah, so then the texture of the milk toffee, and say there's cashew inside the milk toffee, all that now, so these are additional through the taste sensor. The child is taking on these additional, what do you call those things, volitional formations. And so the telepathization that is happening at that moment is the Montessori vibration synchronizing, and then the new taste sensation kind of thing as well. So then every time, say again, 1 year later, the teacher says, bring something to school. Everybody has to bring something to school. So the child tells the mother, okay, I know you're not very good at baking, but I want to take milk toffee. So mama, can you help? And so now finally the mother makes it. So then, you know, finally maybe that was not as good as what the friend brought home, but still it's milk toffee, that'll do. And so now that is taken. So again, now that entire experience of the mother making it
Yeah.
and maybe it went wrong, maybe it went well. All those
That
again
is the
start.
film we are talking about. The
Yes, so
value.
these are all, what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say is each of these experiences are by itself again by telepathizing, isn't it? And say 10 years later, when the child hears the word, not a child anymore, a teenager, hears the word milk toffee, those individual sensor-driven vibrations which happened at different points in time. So time is, of course, again a falsehood. But that vibration, telepathization occurs from those different sensor-driven perceptions, all come together in one shot, isn't it? But it is not necessarily, what I'm trying to say is not necessarily happening. The time itself, how much of a falsehood it is, because it didn't matter that from a conventional world perspective that the child got one aspect from the Montessori and one aspect 1 month later and another aspect another month later. The vibration happening at that very moment, if it matches a similar vibration, everything comes.
Yeah, how about mother? Mother is like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mother
right.
is age of you.
Yes, it keeps on adding, isn't it? I mean, it keeps on adding, and the final product changes each time.
And
Now-
what about me?
Yes, yes.
And that is the most volitional aspect that can happen, because that is not even in these few years, like whatever the years we are talking about, that is not even that. This self vibration has been the thing forever. So that self existence, the feel of existence, is your friend forever. Feel of that's why when people ask, how do you distinguish from feel of existence and the non-vibration? Well, there's no answer, because
Because of the need.
non-vibration we have never felt. If someone has felt it once, maybe that person will know. But if not, what we have felt throughout is the non-vibration, self-vibration. That is it. So the fish is always in the water. Likewise, we are always having this vibratory thing where the self-perception is always there.
So if the if the water is akin to the sensory perceptions, the sensory perceptions won't go away. We can look at it like that as well in the same example, but with a different twist, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a different twist then.
Yeah. So the water will remain the same, i.e. the same sensors will be telepathizing in the normal way even for Arahat. But
that can actually confuse you, because what we are trying to say in this particular example, what Aranansi is saying is the actual feel of existence and absence of feel of existence. That's where that.
Yeah, I think better not use that example for anything else. It's confusing, isn't it? Then?
Yeah. And because the gentleman was trying to say about the separation is the same thing. At that particular fraction of a second, there's no separation. That's a kind of becoming the tree, or becoming. The word becoming is kind of the thing. The separation.
I didn't understand what that separation was. What was he trying to say, Dr. Mobil?
Well, he asked that question in the explanation way, but the answer was given in a different way. Answer was actually given through the kind of experience that, the vibration, when, if, if, if there is no feel of self-existence or the feel of existence, what is left is only that particular perception, whatever the sound or there's no duality there.
So
He's
that part
talking
that
about
you
the
are
duality.
explaining.
He's
Yeah.
talking the separation is the duality, I think. That's how I answered the question. We may be wrong, but it's his first day, so.
But when we think about the baby and the baby's feelings and the feeling of the light, so that
that
type
is in the
of basic
vibratory. That is a
yeah.
vibratory level, yeah.
So that also we call consciousnesses, isn't it? So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one has to be distinguished, as you said to him earlier, about not to mistake that from the mind consciousness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind consciousness is the dream that we
It's
live
the
now
dream, yeah.
at this moment.
Yeah. And the split, not the split, what did he say? Separation. The separation is when the whole construct is seen as a falsehood, isn't it? And then that collapses, and it is, I suppose, in that stage of collapsing of importance that the non-self vibration arises for a fraction of a second.
Yeah,
Could we say it that way?
When you say that,
Because
it's actually
then
absence of self vibration, because there's no new vibration. So it's always tricky, these words. But absence
yeah,
of
I think
self
I said
vibration.
non-self, yeah.
Yeah. So, but it is. I mean, I could
Yeah,
try
absence
to.
of vibration. That's right. Yeah.
It is very difficult to keep talking in these languages. But the thing is, when there is absence of vibration here, because there's no duality. That's in the vibratory level, though, not in this mind. Mind, it's always there. Separation is always there. Mind, if the fan is there, I'm here. But if someone has experienced this true Dhamma,
that's duality, isn't it? Yeah.
Then this, we don't care whether it's there or not. That's a different story. That is the outcome of this experiences, is that you get it, yeah? Like, once someone experiences these things, then that person realizes that the reality was not always duality, because duality is the reality for us. In sensual world, the duality is the reality for us. But then if someone feels this no self-perception, that's the word, no self-perception or absence of self-vibration, then you definitely know that reality is not that. Reality is non-vibration or absence of vibration, because then the actual non-duality is the norm now. That's what I was trying to say. But in the mind level, duality is there. But once someone has understood Dhamma, he doesn't care whether the duality is there or not, because he knows the truth. That's the time that fish goes out from the water and feel that always he had been feeling of existence. Now he knows, even though he has fallen back to water, he still knows there is another truth, that this feel of existence is there only when the stimulus is taken as true. That's the most important part. Yeah. Hopefully, this makes some sense to everyone. I mean, it's
Yeah,
time
when
we
we
have.
talk about the fish example, maybe because we are so familiar with the singular Zoom sessions, so perhaps maybe we should, if you can explain the entire example and the different stages that are advanced explained.
Next time, maybe.
Oh, we run out of time. Yes, it's
Yeah.
almost time.
Yeah. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to talk about this Dhamma. It's such a beautiful thing to even, you know, like to understand how consciousness works, how mind works, and how non-vibration is the base, not the consciousness. Everyone in the world thinks the consciousness is the base. It's not the base. Actual base is the non-vibration, which we can't reach most of the time. But now time has come. We invite everyone. If you're keen to discuss something, I mean, we can be very poor in vocabulary, we can be very bad in explanation, but we can try. And one day you can fly, isn't it? You can try. So we worship Aran Vanse, we thank Aran Vanse, and thank you all Dhamma friends for coming every day and making this so beautiful experience, because I don't think one person talking would be interesting for a Zoom. And specifically in Sinhala Zoom discussions, we have someone. At least we had one question today, which is great, and we invite everyone to come and discuss this, so that this message goes to the English speaking society. Someone out there who is close to non-vibration might hear this. Who knows? Yeah. Therwan Sarnai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you. Therwan Sarnai Aramas.
Therwan Saranai.
16. The eye consciousness is similar to the mirror that gleams when held towards the sunlight. There is only a gleam or shine on the eye consciousness. The forming of the mind consciousness is a natural phenomenon. As soon as the senses receive any stimulus, automatically a thought is formed in the mind consciousness. When a shape called mother is given a sound like ma, 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 then the child tries to produce the same sound from his voice as ma, ma, and he forms a word. The learning of words is similar to when there is thunder up in the skies. When the frequency of the vibration from the noise of thunder matches the natural frequency of the window pane, then window panes begin to vibrate to the sounds of the thunder. But nothing came from the sky towards the window panes. Nothing came from the sky. In the same way, when an adult teaches a child to say mother, the child uses his voice to imitate the sound of the vibration he hears. And that is how he learns to form the sound or the word. Learning of words is also a natural phenomenon. It happens automatically. The fact that we don't understand this natural phenomenon is avidya, or the ignorance of not knowing the Dhamma. Due to our ignorance, we create sankhara and pains such as lobha, dvesha, moha, which takes us in this unending cycle of suffering. The text Avidya Pachaya Sankara explains that our ignorance about the pure truth bring about suffering. Ignorance about the pure truth that the outside does not exist bring about sankhara or mental formations. These sankhara locks us up in a false view to steer, and that prevents us from seeing the illusion of our mind consciousness. Within this illusion, there is a natural phenomenon that happens automatically. This natural phenomenon, or this Swabhavika Sansiddhiya, is that along with the shape and the sound, all the other information about that image is automatically tied up to that image. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Therwan Saranai. Dr. Kokila, please go ahead. Therwan Saranai.
Tevran Saranai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all, and we will worship and say, first of all, and I joined a little bit later. Were you there from beginning, Dr. Sakuntala, for the reading?
Yes.
Could you please
Yes.
summarize it? Okay.
Yes. Most of it actually. Basically, what was read was how the sensor level is functioning, what is happening at the sensor level, and subsequently a collective function or combination of the sensor function will give rise to the thought formation, and how the speech or how the child learns to talk. That was another point that was described. That means again at the sensor level, there will be a sound formed at the ear level, ear faculty, and as a sequel of that, there will be some function of the body sensor level, that means the throat level, and the sound will be kind of repeated at the throat level, and the child will try to imitate the sound which was created in the ear. So when the sound like mama is vibrated, the subsequent function of the body sensor or the body faculty will create that sound, and then we say that the child is talking, child is telling what I am telling him. So that was one of the things that was described, and also it was also briefly mentioned about how this synchronization occurs. Now when there is a sound somewhere, we say that we heard a sound. Actually what happens is that there is vibration at the ear level, or the ear faculty, and then there is some synchronization with another vibration which was somewhere. So the both become same. That means there's nothing which came from that side to here. There's nothing which came from outside actually. There is synchronization or telepathization of two similar vibrations, and that process we call we heard. And another example was given, actually the lightning, which as an example for the process of seeing. When there is a series of rapidly happening sparks, we see a light. We tell that we assume that there is light. So that is what is happening at the eye level also. There's a series of fast vibrations, and that creates something which look like which we name as a light. And also another example was given about the thundering sound. Now when there is some thundering, at the same time we observe some of the windows will shatter. Actually there is nothing transferred from the clouds up to the window, but there was some similarity in the vibrations, and then we hear the vibration or the shattering of the windows. So like that, the examples were given to indicate that sensor functions are not manipulated by something outside. Sensor function occurs then and there, and that is simply a vibration at that level. But the process called hearing, seeing, and the feeling of the skin, all these things are something that happens then and there, and then there is some synchronization with similar vibrations somewhere. So we cannot assume and say that those vibrations are persisting. That those vibrations also occur then and there, and then instantly there is some matching or telepathizing to the sensor faculties. Actually speaking, the sensor faculty means vibration at that point. There's nothing called a separate sensor faculty which feels the vibration. Occurrence of the vibration means that is the occurrence or the appearance of the sensor faculty. That was actually, those were the facts that was read from the book Dr. Kokila. Anything you can elaborate on that, Teruvan Saranai?
Yeah, I think we have discussed a lot about in this towards that side of thing. Most of the time we discuss the same thing, and we just have to kind of reiterate this again and again, and tell how actually this stimuli is the only thing that was there, but how we felt differently. And the stimuli is actually a constellation of all these things, the eye faculty, and then the mind. Because just eye faculty, it would be just the light, but because we kind of have a different way of, different mechanism how these sensory organs work, they vibrate in the same time, and they actually act as a different new vibration. The new vibration has different qualities. These qualities were not not the actual function of the first one. Like when you sing a song, the music, the final outcome is different. But if you actually divide it into various factors like the drum, the flute, the piano, the violin, they are quite different. Likewise, the five organs act differently, but the final outcome is the chair or the pineapple or the mother or the daughter. So that final outcome has a different quality. And what mind is, actually what mind consciousness is, fast occurrence of these thoughts makes it as you have kind of a existence. It is the mind consciousness, but it is a different state than the original level of other consciousnesses. So when we understand one stimuli, all these levels are there. The basic eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, tactile, all these sensory organs, their vibrations, we have a kind of vibration that is without the mind consciousness. But with the mind consciousness, we have that new quality, new kind of a meaning now. And there, being involved in the dream. Now you are actually in the dream. You are part of the dream. You're actually the center of the dream. So this feeling brings us the most damaging part of this is actually the self-perception. Why? Because always if you feel something, there is someone who is feeling it. So that's inevitable. So that is the problem. It has happened, but no one has actually done this. So what was there was actually the stimulus, because there's eye faculty, there's all the other faculties, mind faculty, and there's a final outcome, kind of. It's a phenomena which will happen anyway. And this is not going to stop until you stop breathing and, but then what is happening then? What is understanding them, and what happens then is this extra power which has come because we have taken this as real. The stimuli is not real. So there's two types of liberation that Lord Buddha talks. One is from defilements, one is from skandha. Don't know what that means in English, like from sensory organs, sensory organ vibrations. So defilements is like actually liberation from mind, where you actually get rid of that, the underlying vibration as well, because one stimuli has all these three layers. But even after that, the life will continue with the so-called sensory organ vibrations, and that's going to happen until breathing stops. But what is the magic here is, the main magic is that inability to vibrate because there's no vibration here, there's no ability to synchronize anywhere else. And even in unwritten level, there's no enough power for that vibration be able to have a synchronicity in the normal realms, because there should be a kind of a some kind of power for the vibration to be able to synchronize somewhere else. So that power is not there, means that vibration is not powered enough. This is all happening as a mechanism. Actually, there's no one doing it, or no one. Nothing is happening here. But understanding this is bit difficult in the beginning. But once you get hold of the idea, it becomes part of you, and you kind of start feeling it. That's the most important thing, isn't it? Anything to add? Suranka, do you have anything to add to that? We can build up a discussion.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think you explained most of the facts around that. These things have been discussed again and again, but because it is the basic important fact or the basic teaching in Lord Buddha's teaching, we are mentioning it again and again. So understanding that it is happening uh, 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 at sensor level. Every action, every thought, every word, every action can be accounted to the sensor level. But because we have been having this strong drushti about selfness or I-ness, or whatever the word we can use, existing feeling. Because of that, we tend to sort of think many things that can be easily sort of recognized as sensor level, but still we feel that it happened to me or it was done by me, and I used it, I had it. For everything, automatically this self feeling is tagged. And as it was mentioned in the book reading, this is an automatic process or a spontaneous process. And you mentioned that in your part also. So there is no way of controlling or stopping. Whatever the environment that the animal or the living being is there, irrespective of the environment, this spontaneous process occurs. So whatever the sounds come, whatever the sounds vibrated, whatever the shapes vibrated, and whatever the other senses, other feelings vibrated, all will combine automatically to form the thoughts after a particular level. That means after a particular maturation of the physical parts of the body, there is automatically combining to form thoughts. And because the thought itself has a power or a current, it won't stop from there. It will lead to the feeling of existence, which we call itta sanyava. And itta sanyava means there is a spontaneous feeling that self is there. So this is the sequelae, and this is something that we have been talking again and again so many times, and it is the truth, and it is the fact that to be understood in the form of an internal transformation, not as a knowledge. A person who will listen to these Dhamma discussions can take it as a thought and can say that, yes, this is only a sound, this is only a shape